You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your partner?
Everything's a copy, copy, copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cell.
Cell,
Do they keep you in a cell? Cell.
cell.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Oh well, in 5 years' time we could be walking around a zoo with the sun shining down over me and you, and there'll be love in the bodies of the elephants too, and I'll put my hands over your eyes but you'll peek through, and there'll be sun, sun, sun all over our bodies, and sun, sun, sun all down our necks, and there'll be sun, sun, sun all over our faces, and sun, sun, sun. So what the heck, 'cause I'll be laughing at all of your silly little jokes, and we'll be laughing about how we used to smoke all those stupid little cigarettes and drink stupid wine, 'cause it's what we needed to have a good time. But it was fun, fun, fun when we were drinking. It was fun, fun, fun when we were drunk, and it was fun, fun, fun when we were laughing. It was fun, fun, fun. Oh, it was fun. Oh, well, I'll look at you and say it's the happiest that I've ever been, and I'll say I no longer feel I have to be James Dean, and she'll say, yeah, well, I feel all pretty happy too, and I'm always pretty happy when I'm just kicking back with you. And if you love, love, love all through our bodies, and love, love, love all through our minds, and it'd be love, love, love all over her face, and love, love, love all over mine. And though admittedly all these moments are just in my head, I'll be thinking about them as I'm lying in bed, and I know that admittedly they might not even come true, but in my mind I'm having a pretty good time with you. Oh, in 5 years' time I might not know you. In 5 years' time we might not speak. Oh, in 5 years' time we might not get along. In 5 years' time you might just prove me wrong. Oh, there'll be love, love, love wherever you go. 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 There'll be love.
to announce. Wow. I'm also doing good. Wow.
All right, yeah, we're back. We're back. Alrighty, let me just... I gotta bring this up again real quick. I gotta fix it. I was having too much fun. I'm demanding the creature be the Discord pick. Alright. There we go. Yeah, that's about where it needs to be. About where it needs to be. About where it needs to be. Alrighty. Alrighty. No, please get it away. The creature knows all your sins. For a second, I thought your cat got on stream. She has been clingy lately. Like every day now, she's trying to sit in my lap. Is that a chinchilla? It's a little bunny rabbit. It's a little bunny plushie. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. None of us remember it being there, you know. I asked Magnito about it, and I said, oh, it's kind of cool you added that plushie in there. He's like, what are you talking about? And then he showed me the version he drew, and it wasn't there. And then we look at this, and it got bigger in the picture. And every time we open it and close it, it seems to take up more of the panel. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Last thing you see before death by Robo Snoo Snoo. Just got to Chapter 2 of Expedition Kino. My only criticism is the fact the minigame's kind of jank and fuck beach raft volleyball. Yeah, it's got a little bit of jank to it, but I personally think the jank gives it character. Have you watched Superman yet? Yeah. I saw it when it was in theaters, and it just came to streaming, so I watched it again today. Kind of see, like, did it still hold up? Because I remember liking it the first time I saw it. After seeing it for the second time, I'll definitely say it does hold up. I think it is going to be one of those that ages pretty well. You know, there's a lot in it I like. I really like the main guy as Superman. I think it's like David Cornswell, I think his name is. Honestly, really good pick for Clark. I think he matches the vibe of what Clark should be. I like the version of Clark that they go with, where he's just a happy-go-lucky Boy Scout. You know, it's like there's a lot about it I like. That thing just blink at me. It does that sometimes. We're a little bit worried. I love the scene of Superman twerking in back white boy style. You know, that was a brave decision, but I think it worked out. I think it worked out. I didn't know David's 40K army. True. Is Chinchilla the main villain of the story? You're saying James Gunn actually did Superman right? I would say he did it pretty right. Honestly, if I had to lay out what I didn't like, I think the Justice League are not bad. I think Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner is a pretty good pick. Chick who plays Hawkgirl, I didn't think she'd do bad. The problem is they don't really get to do a lot. The only one that's really involved with the plot and helps out is Mr. Terrific. To the point I was kind of thinking that, like, they could have just had Mr. Terrific be there and help out, and he can kind of, like, introduce the Justice League at, like, either the very end of the movie or as, like, a post-credit stinger, you know, that kind of thing. It's the Justice Gang. Get it right. Why does it want my Discord history? I didn't like the direction for Joel and Lara. Yeah, that's going to split people. Because it seems they're dedicating to it. They're dedicated to it. It's like, nope, that message is real. It's 100%. You know, I'm still very much in the territory of once they gauge how people react to it, they're going to have fucking Supergirl retcon it. Where it's like, what are you, a fucking moron? Like, Lex Luthor touched that footage. You wouldn't... Like, what? Do you honestly expect me to believe Lex Luthor wouldn't fuck with it in some way? Did Mr. Terrific save Lois in the movie? Yeah, he does a lot. Like, I say, Mr. Terrific's kind of like the main one of the Justice League. See if people got bitten by a centipede in Japan? Yeah. The part where Superman gets sodomized and is made to watch Lois lay with another man, quite tasteful and respectful of subject matter, very daring. It was very daring, you know. It's like a 30-minute long rape scene where Superman's held down by Metamorpho, who's having the kryptonite against his face, and Lex Luthor is, like, violently raping Lois Lane. I mean, there was blood flying. I mean, it was grotesque, you know. It was pretty grotesque, but then I remembered it was a James Gunn thing, and it hit me. It's like, oh, okay, that's what he's doing. Yeah, it's part of his black humor, you know. But I feel like it fit. I feel like it fit. DC's 100% going to backpedal and retcon it. Oh, yeah, probably. Saw Weapons last week. It was pretty good. I also liked Weapons a lot. So Eclipse in DC. Mr. Terrific was Yondu from Guardian of the Galaxy, but nigga. Personally, I like what they did with Mr. Terrific. The fact that he's kind of like just kind of like a deadpan shit talker. It's like, I like that. And yeah, his fight scene is very reminiscent of Yondu. Yeah, Mr. Terrific was the best character in that movie. He's a smart character done right. Yeah. Would you ever review Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you kind of have to. So Silksong news tomorrow. Yeah, boys, I'll see some people say they like the new Superman movie. Say they now hate it. It's very funny. Like I said, I liked it. I thought it was good. Remember when Supergirl was violently fucking Crypto? I got to watch Smiling Friends and Boondocks, and holy shit, I was missing out. That shit is peak humor. Oh yeah, Boondocks is so good. Recently watched Zeta Gundam, and I finished episode 36, and God, I feel sorry for Morasame. Learning what happened to her more is painful, man. Yeah. You ever Dawn Fry match? The one where he fought the one dude. The one where they just grab each other by the neck and start beating the shit out of each other. Like, I love that one. Well, the Superman movie breaks so many brains. I know your search history. The creature lights a match. It's the only way. Someone say Silksong? The devs didn't. Yeah, James Gunn made a black character that didn't feel woke, which is great. Yeah, no, like I said, I liked it, you know? For a Superman movie, it did everything I want out of a Superman movie. And Mr. Terrific and Lex Luthor should be the smartest humans in DC. Yeah, and it does fit that. Watch Alien Earth. Overall enjoyed it, but don't like the hybrid synthetic child thing. I think it's incredibly unnecessary and adds nothing to the plot. I just want to see Alien kill shit. I want to see where it goes. I was already kind of on board because the first thing that hit me was like, oh, so it kind of like Ghost in the Shell. That's kind of cool. So I want to see what are they going to do with that. Obviously, they're going to fuck with the xenomorph and probably try to mix it in there. Like, there's a lot they could do. Might Supergirl have a glump of peanut butter on her hand and we get back to Crypto and he looks horrified? I feel Superman movie was a bit all over the place, even though the Lex they got was good. I prefer the cartoon deep voice Lex. Yeah, Clancy Brown. If they got Clancy Brown in it, I think he would have been great. But Nicholas Hoult, I feel like he did Lex how I like Lex, which is there's always a plan. There's always some contingency he has in his back pocket, and when he feels like he won, he just gets fucking petty. Bought the third cover for the comic. Yeah. What was the movie that lost coin flip? Oh, yeah, so I announced what the next video was going to be because I had it up to coin flip. It was either going to be Sicario or Man on Fire. Both take place in Mexico, and that's going to be kind of a theme. So Sicario gets covered first, then Man on Fire, and then you get Dead Rising 3. Because I'm doing kind of like a trilogy of Mexico. I feel like the performance of Lex was fantastic. Yeah, Nicholas Hoult did really good. Yeah, 1A. Ain't Gun Lex just another Musk analog analogy? No, that's Lex Luthor. Like, he acts like Lex Luthor. Yeah, my mom loves Sicario. It's a fantastic movie. It's one of my favorites. Then Persona 4. No, then we start the Halloween videos. How's your Spanish? Not great. I'm one of the white guys that says gracias at a Mexican restaurant if you need my level. Sicario, everything I know about that movie is from the Moonshine animation. No, Lex, you can't call him a crypt digger. Problem is, just Lex Luthor portrayal is just being stupid, petty, like the lack of subtlety, instead of just being very cartoony. He can get very cartoony, but I'm okay with it because they do establish this version of DC is like very kind of cartoony as it is. Yeah, at least you try, yeah. Seem fixed. Animators are getting death threats on Instagram and Twitter over Fixed, and it's not just criticism, it's actual death threats. I really don't get that. I still haven't seen Fixed, but everything I'm hearing is, yeah, if you like Ryan Stimpy, you'll probably like it. It's like, oh. I just catch up with Twist Mel. Really like episode 5, showing Calypso means business. Episode 5 in general, I noticed was a lot more serious, because if I remember right, that's when they kill off that pretty major character. And they take that very seriously. Like, even Sweet Tooth wasn't being as jokey as he was in the rest of the show. It's like, okay. How different would Berserk be if Guts was a woman instead of a dude? That's Claymore, basically. Lex Luthor is petty. He ran for president of the United States just to fuck with Superman. Yeah. Man on Fire is kind of overrated. Pacing's a little too slow. Nah, I love Man on Fire. That's one of my family's favorite movies. Yeah, I heard Fix got fucked over. I fully believe it. I see Gunn writing Batman after this movie. If I remember right, I think James Gunn said that he wanted to try to talk Matt Reeves into letting his Batman universe be canon to this DCU. And obviously Matt Reeves and Robert Pattinson are like, no, we just kind of want to do this and leave. You know, it's like we want to get our trilogy out there and just be like, we're done, we're out. You know, see ya. Mexico arc, estoy interesada. Jesus Christ, Nagi Arato from Ruri Rocks might overthrow Lukua as the thick waifu. Nagi's thighs are big and soft as a pillow, and those big bazongas shaped like coconut and Jesus, that cake. All right, man, you should probably stop watching with one hand in your pants. Which Sicario, one or both? I'm going to talk about both, because I love the first movie, and the second movie I still like. I think the second movie's not terrible, but it is one of those, if you can feel that it's missing a lot of what made that first one special. JPVA for Cynthia from Pokemon passed away from cancer. Oh, man. Everyone's dying this year. Yeah, Rob Pattinson needs to star in the Expedition movie. That's what I say. He should be Gustav. He would be an amazing Gustav. Yeah, James got Batman's fucked because of Reeves. Yeah. Final Cop on Dandanon. God damn it, the cliffhangers. But yo, Marty from Megadeth being on guitar, then a lead singer from Dragon Force for the dub. Hunting Souls peak. Why'd you put a big pussy on screen? Rob Pattinson Batman's just so grounded it'd be weird. They need their own version of Batman. Well, that's the thing. James Gunn has come out and said that he likes all the different DC stuff having their own feel and vibe to them. He doesn't want there to be like a singular tone that the universe follows. So I think that's part of why he wants to talk Matt Reeves into introducing his Batman into this DC, because it's supposed to feel very different. Brother, Charlie Cox is right there. That is true, but Charlie Cox is stuck in the Daredevil mines. I mean, if they can talk Charlie Cox into it, I would not say no, because Charlie Cox was also really damn good. Alejandro, the weirdest Colombian accent, but his character was amazing. Well, it's because he wasn't Colombian. He just worked in Colombia for a little bit. He's Mexican. To be fair, there's no reason why the Batman can't take place like a decade before Superman JL stuff. Recast someone as older Batman. Yeah. Well, especially since Batman 2 is going to introduce, supposedly, is going to introduce the Bat family. He's going to have his Robins. So I think by the time they want to introduce him to the Justice League, he could be the more chilled out, willing to work with others. Dean Winchester as Gun Batman. You know what? Give him a shot. Yeah, here's an excellent anime dub, Romeo x Juliet. Majority of the dialogue is very Shakespearean. Very seldomly is a basic modern speech. Yeah, I was just happy Alejandro survives. Well, Alejandro is a great character. Hora vas conocer a Dios. Yeah. Don't believe Hondor's lies. God, I hate Cinematic Universe shit. Make it stop. Yeah, having to keep track of all this is not fun. Jensen Ackles as Red Hood or Batman. He would love to do Red Hood. He's a massive Red Hood fan. He's been cosplaying Red Hood for like years. And he also played Red Hood in the Under the Red Hood animated movie. But I think if you gave him the choice between Red Hood or Batman, he might pick Batman. Someone's calling for Gila Klein to be murdered and Twitch doesn't care. Yeah. Who's the actor for Alejandro? He did a damn good job. Benicio del Toro. He's a fantastic actor. You know, funny enough, recently I also watched Sin City again for like the 10th time, and he has a really good role in Sin City. He's just a complete dickbag. I thought he was Colombian, worked as a lawyer in Medellin. Maybe need to rewatch the movie. Yeah, no, he works for Medellin, but originally he was a prosecutor in Juarez. Yeah, Peacemaker Season 2 comes out this week. Yeah, I am interested. The Peacemaker cameo was pretty funny in Superman, where it's like, you know, his whole rule about not killing unless necessary, it kind of makes us look like a bunch of jerks. Like, okay, that's pretty good. I was getting a sequel to Web of Shadows, the later became prototype series. Yeah, the original idea was, because it was kind of multiple things. It was also going to be a sequel to Hulk Ultimate Destruction, and then they couldn't get that off the ground, and then it was going to be a standalone Venom game. And I think that's where you get a lot of the look of the powers in Prototype, and then they just changed it to be its own thing. Yeah, I always laugh when Clive Owen drowns him in piss. Yeah. I can't watch that scene without gagging. If you watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and Sicario back-to-back and focus on Del Toro on both, you might break your neck from pure whiplash. Yeah. Yeah, that's on Good Boy, the horror movie from the perspective of a dog. I am interested. Yeah, I want Batman the Brave and the Bold, the fantastical, no more grounded Dark Knight trilogy of Matt Reeves. Well, especially if they're going to introduce him into the Gunverse, he kind of needs to be more Brave and the Bold. Thanks to your video in a few bites, I'm getting into Persona and going to ask for Persona 5 for my birthday. Yeah. I mean, the Blacklight virus is basically a copyright-friendly symbiote. You're not wrong. It's basically... It's kind of weird, because Prototype, you're not even really playing Venom. You're more playing... You're more like... You know, it's more like Carnage. Yeah, pre-ordered MGS3 Delta. Can't wait to hear about the times. Also, Knife Gun. Yeah, I wonder how James Gunn would do Batman. I'm also kind of curious. Because that stated, he wants to get Matt Reeves to let him use his universe for that Gotham. Honestly, I like James Gunn's artistic direction. He's not perfect, but he knows what he's good at. But I have no idea how he would ever do a Batman movie. It'd be too different. Yeah. Prototype mentioned, let's go. Yeah, more like Carnage powers-wise, but Venom Sandy. Yeah. At first. Then you get to Prototype 2. American VA for Master Roshi, Mike McFarlane, has developed glioblastoma. Oh, wow. Prototype offered an explanation for the mutant virus, unlike most other series. They described it as activating the non-coding regions of the genome. Going to do a closeout stream for the comic? Yes. We're not there yet, though, because we got to wait till it's actually fully done, which is probably... Yeah, next few days. Because we sent it off to our letterer, and he's already like, yeah, I can get it done. Got the onsen ending with Symboli, Rudolph, and Uma. I'm sad, though. One of my drivers wrecked my new trucks. Now I'm 400K in the hole. Oh, wow. Fuck, man. That sucks. You gotta love when that happens. Like, it's not even your fucking fault. It's the fucking retard he trusted. Think about it. Prototype could have been a Spawn game in some ways. It could have, yeah. What do we think about Tim Burton's Gotham? He nailed the look of Gotham. That's definitely true, because that went on to be kind of the defining look of the animated series. So might need to finish the lettering? Yep, we're pretty much just at the lettering. And where to get back your monetization? Nope. I was going to put in another ticket with YouTube support, like the actual creator support, next few days. What are some of the characters you want to show up in Gunn's DCU? Considering his version of DC, I'd be curious how he's going to do Flash, because I've had a conspiracy theory. You know, I've had a conspiracy theory in my mind that, you know, because if I remember right, the original timeline where it was the Snyderverse, they had Barry, because it was Barry Allen. The theory I have is the new timeline's going to focus on Wally, so then they can recast him without any confusion. It's like, you know, it's kind of like what they did with Guy Gardner, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, we don't have to talk about, you know, the failed Green Lantern with Hal Jordan with Ryan Reynolds, because it's a different Green Lantern. This one's Guy Gardner. Pattinson doesn't want to do it. You could totally sub Ackles and more chill aged up Batman. Yeah. Congrats on how far Side Pop has come. Yeah. I'm a Barry bro, though. Yeah. So Persona video doesn't get nuked. It shouldn't. To this day, I hold that what fucked over Prototype 2 is Radical killing Alex Mercer, MC of the first game. People liked Alex too much. You don't even hear anyone mention Hiller. Yeah, don't make the suit green or animated yet. Yeah, welcome, Ollie. He's my favorite Flash. Yeah. It helps that a lot of the different Flashes are genuinely good. And Gintama's getting a new movie. It's a full remake of the Yoshiwara arc, so Sequoia Bro's gonna eat good. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Ginger Wally or Black Wally. Considering the fact that we got a Ginger Jimmy Olsen, I'm going to trust that he's going to be Ginger. Step on up to the plate, meet your fate, walking straight into the lion's lair. So step on up to the plate, because it ain't no game. Time to make history. Yeah. Damn, still no member. Yeah, I stated, monetization is still shut off. I'm gonna put in another ticket with the actual creator support, not even the Google support, and see if that helps. That's on Bart Allen? I assume you meant Barry Allen, or do you mean Bart like his dad? Yeah, Wally West played by Ranting for Vengeance, yeah. Yeah, I like Wally West, but the DC shooting themselves in the foot with blackwashing of Wally, then making both Wally's canon just really made continuity feel dumb, yeah. I remember they wanted to make the prototype a prototype of female, but believed it would not sell with a female prototype. Imagine Goth GF prototype game, yeah. Oh, Bart's his son. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Not gonna lie, beyond like Barry and Wally, I don't remember a lot of the actual Flash family. Yeah, Jimmy Olsen got with a bug girl one time. Countdown was weird. They contacted 4chan after they finished mocking the British government to do the same with GTube and get monetization back. Batman needs to be built like the Batman the Animated Series, serious but hopeful and comical. Yeah. Yeah, Jay Garrett gets no love. One more Rachel Palin for the road. This will kind of count. Should be, yeah. Yeah, female MC wouldn't sell. Yeah, it was, to be fair, it was like 2009. You know, game companies still genuinely believe that despite despite all the evidence to the contrary of like, why do you keep perpetuating this lie? Yeah, Dana Mercer could have passed a female goth prototype protagonist, yeah. The creature has left. Chance you can upload a video of the Doom franchise. I do like Doom a lot, yeah. It's that because Jay Garrick's just a cool grandpa. Also, I think it would be better if you use the Japanese version for Persona, but English subtitles, than just use English VA, but the English makes it catchy, so I get that. I don't hate the English dub to Persona 4. I actually think it's pretty good. I feel like Gotham City should always look and feel like an Art Deco portrait. Yeah. Can we get a racist farm for completion of Sire Pop? Alright, you get one. You get one, if I can find it. Yeah, here it is.
Nigger death, kill niggers, behead niggers, roundhouse kick a nigger into the concrete, slam dunk a nigger baby into the trash.
Brave and Bold Batman's good, but Batman does need some of that grounded edge to him. Not too edgy like Crazy Steve, but just enough. Yeah. Reckon Prototype should just get rebooted. Well, I mean, what the fuck can they do with it, you know? Video game players are a bunch of bullied nerds and dude bros just like comic book fags. Am I right, board execs? Yuki, you can't park here. Yeah, the reason the P4 cast been well received for as long as they've been. Yeah. After you save her, she doesn't appear in story anymore, so I can see her getting the powers her fucked up brother got. Yeah. Was the algorithm treating you as trade-off for them backing off the dystopian ID nonsense? Yeah, right? I still operate by my philosophy of the algorithm don't fucking exist. No one care about no algorithm. Adam West, are you silly? I'm the gosh darn Batman. I see the list of superheroines that gun one to fucking 2011, yeah. Is that one a jail brew? I know a bunch of sites are getting hit. A bunch of sites are still getting hit by censorship shit. Roblox apparently had like a big expose that revealed they were backing the online safety shit the government's pushing solely so they don't have to moderate their sites and then hand the whole job off to the government. It's this whole fucked up thing. Watching the Disco Elysium video before I realized you were streaming. Yeah. I think they're rebooting it because according to rumor, the third game is going to have Alex MCs, so a reboot or remake seems likely. At that point, just remake it. You know, it's like... Yeah, Prototype came out like 2009. It's been dead in the water since like 2010. It's like, yeah, at this point, that unironically is a franchise that could use a remake. Yeah, for Prototype, they should go the route of Resident Evil 1 remake. Just give it a solid graphics and combat system in the second game. Straight up gold right there. Yeah. Algorithm doesn't exist, then how do you explain the favoritism towards leftist clickbaiters, breadtubers, and AI cheats, and Elsagate and all that garbage, but everyone else gets thralled? Well, I'm saying my personal philosophy towards it, which is algorithm don't fucking exist. If a video does well, it's because it was good. If it did bad, it's just because I fucked up somewhere. I ain't about no worship, no false god. Yeah, it actually died in 2012, yeah. How do you even do a Prototype remake? Basically, just go back to the first game and tweak some stuff. It's like the guy said, give it like the combat system of 2. Can't wait for Calendar Woman to show up in Guns DCU. I'm so ugly, don't look at me in the entire comment section and starts hagmaxing. It was funny because, you know, the whole thing with Jimmy Olsen in his Superman movie is he has this, like, super hot rich girl that is obsessed with him. And he just keeps thinking she's a pain in the ass. And it literally gets to a point of, like, Jimmy, are you fucking gay or something? What's wrong with you? But yeah, Roblox wanted to hand Janny duties over to the government. Ended up killing their PR by protecting pedos. Yeah. Yeah, the payment processor bastards just hit Nico Doga. We need to resurrect Billy Harrington, show him who's boss of this gym. DCU's CEO of sex. Yeah, it's because Jimmy didn't like her feet. I think Prototype 3 would have Alex trying to influence or take control of Heller. I mean, probably, because I know Prototype 2 ends with you beating Alex, and I think you fully kill him, but they could easily go with a thing of, like, so long as the virus exists, Alex will exist. Check Discord E. Yeah, Batman has a conversation with himself. Yeah, it's the Adam West clip, yeah. Yeah, Jimmy Olsen did do some pretty gay stuff in the comics. Roblox just more proof the mainstream stuff is certainly owned by a small sect of elites. Look at the timing of them finally noticing the decade-old problem. No other website. Yeah. Jimmy needs that Banshee puss. Speaking of Batman and Big O inspired by Batman, does that make Schwarzwald Joker look like Hush? Sorta. Should straight up just forget about Heller altogether and focus solely on Mercer. No one really cared about Heller even back when P2 came out. Isn't Alex just literally the virus? Yeah. I was wondering why payment processors are going after Japan so much instead of Western stuff. They didn't realize Western stuff is barely worth censoring or is already neutered. No, it's because a lot of the payment processors that are gunning after shit are in bed with different corporations that are all playing ball with China. It all comes back to Chinese-style internet. Yeah, it's a recurring gag in Superman comics that Jimmy has inexplicably great game with women. Just recently got Silver Banshee, yeah. I feel about the Absolute DC comics. Absolute Wonder Woman's the only one that I saw so far that I liked. Absolute Batman's okay, and I don't really know anything about the others. Yeah, the virus adapted his memories and basically became him, yeah. Well, he gonna do the Mexico Trilogy reviews, then please, for the love of God, take the piss out of our shitty commie leftist government for all the evil they done and kept doing. Please do. Yeah, Alex basically just the memories of the guy that the virus took over and made its personality. Yeah. What do you think about the crap happening in Texas? Which crap? Absolute Martian Manhunter is real. Show must accept. I finally got around to watching Alien Earth, and I finally get why they say Ice Age is canon. It is sad. It is sad. I still like the first 2 episodes of Alien Earth. I actually thought they were pretty good. I like the fact they established that just a single xenomorph is enough to kill an entire room full of people. It's like, that's really cool. Payment processors think they can control the uncontrollable beast, but unchecked immigration in Europe shows you shouldn't be surprised when the people you hang with won't listen, yeah. So have you gotten to play Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? It's actually pretty fun. Good continuation of the 2D NES games. If so, any thoughts? I still have not, but it does look good. Big on China, they're doing the Wukong bullshit again, having a bunch of journalists talking about China going after Jews. We're reading Punisher Max, just got the Valley Forge hype. It is a good arc. That's been the end goal of the West for a long time, to recreate the CCP internet. Same thing as them taking over our media and gaming industry through DEI. Yeah, I've said for a while, it's all just the tools. I've seen a bunch of people on the anti-woke side trying to call Alien Earth a pedo show because of the kid brain and adult robot body thing. Well, it's like, they acknowledge that's really fucked up and really should not be a thing that they are doing, you know? The entire point is they took advantage of these children who are desperate, and they're still mentally kids, and yet they're forcing them out to do, like, military operations. They're basically child soldiers. And, you know, their first operation is, yeah, go fight a xenomorph. You know, and they make constant references to Neverland and all that. You know, it's like, yeah, they're not watching the show. Yeah. Coming in later, I'm happy Cyberpunk art is finished. Can't wait to have the full comic. Not much longer. Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah. Absolutely, Jimmy Olsen's just a guy who drowns in superhuman puss. Volcana, Banshee, Supergirl, Livewire, just every Superman baddie. Man, he fucked Livewire? Isn't Livewire, like, always a bad guy? I mean, what can anyone do against Xenomorph? Skin harder than steel, very fast, practically made of razors, also acid blood. Yeah. Well, like, the second episode where they actually show you more of the actual Xenomorph rampage, like, there's a scene where Hermit, I think the guy's name is Hermit, ends up running into a dinner party where it's a bunch of, like, rich people doing, like, kind of like a... The vibe I got was kind of like French aristocracy, and I think there was some, you know, subtext there. And the Xenomorph bursts in, and he's just on the floor, and he's, like, in a daze trying to get his bearings. And you just hear people screaming, and within, like, 10 seconds, it's all quiet. And he looks up, and everyone's torn apart. Yeah, Muppedo, things people say that you immediately have them block filtered. Yeah, Livewire is fine in the animated series. Yeah, how do you fuck Livewire? She's pure electricity. Yeah, Terminator would be a nightmare for a Xenomorph. I could see it going both ways. Depends on the model of Terminator and if it's resistant to the acid. Isn't Livewire the misandrist? Honestly, that's more points towards Jimmy. You know, opposite of Daredevil, where Matt does get a lot of women, they just happen to either die or be evil. Yeah, the guy got ripped in half. Yeah, the dude who was ripped in half and, like, still crawling with his legs on the other side of the room. I read The Boys. One thing that's interesting about Homelander is how overhyped he is as a villain. If it weren't for Anthony's performance, Homelander wouldn't be as iconic as he is. Yeah. The whole point of Homelander is he's just a spoiled brat. Yeah, T-1000 could be a Xenomorph. Yeah. Absolute Jimmy Olsen gets mad game, lucky bastard. Yeah, they did do a comic of Terminator versus Aliens. Yeah, bro fucked a woman who hates men. He truly is king. And my mom's highly concerned about growing Muslim population in America and the rate of mosques being erected or her words well-founded is bullshit is blowing it up. Both are true. It is something to pay attention to because, just saying. At the same time, a lot of people saying, be scared, be scared, be scared. They want you permanently scared. Remember, like 2 years ago, there was a politician named Masako Okawara in the National Diet in the House of Representatives in Japan. He tried to ban lolly, but it caused backlash. How much does a physical copy of Cyberpop cost? $25. Yeah, the boys having a prequel of Soldier Boy. I'm sick of it. Yeah, it became the exact hoard-out, insincere, cynical bullshit the comic was directly ripping into and making fun of. Alrighty. Ginger Beach Man for $10. He sent a smiley face. And Tofu $5. Yo, man, I would recommend this Mexican movie called Amoros Perros. It's almost like Mexico's Pulp Fiction. Not sure if it's been recommended here. I think I have heard of that before, and it does sound really cool. Absolute Tintin, low dips, absolute Chudman easy. I can see Isaac being a Xenomorph with his suit on, of course. But I mean, to be fair, it's probably not that out of the wheelhouse of shit Isaac's fought before. But it makes fun of sellouts. Bitch, you are the sellout, yeah. Someone say the humming that Wendy was hearing in Alien Earth might be a reference to the Alien Queen calling its children. If that's what they're planning, I'll accept the synthetic hybrid thing. I don't know if it's so much the queen, because they've been very tight-lipped on if there is a queen. So far, it just seems like it's one that's active and then a bunch of eggs. But I definitely believe it is connected to the Xenomorph. I believe she can sense the Xenomorph. Could you kill a Xenomorph? Probably easily. How long for EVS starts A-logging? He does rip it. He doesn't like putting people putting out comics for him. Well, like I said, it's one of those things of like, motherfucker, I just like making these things. I'm tired of revisions and Boys Comic was always good. I've been saying that for a while. Yeah, I'll pay for Amoros Perros review. I think it is on the list. I don't think such thing exists, but an Alien King could be a cool visual. I think there is one. I think it's like in like one of the more obscure comic lines, but I think there is a king. Yeah, Livewire's weak to water, so Jimmy made her really wet. Yeah, look what happened to England. That may as well be the UAE. Yeah. Boys saw about season 2. I'll never not point out how they subtextually called you a Nazi if you found corporate pandering lame. Well, more than that, like the actual fucking Nazi character they had, they watered her down so much compared to the comic. Yeah, Alien King exists and he's mean. Yeah, they're Alien King or some variant like that in the comics, yeah. How long is this list? It's pretty long. I always have something to do. Yeah, King Xenomorph is a dumb brute who gets completely folded by the queens anymore. To be fair, that is kind of fitting considering that they're based off, like, you know, insect colonies, and the queen's usually the one calling the shots in an insect colony. Have you seen Voice of the Void yet? Would you be interested in playing it with Shota? I have not. The only thing I dislike about the boys comic is MM and the others getting killed off at the end. I'm okay with it just because it does give a finality of, alright, this is wrapping up, it's ending. Yeah, while their Nazi villain, the boy show, had to be Lawrence Southern, yeah. Ever consider watching any Golden Age Mexican cinema? Some of those are the best movies come out of Mexico. What is considered their Golden Age? I don't know a lot about Mexican cinema. That's one of the reasons I do want to do this little trilogy, to kind of get some suggestions from people. Just wasn't aware of how fast the Muslim shit's growing over here in America. No one's really talking about it, at least not in my vicinity, other than my mom. People are talking about it. They've been talking about it for like over 15 years. That's what I'm saying. It's an issue, but people also want you fucking terrified. Yeah, King exists. It was engineered and the Queen killed it. Yeah. Yeah, oh shit, Golden Age is like old. Yeah, I'm like PewDiePie without the Nazi stuff. Still the worst line ever, yeah. Yeah, wasn't the Nazi originally a dude in the comics? Yeah, Stormfront. He was an actual soldier for the SS they experimented on. Yeah, boys comic revisionism got so crazy. The guy who started the train said the comic was better, yeah. I was referring to the gerrymandering bill that caused state Dems to flee the state. Oh, yeah, that. I know what's going on. I don't really pay attention to it. It was a sudden burst of Arabs moving to my neck of Texas right after the fall of Kabul. Like I said, something to pay attention to and keep an eye on in case crime rates inexplicably start shooting up. But it's also one of those where, you know, politics now is everyone has to devolve into their own little tribe and try to kill each other. Yeah, it's concerning, but you shouldn't be scared of that fact. Just be aware of it. Yeah. And the only complaint for the boys comics is the Ireland arc, which is just Huey bitching. Yeah. Yeah, he was a Hitler Youth and he jerked off the Holocaust documentaries. Yeah. It's not just the Muslims. The Indians can be just bad. Like that psychopath who killed 3 people in Florida doing an illegal U-turn on the highway and couldn't give a shit. Yeah. Like I said, be aware of it and be willing to go, like, why are we letting this happen? You know, are we literally letting these people live by a different rule set just because they're heckin' immigrants? But, you know, there is a power in being aware of when a legitimate concern is being warped into be something you never wanted it to be. Yeah, Isaac survived having his mind being fucked with by Eldritch Horrors, even told it to go fuck itself, so Xenomorphs won't be that much of an issue. It depends on how much of Xenomorph canon he's dealing with. My mom said that Muslim Brotherhood is paying politicians off to keep them around. The place she listed were all blue cities and states. Florida apparently has a lot too. That, like I said, is one of those of be objective and be like, all right, you got to know if that's happening. You can't just say it. You got to know it. Like I said, this is the shit where it's made to make you feel miserable and like you're powerless. So the whole idea is like, all right, I know this is happening. I know this is an issue, but I'm not going to let it, you know, have me board up my house and be terrified of walking outside. Reminds me of all the black fatigue videos that kept popping on my Twitter feed not too long ago. Yeah. Yeah, it's keeping ear to the ground. Yeah. And when interested, I watched the Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball on mushrooms. It was insanely fun. The animation was way more fluid and unhinged. Even felt like Ren and Stimpy at times. My absolute favorite conspiracy theory exercise is the one who benefits game. I always ask it while looking at the finer details like illegal immigration, corrupt business owners. Yeah. Pop the Xeno on the nose of a rolled up newspaper and gets an attitude and give it belly rubs and it's good. There you go. There you go. That way it won't kill you. You're only powerless. You have your lungs, arms, and a fucking dream. You're already doing better than post politicians. Yeah. You know, it's one of those where it basically just amounts to like, no, they don't get to live by a different rule set just because they come here and they're a heckin' immigrant. You know, they're a human being. They understand the ins and outs of what is socially acceptable. So when they do something fucked up and clearly show they don't care, that's not because their culture is different. It's because they're a fucked up sociopath. treat them like a fucked up sociopath. Double berserk. You know, shipping day, moving out of my parents' place soon. As stated, all the final details will be finalized once the lettering is done, which will be in the next few days. I guess that kind of depends on when you're moving, because if you want, you can still keep it at your parents' place if that's what you have listed, and you can just have them drop it off, or you can go pick it up, or have it placed closer to where you're going, like at the at like the post office, something like that. Concept Noble Savage ruins so many lives in ways nobody ever thought. Theoretically, what the fuck would the elites get from total control of the population? Like, they already have everything they'd want. Why do they care if I crank my shit or not? It's just control for the sake of control. Just say they can do it. And grown adults are grown adults. They can't help but act like rabid dogs. Put them down one. Yeah. Did you catch up a pan stalking? No, but I plan to this weekend. Ironic how characters like Khan and Apu are the most positive immigrant representation in media, yet they're somehow racist. How about me? I don't technically have a mailbox. As stated, you can, like, depending on what address you have posted or something like that, you can set it to be like your post office or something like that. You can put special instructions for delivery. Ever talked to Micah about it being possible to combo cover C with a shirt? Oh, it should be possible, yeah. When you go to order the shirt and comic combo, it'll either give you a little window to select which cover you want, or you can make a note in the order of which cover you want. Yeah, power will never be sated by some people, yeah. Because Xenomorph or Scooby Snack will be my friend. What are your thoughts on the Avatar movies? I never really gave a shit about them. They look pretty, but I never gave a shit. Correct, Lollybon. They're treat control like new drugs in high score because monies just don't get the same high, yeah. Would you want absolute Robin to be jacked or still have a lean build? Jack to be funny? I would say lean. Contrast with a Batman who's like fucking huge. An Australian species of wasp called the tarantula hawk wasp would breed similar to a xenomorph. Yeah, that's partly what gave it the inspiration. The parasitic birth. Where I specified, also order the t-shirts when I was a lot bigger. As stated, that's something where you have to figure it out, because we don't really know. Because I assume when you said, where do I specify it, you're talking like where it's supposed to go. In terms of like how do you specify it on the order, it should be a ticket you can put in an Indiegogo for the campaign. You can thank Cody of Alternate History Hub for everything wrong with the mindset towards the boys comic. Mom's been addicted to Twitter ever since the lockdown, despite knowing it's bad for her and exactly why, so that probably says something. Well, you know, it's like I said, it's one of those things of it's easier to slip into that mindset than you think. That's why you acknowledge that's the mindset you're getting into and you rip yourself out of it. Benson, dude, most man's gay. Benson, sissy baka. I gripes with the boys comic, not fan Garth Ennis, but I don't get how people think the show is better. It's safe edgy. That's literally it. Yeah, best thing to do is pay the fee to get all your mail redirected to your new place. Yeah, Jack Black would be pretty good as Barry from Alan Wake. Maybe. As long as Jack Black shaves that stupid beard, maybe he can play Soap. Have you seen the second Happy Gilmore? No, that's one that I also have not seen yet. At least I'm pretty sure I haven't seen it. I genuinely don't remember. If I did see it and I don't remember, I think that says worse about the movie. To be fair, Pointless Hub Guy changes the Boys Comic Sucks thumbnail from the show is better to the show was better. Even then, the show was never better. You know? Essentially, ambushes, paralyzed, and injects eggs into a tarantula. The larva then devours the tarantula from the inside for erupting from its body. Yeah, stay. That was the inspiration behind how the xenomorph breeds. Hey, clapping bussy, but you're also grooming my employees. I was leaning towards that everything sucks, we're all going to die mindset when I was still on KF. I left a few years ago because of it, among other things. Like I said, you got to rip it out. No one will pull you out of the mindset but you. And everyone will demand you get back into the mindset because, no, it's super important. You got to care. And it's like, you got to prioritize yourself. And we're going to be like Gun Superman, reject your evil culture and integrate. Well, it's not even a matter of evil culture, because every culture on paper is ideal or evil, depending on who you ask. It's the fact that the guys coming over that are causing all the crime and causing all the issues, they don't give a fuck. They're fully aware what they're doing is wrong. They're fully aware what they're doing is fucked up and not acceptable. They don't care. You know? That is the thing I've said over and over again. The worst mistake you can ever do is assume they're dumber than you. They are not dumber. They just don't like you. You think the show wasn't that bad, then you and Show were exaggerating, and I actually watched it. Yeah. Kiwi Farms ruined my ability to enjoy Doom Wads for a bit. There were a lot of trannies in that scene. I think HR Giga was freaky. I mean, his art did have a lot of sexual subtext. You're wrong, I was blaming little women and Jews for all my problems the only way. Which show version of Huey was like the comic? He was supposed to be a complete loser, becomes a hero even if he doesn't look anything like a comic hero. Yeah. The sad part is I like the guy who plays him. The guy who plays him is a great actor, but it's like, that's not the same character. I always assume they're just evil other than stupid. Yeah. And there's a bunch of immigrants that just want to live in peace, but they get fucked over by all the insane sadistic assholes that come with them. Yeah. Well, I've been of the belief for a bit that all the good immigrants are already here. They are already here. They've been here for a while. All we're getting now are the guys that basically see it as a cheap payday. I like the James Cameron take on the Xenomorphs when they're like Xenomorphs, where they're like ants and there was a queen. Yeah. You can watch Gachi Yakuta on your own time. You're gonna watch it on Anime Night. Last Anime Night's kind of confirmed to us of like, all right, I don't think we're ever getting to Gachi Yakuta, so I'm just gonna have to start on my own time. Yeah, I wish they kept Huey Scottish. Agreed. Yeah, Novocaine was okay. Did a good job. Yeah. Why are the gropers throwing Newsom for president? Because they're a controlled opposition op trying to redirect and subvert the new right wing. And when it inevitably fails, they'll double back and go, well, we never actually did that. And it's like, yeah, you fucking did. Like I said, politics has just gotten retarded. It is just a retarded hobby for retarded people now to feel important. You know, you have faith in any political figure, they fuck you over or they screw up at the worst possible time and show they can't be trusted. You care about an issue, it'll be taken and raped and subverted into a money printer. You know, you want to get involved in a circle that seems politically active, and all they want to do is, once again, rape the issue and turn it into a money printer and feel important by making like 5 Facebook posts a day about it. It gets to a point of like, if no one wants to fucking stop the train from crashing, I'll just take a seat and watch it. And your bros watch Easy Guy. I saw Vending Machine Easy Guy. Got a second season. We very much try to avoid Isekai as best as possible. And people seriously over-exaggerate how hard legal immigration is. My parents did in a year. My brother's wife got a residentship and less than that. Scary thought, Xenomorph Dragon. Weren't the Cazadors from Fallout New Vegas inspired by the Tarantula Hawk? Yeah. I wish it's Europe that stands for their flag slowly pans to a EU flag that slowly becomes more of a red banner with a faded white circle. Throwing Newsom? Wow, they must be really desperate for payday, yeah. Yeah, Razor hates the Xenos being bugs. To be fair, he's more of a fan of the original movie where it's this unknowable space horror. You had no idea how the Xenomorph worked. And I get that, you know. There are a lot of people that prefer not knowing what the Xenomorph was, and as the franchise went on, you definitely learned the hard way of like, man, giving more answers to this is fucking stupid. It's not coincidence Nick and his lackey start shilling Newsom at the exact same time that DNC is invested in building his image leading up to the 28 campaign. Yeah. Like, we're letting people in the Viet Cong immigrate into America for the past few years, even after rescuing everyone from South Vietnam. Every few years, we see them attack South Vietnamese immigrants. Yeah. Watch Konosuba on Anime Night? Oh, yeah. Konosuba's great. And what's Loser Ranger anime? It was pretty good. Reminded me of Venture Bros. Oh, yeah. Loser Ranger is great. There's also the massive hatred of James Cameron believes everything wrong with the Alien franchise starts with aliens. Well, like I said, that's actually a common belief among Alien fans. There are people who like the original movie, and then there's people who like Aliens. And very, very rarely is there a lot of overlap. Like, that's actually one of his more reasonable takes. You know which Alien had Tuco Salamanca? And I think it was the third. It was either the third or Resurrection. It might have been Resurrection. I think I remember him being one of the mercenaries. Suggestion on preventing boredom? Funny enough, you just gotta find something to do. It actually, unironically, is harder than it sounds, trying to find something to do. What's better to use, Sopranos or The Wire? That's hard. I think I'll go with Sopranos. Sopranos is more consistently good, while The Wire could get rocky. Hank, you're a soy boy, Cotton Hill, yeah. In front of me, the fans of The Boy Show only defense from criticism and tear down the comics. Like, I swear to you, if you take away the comics, they get nothing, yeah. Yeah, voice actor for James Heller was one of the Alien sequels. Yeah, the Eighth Doctor, Paul McGinn was in Alien 3, yeah. Who the fuck is Gavin Newsom? Dude from California. Yeah, Game Rights, this is fucking stupid, many such cases, yeah. Okay, any history YouTubers? I watched a few, like Fat Electrician, I watch him. Count Dankula when he does some videos, I like those. You know, stuff like that. Recently watched the new Jurassic World movie, it was bland and nothing. That's what I heard across the board. It is the most this exists movie. Yeah, politics is a waste of time for people that feel like they're making a change. Politicians want you dead but pretend to care. Sadly, my governor, I hate him, yeah. Yeah, dude from California is the best explanation you can give. Does Cleo count? I would count Cleo, yeah. Yeah, wasn't Count Dankula complaining about Western imperialism? Yeah, in his Hawaii video. That's where I described it as like the Haley Smith rant, where he's like, yeah, American media completely destroyed Hawaiian culture, and it's like, it's a bit more complicated than that. I'm going to watch Primal Wars, Jurassic Park in Vietnam. I want to see how it comes out first. Yeah, there was one scene involving a raft and T-Rex that was cool in a superficial way. Yeah. Do you want to bet if the Dems win next election, they will cook out hard and try to reopen the border and pay deport immigrants? Because, sorry. Oh, yeah. They don't do it because they cuck out. They do it because they're in bed with cartels and they receive money from cartels. That is explicitly why they do it. You know, like I said, they don't make these decisions because they believe in an ideological sense. You know, they pretend to believe it because, oh, we're so fucking humanitarian. They do it because they get paid. You know, there is a financial motivation behind it. New Jurassic World's most of this exists in the bad way because you can tell no one cared. We've gone from dinosaurs to Godzilla monsters, the random change size between cuts, yeah. And politics follow the money, yeah. See, Eddington? I have not, but I heard it's good. You work on hobbies when you're living in a house with people who are loud and earmuffs aren't sufficient? Basically just gotta make the time. I just discovered the cartel immigrant thing. Are you talking about like how cartels are involved with human trafficking? Watch cartel documentaries. Anyone watch any more of Alien Earth? I'm completely caught up. I'm waiting on I'm waiting on the next episode. I still like Alien Earth a lot. You know? To me, it is probably the best marriage you could get of Aliens and Alien. Plan on seeing Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey next year. I'm gonna give it a shot. I like the Odyssey story. Jurassic Park's losing its soul. Compare that to 1993 and Michael Crichton, when it was about warning about scientific progress for humans to go as a cautionary tale about science. Yeah. Okay. All right, and I forgot. This is the one that gets fighty. There we go. Hey, Odysseus, let me ask you something. Honestly, best story if I just want to go home. Also, I feel vindicated in saying that whenever I see Scarlett Johansson in a movie, I know it's bad by default. Yeah, world's fucking phonies. Focus on what matters. Don't become Holden Caulfield. Yeah. How long is Loser Rangers? It's a few hundred chapters. Alright, yeah, we gotta go in through here. What's to do with illegal immigrant defenders, misguided activism, glow-ups, or plain stupidity? All three. Depends on what level you're talking about. If you're talking about, like, the average Joe on Facebook going, no, let them all in, that's stupidity. If you're talking about the NGO that facilitates bringing them in, that's dirty money. And if you're talking about government policy that actively helps illegal immigration, that is glow-ups. Like I said, if you want the answer to modern politics, true crime. True crime is the best descriptor behind how modern politics work. Watch shit about cartels, watch shit about the mafia, watch shit about how organized crime operates. You understand how politics operate. Never seen Ergo Proxy, finished it. I knew I needed a 2-hour video essay on why I just watched. Yeah, Ergo Proxy is good. Dream Titles and Captain Bosch starts after the minigame. It's a fun little bit though. It's a fun little bit. All right, yeah. And, let's get to 190. Maybe we can get dates. And basically legalized pyramid scheme. Yep. I'm starting to think, lose my patience with these people. Well, like I said, it's one of those of you just kind of get you eventually just reach that point of forget about Jack. It's Chinatown, where it's like, fuck it. Why am I even wasting my energy on this? You know, it's like after the 100th, no, we got to stand together to solve this issue, and then the issue's still not solved after 5 fucking years. It's like, you know what, man? Maybe nobody wants to fucking fix it. Maybe we just like it. You know, man, maybe we just like the world being this way. Makes us feel special. I'm the captain now. Yeah, many big shot criminals were in bed with politicians. Reminder, when they were interrogating, what was it, El Chapo? And he was giving testimony, they had to lock the door because he was naming different politicians that he was in bed with. American politicians. Yeah, new JoJo chapter, hell yeah. Thoughts on Feral Historian? I saw one of his videos, he's not bad. Yeah, Operation Fast and Furious, all you need to know, yeah. Fast running animation in this game is funny to me. It's like watching a Speedo video. It literally is. I put it on fast forward. Fast forward makes everything go faster. So movement, combat, everything. I don't like it. I want High Trust Society back. I recommend Aliens Fireteam Elite. If so, is it playable offline? It is playable offline, but you're gonna want friends with it. When you play with friends, it's apparently pretty good, but it's one of those things. Good evening, Tall and Chat. Having your Final Fantasy kind of odd. It's your 12th one, though. Yeah. Yale's doing it yearly. Leo Frank was innocent. Just ignore all evidence says otherwise. Yeah. Let me know if you heard this quote. Democracy is the power of the people, but the people are retarded. Yeah, I've heard it before. Another history YouTuber for you. His name is History Rebels. British YouTubers covering the American Revolution. Oh, that's pretty cool. You know, you never really hear about it too much from the British perspective. You like more sci-fi or fantasy? I do like both quite a lot, but I definitely think I lean more on fantasy. I actually read the Odyssey for watching before. I actually watching Christopher Nolan movie. I think Lumi's also doing it. You mean you read the Odyssey before the new films coming out to kind of prep for it? Dark Descent single player, but Xenomorph cheats, and I feel like the game will fuck you over. Well, he talked about Fireteam Elite, not Dark Descent. Fireteam Elite was the Left 4 Dead clone. 2 people who took the COVID vaccine have something called cancer AIDS or something similar, like the woman who gives birth to a baby and baby's got vax juice, some shit. There are side effects in regards to the COVID vaccine, but a lot of what you hear is going to be very exaggerated, because once again, that's one of those cases where there was a very legitimate issue and people were trying to talk about a legitimate issue, and then out of nowhere you had some guy who barged in, made it about himself, and started screaming about cancer AIDS. It's like, how convenient this keeps happening over and over and over again. Is Dark Descent also any good? Dark Descent, I would say it is fun. It is pretty good. From what I understand, it's actually kind of a close representation of what playing the Aliens RPG is like, the actual tabletop. But I never played the tabletop, so I have no idea. I kind of played it more as, like, sort of kind of XCOM. Sci-fi, I like seeing crazy future technologies people come up with. To be fair, cyberpunk shit is really cool. Best alien games? Obvious answer is AVP Original, AVP 2, Alien Isolation. Fuck. Dark Descent is probably up there as like one of the better ones now. Yeah, AVP arcade game by Capcom. I always forget about that. Yeah, they actually made a brawler. Reminds me of the PS2 dot hack games. I wouldn't play those. I'm weird with sci-fi. I like it as feature Earth politics. To be fair, like, there can be some pretty good ones that delve into that. The Expanse has some pretty cool world building. And don't forget the DS Metroidvania alien game. Yeah. AVP 2011. Yeah, AVP 2011 is pretty good. The only issue with 2011 is none of the campaigns are long enough. Meanwhile, you compare them to, like, the old AVP games, and fucking each campaign could be their own game with the amount of depth they get. Obviously, some better than others. Like, I think the Alien campaign kind of peaks with the first act, and as it goes on, it gets a little bit like, yeah, go here, kill everything, and then, you know, move on. Yeah. But stuff like the Predator campaign's really cool. The Marine campaign is probably some of the best. Yeah, I think AVP 2's Marine campaign is still probably the best Marine gameplay you're ever going to get. Yeah, AVP 2011 also suffers from recycled map syndrome. Yeah, you're literally going to the same place in each campaign. Not to mention, in AVP 3, compared to the previous games, the separate campaigns aren't that connected. Yeah, there's not a lot of overlap. Meanwhile, you know, like AVP 2, the intro of the game with the Marine where you're freaking out and getting attacked by Predator, that's referenced in the Predator campaign. The Alien campaign explains how the entire colony fell in the first place. You know, stuff like that. Worst Alien game, Colonial Marines. That's the easy one. It was so hilariously bad. There was no LJN shitty Alien 3 game for the NES, NES, and Game Boy yet. I remember everyone was saying AVP 2011 was a shitty COD ripoff. It's really not. I think if the campaign was longer and the second half of the Marine campaign didn't devolve into shooting androids, it could have been probably the peak of Alien games. Because, like, fighting the Xenomorph as the Marines is, like, really fucking fun. The way the aliens move, how they react to you shooting them, the different, like, you know, things involved, like your kit and different sequences. There was a lot of, like, really cool elements in the Marine campaign. Yeah, Alien, Predator, and Marines, the timeline AVP 2. Yeah. Yeah, the Marines basically there for cleanup. Yeah, Colonial Marines was really shitty, yeah. They use android mercenaries in the world aliens. AVP 2011 did, because that was kind of like your endgame faction where, oh, now the enemy shoot back. It's like, oh, this game significantly feels worse now. In terms of actual movie mythos, the androids are always like subterfuge officers. So they're sent to infiltrate and then fuck everything up. What are your thoughts on Neon God Part 1 and 2 by Wasp? I like the album a lot, because it is meant to be like one big album. You know, that's something that Blocky even outright said. I like it a lot, but I prefer... Yeah, I kind of prefer the Crimson Idol. Yeah, wasn't Colonial Marines rushed? There was a lot of sleazy shit that happened with Colonial Marines, where basically, they put out a completely false demo where it was so blatantly not what you were getting that it literally led to a fucking new rule for game companies that if they show something off that's like you know, a reveal, it has to actually match what the game is going to be. During One Piece, what do you think of Mihawk? Mihawk was pretty cool. Mihawk's pretty cool, but not gonna lie, I think I like more of like the God, I can't fucking name the sagas for the life of me. But I like the like chapters 300 to 350 where like the actual crew's breaking apart and, like, Nico leaves, Usopp leaves. Like the fight Usopp and Luffy have is actually like one of my favorites. Because Usopp knows how to fight Luffy. So he actually is able to like get him on the ropes more than once. Yeah, Water 7, yeah. I liked Water 7. Water 7 was actually like, shit, this is actually getting kind of fucking cool. When you see not an engine footage at the bottom of the trailer, that's Randy's Colonial Marines fault. Yeah. Watch any of the significant moments from One Piece in the anime? No, I've never actually watched the anime. I'm purely reading the manga. I actually don't mind fighting the androids in AVP 2011. I would have liked more of a mix. Like, the androids can start a fight, then the xenomorphs get alerted and they come after you. So now you have to balance the androids and the aliens. That would have been cool. And I think there is a sequence or two like that. Yeah, you'll like Whole Cake. That's what I keep hearing. I keep hearing Whole Cake's good. Fuck. Oh, God. I'm trying to... Like I said, I'm terrible with the fucking names of the sagas. Because I can never know when they actually start. But, because I'm like chapter 610. I've been about 610 for like a week now. But I hear that's like right before shit gets really good. It's like right before Wano. And everyone really likes Wano. Colonial Marines outsourced to struggling game companies to Gearbox using the money Sega gave them to work on Borderlands 2, yeah. Yeah, Paramount War is good, yeah. Didn't Matt do some good videos on why Colonial Marines and Alien 3 turned out the way they did? Yeah. Okay, think we still need to grind just a little bit. Because that's mainly what we're doing right now. We're just trying to beef ourselves up. Yeah, Wano went on too long. Yeah, but having them keep fighting each other, not gang up on the player. Yeah, like, I can understand from a lore perspective why a xenomorph would ignore a synthetic, but if a synthetic's actively shooting and showing itself to be a combatant, it'd fuck it up, it'd kill it. That's what happened to Bishop at the end of Aliens. The Queen went out of its way to murder Bishop. Have you seen Clockwork Plank? The main character ends up with a 1,000-year-old clockwork cyborg that towers over him. I have not. Did you just get to Water 7? No, like I said, I'm on chapter like 610. I was saying that Water 7's probably my favorite so far. Because I like a lot of what Water 7 did. You know, like I said, the whole thing of like, oh, now the crew's breaking up. You can't repair the ship. You know, it's like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. Who's your favorite Straw Hat? I'm torn between Nico or Sanji. Nico, I like her as kind of like the, basically like the actual only grown adult of the crew, where usually she's the one that's like, all right, you fucking morons, we're gonna do this. And Sanji, just because he's fucking hilarious. I love Sanji. Have you checked her summon yet? Which one? You talking about? Yeah, the stab was enough. She tore Bishop in half for the hell of it. Yeah, she was pissed. Damn, no Zoro love? I like Zoro, but Zoro works best when he's with somebody. He's not really that good on his own. But if he has someone to bounce off of, he's great. Yeah, Queen takes Bishop's my favorite Easter egg, yeah. Do you think Still Not Black Enough and Eldorado are most underrated albums? Still Not Black Enough, definitely, because like Skinwalker alone makes Still Not Black Enough worth it to me. Eldorado is very good for more of that like party rock vibe. I just love Yamato. Yamato's good. Now the manga called her summon. Oh yeah, I've not seen that yet. Yeah, she's a grown woman, but also a little retarded like Luffy. Yeah. Yeah, Zoro Sanji comedy duo is a lot of dumb fun. Yeah, that's why I say that's why I say Zoro works best when he's with somebody, because like when he's able to bounce off Sanji, it's like some of the best shit. Like when they were doing the pirate game and Zoro and Sanji had to fight a dude together, like that was fucking great. Yeah, Scared of Death's my favorite on Still Not Black Enough. That one's pretty good. Okay, what status are we at? Oh, we could buy some. Still Not Black Enough is good. Too bad it's out of print. Yeah. Alien Isolation and Xeno momentarily confused about working Joes for moving on, but there are dead Joes so at the station that are clearly killed by Xeno, indicating it will kill them. Yeah. I think it's basically a matter of will it get in the way? Because if it will get in the way, it'll 100% fuck it up. But if it's just kind of like going about its day and the Xenomorph can easily get past it, it's mainly just kind of curious. Where it's like, what the hell is that? Giant woman Nico. Favorite One Piece girl, still finding weird. Shoto wants to stick his dick in Madame Charlie. I still haven't, because I think Yamato shows up a bit later. She's like chapter, let me check. Eh. Yeah, she's like fucking chapter 971, so I'm a while away from Yamato. So right now, Nico Robin still holds the throne. I like Nico a lot. She's great. Yeah, Skinwalker, somebody to love and still not black enough is so good. Oh, yeah. Only bad arc is probably Punk Hazard, but it'll start setting up a lot of pieces for free, future One Piece, Dressrosa, Whole Cake, Wano, or All Peak. That's what I hear. Basically, Punk Hazard's kind of the filter. If you can get past Punk Hazard, you're in for, like, the good shit of One Piece. Why'd they take away Robin's tan? I like the remaster of Crimson Idol re-idolized. It's not bad. I think they re-record a song or two, and personally, I think they still sound pretty good. Eh. I'm curious, how do you think they should introduce Xenomorph King? Well, Xenomorph King was, some people in chat explained it. Xenomorph King was basically a mutant created by genetic engineering. So it'd have to be like this fucked up mutant, like partial xenomorph, but it's clearly not even recognizable as a xenomorph type deal. Usopp or Sniper King? I like Usopp. You know, there's just kind of like a fun aspect to Usopp that I really like. Talk about the Black Synthetic and Romulus was made for physical labor. What do they mean by this? Yeah, Yamato appears in Wano, so a long time away, and Yamato doesn't officially say she's going to join Luffy's crew. There are many characters that are friends, allies with the Straw Hats, but in other crews. Yeah. That's an Alien vs. Predator game. Which one? There are a few. Because I really like the classic ones. AVP 1, AVP 2, AVP 2011. I like all three. Even if AVP 2011 is probably the worst one. No, Sniper Guy is peak. Fucking hate when people talk about Sniper King like it's not fucking Usopp. Of the One Piece Sniper Island, and we can get to see Sniper King again. Favorite character from The Wire? I really love McNulty. I kind of like that character where he'll do anything he possibly can just to get this one fucking goal done. I like that. What devil fruit you want to have out of all the ones you've seen so far? Not gonna lie, practicality? Luffy's is probably the most useful. Because it's just being Mr. Fantastic. So it's like, there's a lot of just like day-to-day stuff you could do with that, where it's like, man, that could actually come in like really handy. Ever played the AVP RTS play at a friend's place as a kid? Oh, that was the one that Mandalore covered, right? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I never played it. And people think Soge King is Usopp. That's ridiculous. Soge King is like a kajillion times better than Usopp. Yeah, Kizaru's is really cool. Yeah, Flame Flames is pretty useful. Flame Flame's kind of useful. I know you had Freeze Freeze, which is just the opposite. It's just ice. Fuck. What was the one? You know what? Slow could also be pretty useful. Where you can emit those fucking particles that just slow down everything in a general area. That could also be pretty useful. Yeah, Luffy's fruit's useful in day-to-day life. Are you perhaps thinking in the bedroom? God, Animal's fruit's great. Yamato, you mean the Troon? She's totes a Troon. Just ignore the official artwork and character cards saying otherwise. Yeah. I love when fans react to that. It's like, Yamato's not trans. She's just schizophrenic. Yeah, fish fit fruit that Kaido has. It does a lot more with the power than Mr. Fantastic, though. Oh, yeah. It helps that Luffy just kind of, like, all around is kind of creative. Like, he knows how to use that power. You know, it's one of the reasons I kind of like Luffy as a protagonist, because he does the thing I really like in JoJo, where a character can have a very simple power, but they're able to use it to really, really out there kind of means because they just thought of it. They have gold fruit too. That is true. Well, I was gonna hate Yamato's devil fruit. Not gonna spoil why, but just know that she's hairy down there. Worst devil fruit so far? God, what was the one dude had? It was like, I think it was like if anything touched him, it would pass straight through. Because I didn't really like that fight. It kind of just felt like a little boring. Well, you assume Lolly's even capacity to use the gum fruit in bedroom. Punk Hazard is good. I've never heard people say that about the manga. Punk Hazard is the filter in the anime because that's where the pacing starts to get really bad. Yeah, isn't there a jacket devil fruit that turns into a jacket? I'm surprised Sega did not file a lawsuit against Randy. They tried. Like, that's not even a joke. They tried. The only reason they couldn't is because Randy did officially make the game. So I'll fix to like the movie a lot. I have not, but I do hear it's funny if you like Ren and Stimpy. And I like Ren and Stimpy. That's partially one of the reasons I wanted to grind a little bit, because if you can beat this door, if I remember right, it gives you something pretty useful. But I don't think we're beating the door. Yep, bail. What stand would you want? I like Harvest. Harvest would be one of those of like, goddamn, that could be really useful. Anime had the same problem the Naruto anime had. They made filler arcs for whenever the manga went on breaks. Yeah. Boy Law's gonna have a new hated devil fruit come dress Rosa. Chat, you know the one, don't spoil it because funny. I'm gonna sleep through all that. Vaughn had the sleep status effect. I think about restricting the ability of 80% of the nation from voting. That'd be a terrible idea. Ren Stimpy had many innuendo jokes that went over your head as a kid. Yeah. Take the Brooks Devil Fruit that brings you back to life. That's also pretty useful. Fuck. God. I know Blackbeard's power is kind of useful, but I don't like. I genuinely can't remember if Blackbeard's power even came from a Devil Fruit or just because he has that other combat system that they still haven't talked about yet in the chapters. Or at least are just starting to talk about. That's on Smoker. Smoker was pretty cool. Devil Fruit, so it was Devil Fruit, yeah. Yeah, Hockey, yeah. Because, like, God, there's, like, fucking... From what I understand, like, later on in One Piece, when you get to the more modern stuff, there's, like, 4 or 5 different combat systems all at once. Because you have Devil Fruit, you have Hockey. From what I understand, Gears are, like, a separate system. So it's like, how many fucking combat systems are in this setting? Yeah, Darkness Devil Fruit. Okay, so yeah, it is a Devil Fruit. Yeah, they start fusing systems. Oh god, Hunter x Hunter flashbacks. I like Smoker, but doesn't get basically any screen time out of Dressrosa. Yeah, Smoker's biggest issue is that the scope of the story became bigger than him and he got left behind. Yeah, Gears is only for you, Luffy. Holy shit. Yeah, One Piece nowadays is basically all about hockey. Favorite Marine? I'm still not at the part where, like, the Marines really get a lot of fleshing out. It's mainly just been the pirates, but, I like Kobe. You know, I like the little boy. He's like, I'm going to become a Marine, you know, because it's like, hell yeah, kid, go do it. Actual, like, well, fuck you up Marines. Some of the guys that showed up in Water 7 are pretty cool. The ones that were like, hey, we're here to, you know, get Nico. And there was a guy, like, an arc or two before that I really liked that I'm blanking on. Yeah, Garp or Kizaru. Yeah, Gears the Luffy thing is about it's his transformations. Oh, okay. Spoiling it, Dressrosa introduced the short fruit, the fruit that makes all women in a 100-foot radius 5'2". It's a weirdly specific power. That is weirdly specific. Fujitora is dope. You'll like him when you get to him. Most having people who think restricting most of the nation's population from voting is a good idea. Clearly they haven't read One Piece where I had an arc about why that's a bad thing. The ice guy? Yeah, it was the ice guy. Because I actually really liked that fight. It was like, oh, fuck, this guy's, like, whooping their ass. CP9 and Okiji's who you're thinking of. I like Tashigi, the sword girl marine with a smoker. She's hot. So it'll be reduced by 7 inches. Is tall girl in anime still a tall girl if everyone else is below average height for whatever reason? I think it's cheating. I think a Popeye crossover with One Piece would work. Probably pretty well, because wasn't one of the inspiration behind One Piece Popeye? Yeah, Ice Guy is Kuzan Okiji. Yeah, he was cool. Because he was the guy they fight at the end of Long Long Island. Like, he actually had, like... I really like that scene where as soon as he used his power and just fucking froze everybody, they all realized, oh shit, this guy whoops our ass. One story One Piece could be explained by Alex Jones. Okiji in the anime is voiced by Dio. Yeah, Luffy's kind of like Popeye. Fujitora is just Zatoichi, the blind swordsman. Let me put it to you this way about hockey. Later on, when you get into the big leagues, Conqueror's hockey will become common, and people are going to get real creative with the armament. It is, and that's why I would like to see a crossover. One Piece style take influence by Looney Tunes. It takes influence from a lot of like older style cartoons. That's one of the reasons the visual style is the way it is. Hell, I know what Luffy's Gear 4 is, where he does like the whole literal Bugs Bunny transformation. And he just becomes like an actual fucking cartoon. I'm asking a lot, but if you could have any Devil Fruit power, what would you like to have? Like I said, I think Luffy's probably the most useful. Get a chance to play a RoboCop expansion yet? I did. It is actually pretty damn good. I like it so far. And you get a nice little fan service moment where you get to play as Alex before he became RoboCop. That was really cool. Yeah, that's Gear 5. Okay, yeah. He doesn't know what Gear 4 is. I'm before any of the gears. I'm still like chapter 600. 610 around then. Like I'm before Wano. Fujitora kicks Straw Hat's ass and then says Nami has fat tits. I apologize, Mr. Marine. I didn't respect your game. Also, another thing about hockey is that's more or less determination, willpower. It's like, how hard are you going to fight for what you want? If you lose willpower, you dead. Yeah. Yeah, 600. Yeah. Like I said, it helps that the pages are pretty short. So I've been able to speed through it pretty well. Yeah, Gear 2 and 3 were Enna's Lobby. Yeah, you haven't even made it to Gear 2. Yeah, no, I'm still not there yet. Yeah. You're at Fishman Island. You're a long way from Wano. Yeah, exactly. All the women in One Piece are built like olive oil if she had massive tits. No, you might not care, but the meeting with Zelensky in the EU went very well. Also, my whole time at beginning a drone factory for the army. Not spoiling major things. Hockey's just not generally explained as very confusing. Oh yeah, like I know bits and pieces of the later stuff. Like I said, I know who Yamato is. I know Wano's really good. I know about Gear 5. So there's stuff I'm already aware of going in. Does the Gum Gum Fruit keep Luffy from aging? No, he gets older after the time skip. He's like noticeably older. That's where Zoro uses armament hockey to sound himself. I find Luffy's Gum Gum Fruit's considered a weak devil fruit by the One Piece universe canon. Gear 2 is the steam coming out of his body. Gear 3 is when Luffy makes his limbs giant. You've seen those already. Oh, okay. So it's one of those of, I've seen it, they just haven't explained it yet. Yeah, Gear's just Luffy using his rubber power on different body systems. 2 is circulatory, 3 skeletal, 4 muscular, 5 is something else tied to devil fruit, but that's spoilers. How old Luffy now? He's like fucking... Post time skip, I think he's like 17. Doesn't show like Perona, the ghost girl. He does. Hockey isn't confusing, but Oda does the good thing of telling you what you need to know when you need it, unlike Hunter x Hunter with full pages of text. Yeah. Yeah, they did explain it in his lobby, just forgot. I don't remember them specifically calling it Gears. post time skip, he's like 19, yeah. Downside Luffy's Devil Fruit is he can't swim, yeah. Well, to be fair, that's the thing with like all Devil Fruit. You can't swim anymore. Unless you eat a Devil Fruit specifically revolved around that. Yeah, 17 at the start, 19 post time skip, yeah. Recently checked out the Batman comic where Riddler drops his Riddle Act, and damn, the basketball scene was tense. Yeah, Luffy ate the Gum Gum Fruit at like 5, and he grew up and left around 17, yeah. Yeah, because he was, fuck, like, yeah, he ate the Gum Gum Fruit and then trained for like fucking 10, 12 years to get ready to be a pirate, and that's when he left. That's why he's able to, like, do a lot with it, even at the beginning of the story. Can you swim? Yeah. I like swimming. That's on Boa. Boa is not bad. See the Unohana DLC trailer coming from Bleach Rebirth of Souls? Could be cool. Swim Sim Fruit doesn't even let you swim in water. Still not enough. And another gaming slot. Ah, shit. Yeah, Boa Hancock, yes. SDH, he's not bad. Yeah, there's Devil Fruit that allows you to swim in everything but water, yeah. Yamato Denial is truly something else. Character cards show female, not trans. Let's create fan art. Artwork of said character rejecting the author. Fuck him, we're right, yeah. Well, it's that whole coding thing of like, oh, she's so obviously coded to be trans, and it's like, no. The point is she's crazy. I do like Arlong Park. Arlong Park was not bad. Like I said, because I've talked about Arlong Park before. The whole thing with Nami, I kind of like they did that pretty early, in the sense of like, before you get a general gist of her personality, she immediately fucks them over. So it's like, yeah, I think that's good to get that out of the way, you know? You know, get it out of the way so she already learns her lesson, is like, you know what, I'm going to stick with these guys. Because if they held off on it and had Nami fuck them over later, it would feel really weird. And like, man, after all the shit she's done with them, now she wants to fuck them over? That feels a little weird. Canonically, even gay people love Boa, proving no one is that gay. Crazy or dedicated LARP, your pick. She doesn't want to be a man, she wants to be Odin, literally, even to the point she wants to be the father of his actual kids, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, One Piece got a lot of COVID anime fans, if you know what I mean. Fanbase quickly turned annoying, yeah. My friend called and I lost my spot on the leaderboard. Remember after the creator told everyone Yamato was not trans and got fucking dogpiled to others doing the whole death of the author, yeah. 6-year-old me. Wow, my granddad must have a devil fruit. I actually used to think this when 4Kids was first airing One Piece. Thank God I didn't ask him directly. I read Philip Pullman's Dark Materials book, Golden Compass series. I have not. COVID really did ruin a lot of things, yeah. Damage to the world, yet unprecedented. Young Shakayaku from the current Rocks Pirates flashback arc is the best, though. Yeah, Hoodweave's a term that's so retarded you knew it had to be associated with cancer, yeah. Issue with One Piece that Oda doesn't know how to end an arc, which leaves them dragging out way longer than they should. To be fair, it's kind of an issue with shonen stuff in general. Shonen stuff deals with a lot of that, where they don't really know how to fully end an arc, so they'll just kind of let it drag until they can finally piece it together in their head of where they want it to go. Fuck Sabo. Yeah, Western audiences is when a form of media from another country has slightly different views on gender and politics, yeah. Any anime that revolves around the Vietnam War? Not really, because Japan never got involved in Vietnam. Never forget if I saw Patrick telling One Piece, telling people One Piece is a comics anime and giving it to the wrong fan base, yeah. Yeah, blood did for a scene, yeah. And Shaki was apparently so beautiful, Roger went to war for her. Okay. So yeah, we gotta find a way past that fucking thing. Ugh. This dungeon's gonna be a little bit of a headache. Not too much, but a headache. See the Time magazine, Drew Newsom with a crown. That was that shit was funny. I feel about agenda piece. I mean, like I said, I've been reading One Piece. I like it. And yeah, no, it doesn't have any kind of agenda in it. Like, if people unironically start screaming that One Piece is woke, that's one of those of like, come on, man. Stop ceding ground to your enemy's TM, because all you're doing is giving them the exact thing they can use to turn to people and say, oh, go woke, make $1 billion kajillion dollars. Like, come on. Yeah, One Piece's agenda is tits. Yeah, the Mighty Atom did. Tezuka supported the Viet Cong. Well, of course he did. Tezuka was pretty openly communist. Nami's tits are too big. Only woke may do that. And watch the Hoodweaves do the same for live action using excuses like Netflix Bebop without understanding she idolizes Odin after reading the journal about his adventure in life. Yeah. Like I said, the whole thing with fucking Yamato, she's crazy. Yeah, we may as well stop off at the gym and heal up. Stop reading One Piece for a while due to burnout and changing interest, getting back into it. Yeah. And doesn't Oda start drawing the tits for a rest? Yeah. Agenda piece is a term for shitposts. Oh, okay. I've never heard that before. Alright, give me one quick second. I've got to piss like a racehorse. So I will be right back. I'll pull the game back up so you can have something to look at, but yeah. Alright, I'm back. Eh. There we go. Yeah. You got One Piece Odyssey yet? No, it comes in tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking kill Dick Pro and Shota. This was supposed to be a bit, now I'm like, no, actually it's pretty good though. I know you already have a schedule ready with tons of movies, but do you think Adventure Bros videos on the table in the future? Oh, people have been asking for Adventure Bros for a while. That is one I do want to cover. I looked up Agenda Piece and found Zoro as an egg and Mihawk talking to a rat. Okay. I like and I have a big belly which moved, and I've been getting hungry for random things. I think I might have misread the line about him getting pregnant in Yamato. Give One Piece Odyssey tomorrow and kill Shota on stream. We might have to. Okay, there we go. We'll try fire just to see what happens. Okay, not the worst. Oh, there we go. I like martial arts characters, but I just find Sanji's simp act too annoying most of the time. I think it's funny. Personally, I think it's pretty funny. Shanks is likely not a rat. Your thoughts on the Fallout show? I thought it was pretty good. I know people have like a full-on seething hatred of it, but no, I thought it was pretty good. If your fans be called gaggers, I'll see myself out. Also, Jill Apocalypse video in One Piece was abysmal, like lying about Robin not fighting because of sexism, even though she does fight, making fun of Oda's mental illness and bringing in his daughters. Yeah, well, Jill Apocalypse only did that because he was still pissy about being outed for all the shit he did with the dubbing company and Lovely Complex. Like, it was literally a project out of spite. I watched Nobody 2 yet? No, but I want to. God, Z-Script so fucking obnoxious. Learn when you're trying to make a menu. Yeah. Your thoughts on Lex Luthor's plan with Tech Monkey spamming 4chan? I thought that was funny. It was a funny little bit. I'm a fan of Minority Hunter Zero Agenda. He fumbles every important enemy and viciously kills every brown skin immediately. No, Mahler hates Fallout show, but to the point he actually made a new video on it. Yeah. To me, the Fallout show was fine. Like, no, this is pretty good. And it kind of led to... It led to almost like a sort of civil war among Fallout fans, where there's some who are like, no, I wouldn't piss on that show if it was on fire. And then other people were like, yeah, no, it was actually pretty good. Yeah, was Jello making fun of Oda having depression? Not only that, he also called him a pedophile that wanted to rape his own daughters. And his pre-time skip Chopper. Pre-time skip Chopper's really cute. I love the little guy. Mr. has the best fights overall. I like Zoro's fights. As much as I say Zoro's kind of better when he's with somebody, he does have a lot of really good fights. I want there to be a scene where Curry 6 beats the hell out of the Ghoul and Lucy, then leaves to Gamma and New Reno during a 3-hour scene, him doing every chem. And Jello Apocalypse just a little bitch virtue signaling bitch. Yeah. Didn't mind the Fallout show, but if someone didn't like it, I can understand. It's very goofy. Zoro only fighting black people and Giraffe, and only white dude he fought, he lost. And Chopper's always cute. What do you mean? Yeah, pre-time skip is just better in every single measure. Out there, direct references, but Battle Angel Last Order. The character's sex does the Rasengan from Naruto and can stretch his limbs at Mach speed like a Luffy. I mean, manga artists reference each other all the time. How was your D&D and how did it end? We're prepping for the end game of the campaign. And I talk no jutsu the fuck out of everything. To the point that, like, if we have to make a new character for the next campaign, or if my guy dies, I already have the character sheet for him made, and he's just gonna be like a fucking Roger Smith style, you know, scam artist that goes around in different personas. I was having too much fun talking my way through everything. As male VTuber absolutely sees about the Fallout show. Like I said, I really didn't think the Fallout show was that bad. Like, you know, fucking Mandalore liked it, and usually he's pretty good about, like, you know, if he thinks something fucking raped something he loved, he's unafraid to fucking talk about it. You know, Homeworld 3, the Halo show, so it's like, you know, basically amounts to, Tim Kaine liked it, Chris Avallone hated it. That's all you gotta know. Joel's just frustrated ass that's pissing. That's pissed no one cared about his pastel Tumblr series. Instead of learning and trying again, just tactically sees more successful. Yeah. Yeah, Silver Tongue, yeah. Is your dude a vamp? Yeah, he's slowly turning into a vampire, but on paper, he's like a fucking barbarian. So he should be the one doing the most fighting, and I've done everything I can to make him not fight, just because he's in character. He's meant to be like a coward. Mahler's critique style has always been, why does character do thing I know like? Are they stupid? My Chopper replaced his hat for the time skip. It was given to him by Hiralik, who was like his dead dad. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Admittedly, in the Chris Avalon camp, when it comes to my opinion on the Fallout show, I mean, that's fine. But I mean, there were people that straight up said you're not a real Fallout fan if you like the show, and it's like, come on, don't be a fag. No one can even agree what Fallout game defines Fallout. If I pick a stand, Paisley Park, as long as I don't scrap with anyone, I'm basically invincible. Paisley Park's the best stand in JoJo. Wonder how COVID lockdowns affected people, especially kids born slightly during the during the pandemic. We know what fuck people's social skills. My school went to hell apparently post-lockdown. When I think about Jello's change the lovely complex, they didn't get implemented. The dude burned his career over nothing. Yeah. He burned his career and acted like a fucking arrogant ass over nothing. That was Chris Avalon. He's one of the guys that helped make a lot of classic CRPGs. He worked on Fallout. He worked on Planescape Torment, KOTOR 2, stuff like that. I played the older Fallout shows, not the older Fallout's not the show is okay. Yeah. Here's that people hate the Fallout show at their New Vegas tours to claim a retcon New Vegas and think, man, race mixing, bad type schizoing. Yeah. Like I said, to me, the show is fine. You know, it's one of those things where, like, whether or not the show is good is going to be defined by Season 2. And, not gonna lie, I do think a lot of it also had to do with the fact that Bethesda's name was on it. You know, Bethesda's name was on it, therefore people are like, so every decision it ever makes will be made to spite Obsidian and reassert that Bethesda controls Fallout. And it's like, even though it's kind of a love letter to Fallout 1, I really don't understand this. Now, Chris Avalon was working on Dying Light 2 and got hit with false accusations, yeah. Also, Jeal's whole villain origin story was him being rejected for voicing a character in Ruby, and that would never not be funny. I'll be fair, I played 1 and 2 as well as New Vegas. Fallout show was 7 out of 10. It's good, but not perfect. Question will be better in Season 2. Yeah, very, very good way to put it. Everyone can agree on the good parts, and that is Walter Goggins as Ghoul is the best part of it by far. Lucy was actually a pretty good protagonist, and it nailed the look of Fallout. Like, how everything's supposed to look, it nailed it for the most part. Everything else, that's where you get into the debates. That's something a lot of his critics say his goal is to avoid including his own opinion in his critique unless he explicitly says so. People confuse critique with his rants all the time. What are you talking about? Some Jello changes did make it in the dub like the Troon character, and he pretty much chose over half the cast. And Lucy's actress actually played the games. Lucy's actress, from what I understand, is just a really nice lady. Yeah, despite the fact that guys from Obsidian and Bethesda parted on good terms out of New Vegas. Yeah. And also the fact that as much people hype up Obsidian, that Obsidian is not the Obsidian we have anymore. That is long gone. Yeah, running on ARM Fallout 2 was fun. I don't care for the guy very much, but what are some Lancarva you say you actually liked? I don't really remember any I distinctly remember liking. Now I have a sense of like, oh, I fucking hate him. It's more so much of the fact of like, decent background noise. Yeah, most Fallout fans I see online say everything after Fallout 1's Reddit, adding comedy killed the series. Yeah, you know, shit like that, where it's like, the series has been known for having dark comedy longer than it's been grim. You know, it's one of those things of like, you need to understand the passage of time. Lucy's actors can get it. Yeah. From what I've seen, people like the Fallout show, like Fallout for the aesthetic and comedy. People who hate the Fallout show, like Fallout for the story, New Vegas. Not really. Maximus is the worst part of the show. Like, I'm pretty sure they do not want to do with this character, and you'd be lying to yourself if you think he's the best character. He's not the best character, but I do know what they're doing with him. He's meant to be neutral, you know? Lucy's good, Ghoul is evil, Maximus is neutral. So Maximus will have moments where he's trying to be a good person, and then other moments where he falls into temptation and does something evil. And that was literally the part where he tried to kill his buddy. I saw the post of Return to Mad Max Roots in regards to Fallout, even though those never left. Warning, don't download Bandicam for screen capture. I just found out they downloaded CapCut, a Chinese software on my computer without consent. I don't use Bandicam, so that's not going to be a problem. A couple times Maximus acted like a retard, though. Well, I mean, yeah. They make it clear he doesn't really know what he's doing. You watched Spoonie before or after? I caught him after, but I watched his older stuff. So I didn't know about a lot of his, problems. Yeah, they want gritty is what they want. Even though I stated, Fallout still has plenty of gritty. And like I said, fucking New Vegas also has a lot of comedy to it. What do you use? I use Shadowplay. Like that car video where he gets beat up at a Trump rally and they steal his jacket. I mentioned even Obsidian back then also had problems. It's funny seeing people pretend KOTOR 2 wasn't rushed for Christmas or pushing the blame on New Vegas game-breaking bugs to Bethesda. Yeah. Interview Linkar doesn't already have his preloaded bias like Rob Liefeld or Frank Miller, any comic writer or artist that deliberately makes cheesecake fan server stuff. He's okay. Yeah, New Vegas has fucking Fisto. For everyone, Joshua Graham would get at least 3 Wild Wasteland shitposts. Yeah. Huge Spoonie fan back in the day. It's painful things went on. Yeah. What's even Spoonie doing now? I know he was kickstarting a revival. I don't know if he stuck to it. Yeah, New Vegas fans like to forget about the Elvis gang. Yeah. Favorite Wild Wasteland encounter in New Vegas? I love the old lady gang that tries to kill you just because, like, there's no explanation. It's just one of those, what the fuck is this? Like, I love that. He's very active on Blue Sky. Of course he is. Roll the Harkonnen thong footage. May applaud his daughter a little. Hats off to you, pal. That takes balls. Mr. Bishop is going to string me by the balls so he finds me. I fave New Vegas dialogue, yeah. That's unfortunate. Possibly returning to their mid-2010s trolling ways after the UK threatened them. I don't believe so. Like, as much people talk about 4chan being, like, anonymous hacker group, those days are long gone. Because a lot of those old fags left, and they're like, well, I don't really want to do this anymore. It's getting hard to do, and just the culture around it's hard to get that, like, we're all coming together to get this thing done because we think it's funny type shit, Internet unity's at an all-time low. I recall the old lady gang's a reference to MyPython. I wouldn't be shocked. Didn't you and Shoto play Fallout 3 on stream? No, we played 4 in New Vegas. How'd Jello even become famous? All I remember is the Welcome to X series, his every movie, X movie in 10 minutes series, and his shitty big titty monster girl cartoon. Who the fuck is he? He networked. That's the name of the game nowadays. It's just networking. I loved his Phantasmagoria review. I only thought 4chan was cool because you watch Internet Story and other 4chan videos on YouTube. Yeah, basically. It's like one of those things where I get it. That was the style of the time, but those days are over. The best way to describe how the public views 4chan is you have Wang doing a video talking about when 4chan fucked with Scientology, and he had Megalovania during it. And it's like, guys, this was like such a big moment in internet history. Then you look back on it, and it's like, was it though? Like, was it? How'd you get famous? I'm not even famous. I'm a dude who talks about shit. Very common. Shia LaBeouf thing and the Antifa doxing the last 4chan stuff, and that was like 2014, yeah. Finished watching Weapons, highly recommend. It is very good. I like it a lot. 4chan's people remember it died around like Gamergate, yeah. That wasn't 4chan, that was Anonymous. Talking about the Scientology thing? No, that was 4chan. Anonymous did what they always did, where they made empty threats and never did any fucking thing. That was all Anonymous did. They would just make empty threats and post like edited news clip footage saying like, oh, we totally super hacked them, and it's like, they didn't do shit. I was just man from Kentucky really loves Berserk. Those days where they were popular were minor when you think about it. Yeah. Find that the Ghoul hated the fact that he was used as a marketing tool, and meanwhile Walter Gong's being a marketing tool. Yeah. Yeah, no, Antweiler gets so egotistical to the point he basically loses his plot and falls out. Yeah. It's sad, but it is how it is. Yeah, he will not devise the last big thing 4chan did. Yeah, basically. Anonymous always sucked. Now they aren't hiding that they sent for the government. Yeah. Seen Cinema Snob? He's one of the only good things come out from that guy with the glasses on from Spoonie. Yeah, Cinema Snob's still pretty good. Anonymous started as a joke because of the Fox News report back in 07. There's this group called Anonymous, and they're hacking everybody. Ooh, yeah. I did think it was kind of stupid that the goal was pretty much Vault Boy. I was okay with it, just because the way they built up his character, it's like, oh, that's kind of cool. And it does make sense that they would want, like, a celebrity cameo type thing. Yeah, big enough for YouTube to fuck with, but not big enough to profit. Yeah. Remember, Anonymous was cool as a kid, but then you remember they're literally just the troll from South Park. Yeah, he even wore the mask. Yeah. Here we go. I mean, it doesn't really make sense for him to be Vault Boy since he doesn't have yellow hair. Well, ISD, that's just a marketing thing. They change it just enough so if he ever wants to back out of the deal, they can still use the likeness. Aaron 4chan played the world's craziest game of Capture the Flag with Shia. Yeah. So that part was Professor was later upset. I mean, entering animation are just people who know someone not liking animation or drawing. Yeah. Remember when Anonymous tried to go after the Mexican cartels and got fucked hard? Yeah. What's on the Discord to explain what I mean by Mauler? Basically, he's moving goalposts, trying to claim his takes on media are objective even though they aren't. Oh yeah, I mean that's been a common thing for years. And it's one of those of like, when he's on it, he's fucking on it, and he actually can make a pretty damn good video. I actually like his video talking about like the Snyderverse versus the Whedon cut and explaining how Joss Whedon had a bunch of ideas he wanted to flesh out, but he couldn't because it wasn't his movie. It was Zack Snyder's movie. So it's like, it is kind of sad that there was all that potential that was sitting there in the ground, and he was just literally not allowed to dig it up. Referring to his own, Mahler has a whole video explaining his approach to critiquing media. His goal is to be objective in his critique, but the argument against him is obfuscated by Mahler saying he separates his subjective from his objective content. Basically, his rants are not the same as video essays, which he calls critiques like the one he did for Last Jedi. It's all subjective at the end of the day. I mean, yeah, it's media. Media by its very nature is going to be a subjective thing, but you can be objectively subjective. It sounds contradictory, but it's really not. Basically, when you're being objective about a piece of media, you are not going to allow stuff like the director's political opinion to get in the way of it, unless it's something that you genuinely feel is impacting the work and making it worse. In the sense of, hey, you have a 20-minute scene in this romantic comedy where the character quotes the, Das Kapital from Karl Marx and rants about how the workers need to seize the means of production, and, something like that. That would make sense. Now, the guy who tried to blow up the British Parliament in medieval times really kicked off a new era of cringe. Yeah, the Anonymous message based on someone who tried to blow up Parliament. Yeah, Guy Fawkes. And the reason Anonymous took that as their symbol is because of V for Vendetta, the movie. Yeah, very surreal. The guy who was saying Snake Eater ended up becoming a WWE star. Whose video on Snyder versus Whedon? Mahler's. I'd see Cinema Snob's review of the German ET porn spoof set in the 1800s. It was pretty funny, yeah.
In glory they arose, shouting challenges.
You can absolutely judge a thing by standards that are objective. A game can have a hitbox that's objectively bad.
Their
Exactly.
doom it was to walk the mist until time's end. A legend of the Nemo.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
My family tells a
I
story.
knew Facts took the Guy Fawkes mask and
of
on
the
shit and
Dynast King
took it seriously,
Esper.
yeah.
The story
seen Weapons.
goes
Yes,
that
it
in
is
his
very good.
youth, The Dynast King defeated a mighty
Honest
Gigas
Jesus
for
becoming a
which the gods
WWE
took
wrestler is
heed of him.
wild.
Thereafter, it was
Person
ever
that Guy
bound
Fawkes
to
was an
him
anarchist. He wanted to
thraldom.
overthrow Parliament and replace it. Yeah, he wanted to replace it with like a hardcore Catholic one, if I remember right.
So, all this time it's been
V in the
forgotten
comic
Dynast King's treasure.
wears it ironically.
Not so. The Esper is the Dynast King's treasure.
My wife brought me 6 McChickens
That's
and the
your
bag
treasure?
ripped and dropped 4 of the sandwiches into an
In
ant pile. I'm
this
so
Esper
pissed.
we now command rests a power whose worth is beyond any measure.
Lady, is that
Is
you?
that
It does sound
so?
like Lady.
Call me old-fashioned,
Like
but I
Twist
was
Metal
hoping
Black
for a
show, it's
treasure
okay.
whose
Just
worth
wasn't
we could
just wish it
measure.
wasn't goofy and take itself more seriously. Well, it's not Twist Metal Black, it's just Twisted Metal. And Twist Metal's had a variety of tones for years. It's kind of trying to fuse all of them together, where sometimes it'll be more grim and fucked up, other times it's more goofy like the older games. You can be objective of yourself. So can you be a critic and reviewer of yourself? I have no idea what that means. What was the He Will Not Divide Us thing? Shia LaBeouf, like 2017 time frame, right after Trump got elected, put on like this really stupid art project called He Will Not Divide Us, where he put a live camera in New York. And every day and every hour, he would come by, or he would have people come by and scream, "He will not divide us," in reference to Trump. 4chan found out where it was broadcasting from, and they fucked with it. And he kept changing the location, and became this massive game of Capture the Flag. I just rewatched V for Vendetta last night. Fuck, I love this movie. It is a good movie. Shy had peak retard mind, yeah. What side ruined the internet most? Reddit, Twitter, or Tumblr? Kind of all three, in different ways. Reddit is kind of what normalized the pseudo-intellectual mindset. Twitter encouraged everyone to just fight each other all the time. And Tumblr's where you got, like, pure internet schizo shit brewing. One occasion, it actually became a game of Capture the Flag. Yeah, you had the flag. They fucking found a cabin he was staying in by the grain pattern of the wood on the walls, yeah.
Your Majesty, we must go.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf went insane after Trump won in 2016. Basically said it was also a dark time in his life. Since then, he became a Roman Catholic and realized they were trying to help him, yeah. I like the milk guy during He Will Not Divide Us shit. All he did was be tall, drink milk, and told people to drink milk. Cool dude. Worst one was a black dude with a furry hat, yeah. Hey, He Will Not Divide Us was a hilarious time. We could have had 4 years of that. Shy didn't shut it down, yeah. Alright, historian covered that He Will Not Divide Us, but I can't find the one where he covered New Mexico. I don't even think he did cover that part. Is Shia legitimately have mental illness? Yeah, I think he's like actually medically diagnosed bipolar. Yeah, he talked about it on John Bernthal's podcast, yeah. Main memory of Shia LaBeouf is that movie where he played an animal man. Yeah, the Half-Life 2 mods were funny, yeah. Yeah, I've heard Shia is more sane these days. Yeah, he calmed down a lot. In fact, Jihad Jesus became a professional wrestler. Then when he went mainstream, he became liberal. Aww.
You will be avenged.
I only know him from Halls. Shia LaBeouf is legitimately a good actor. He used constellations, weather, and the specific chirps of birds and frog croaks to locate the flag, yeah. Yeah, Asher's such a tragic character. Girl needs a hug, yeah. When Tumblr decided to remove not safe for work art, Tumblr people went to Twitter and both extremes were combined, yeah. I started Shia supposedly went insane from drugs. That's not surprising. Yeah, Shia's another case when child actors go bad. He was great in American Honey. He was actually like a surprisingly great actor even as a kid. I mean, everyone can quote Holes, and he was like, what, fucking 15 at that time? Like, he was a really damn good actor, even from a really young age. Isn't he also in Constantine? Yeah. I'm admittedly hard on Fury, but Shiloh's legit great in that film, yeah. Do you think mental instability makes one a better artist? It can, but it kind of comes down to that classic thing of they have to be able to manage it. You know, genius and madness are two sides of the same coin. I've read V for Vendetta. How's the film compared to the comic? The film rips out a lot of the nuance where it does go into the fact of, is V actually doing this for a good reason, or is he just crazy? Is his method going to make things better, or is he just purely out for revenge and he does not care about the consequences? There's a lot more that they go into. Yeah, Shia was a better actor when he wasn't screaming, yeah. Yeah, he was good in Peanut Butter Falcon, too, yeah. Seems like Shia got better after getting back together with his wife and having a kid, yeah. Remember when 4chan found an ISIS base and gave Russia the location? Yeah, Shia did say he felt fruity when he was doing the Transformers movies. Terrifying knowing that niggas like Rainbolt are out there, the guy that can find any location by the grain of fucking dirt. Yeah, didn't Shia yank out his tooth in the filming of Fury Show? Dedicated he was. Yeah, like I said, he's kind of always been nutty. You know, very bipolar. Yeah, he was fine as mutt. Yeah. Imagine that cutscene just now with millennial writing. Oh my god, it's a freaking ghost.
Left us with such great dispatch upon our
Oh, Rorschach and V interact.
that I must
Very
confess I had begun
schizo.
to worry that we may have given your majesty some cause for offense.
Such a heartfelt display of remorse. Now what is it you want?
Venti's tits look pretty nice when she was getting arrested, I will say that. I don't think that was He Will Not Divide Us, though.
The Nethersite?
I think it was. I think it was like the first protest of it.
That is a base imitation. We seek Wraithwall's legacy.
Back when it was the Wachowski brothers. Yeah.
They affected Nethersite.
Speaking of Fury, any chance of mood review? I do like it a lot.
Tell them Captain Azalus.
How's it sound? Jake Baker, Trailer Park Redneck, freelance
Majesty,
warlock, to pay his
he
rent rot.
speaks
What
of
is that in
the
reference to?
Dawn Shard. That is the Nethersite. Are you mad, Vossler? If we are to save Dalmasca, we must accept the
V will
truth.
quote Shakespeare and Rorschach
I
will call
will
him a
fight this
closeted fag.
profitless
Yeah.
battle no more.
The real question is, how would a conversation between the question and V go?
Azalus has struck a wise bargain.
Remember the Shy Inspiration
In
videos?
return
Just
for the
do
Dawn
it, yeah.
Shard, the Empire will permit Lady Ash to reclaim her throne, and the kingdom of Dalmasca will be restored. Think on it.
Yeah, the tank is called In the Mood too.
An entire kingdom for a stone. You must admit, 'tis more than a fair exchange.
A comic called Trailer Park Warlock.
And when
Oh.
all is said and done, your master will have another pet.
So basically Ghost Rider. Yeah, 4chan did call an airstrike on a base, and they were kind
Lady
of
Ash,
split
let
whether or
us
not
take
they
heed
were
for
cool
the
killing a bunch of people.
Dalmasca. Your Majesty wallows in indecision on peril.
Yeah, they accused each other of secretly working for the government, yeah. Yeah, Venti was that. He Will Not Divide Us. She's the one screaming fucking normies re, yeah.
Well, at least your sword is to the point.
Yeah, if he was blowing up the UK, so you know, it's hard to think he didn't have a point.
To think the relics
Remember
of the
Shy getting
dynasty
bitched out by his agent GF for trying to be a method actor and saying he wanted to star in a film with unsimulated sex? She was right next to him, yeah. I've seen Disturbia, not in a long ass time.
They should have leave to return to Rabanasta soon.
Yeah, Brady Venti was always cringe, yeah. Yeah, back before Venti got mind broken by anime,
I
yeah.
want you to assess its power.
Did our orders not specify that we return the stone for testing?
I will not
Characters remind me of 14's art style, is that where it started?
unproven.
It is definitely the direction that Final Fantasy was leaning towards, and 14 does take some inspiration from the 12 visual style. To be fair, it takes inspiration from basically all of them. I feel like a fruitcake saying this. Shy's Transformers outtakes, yeah. The Vulture person who liked it. The show aesthetic was more based on 1 and 2 and more bleak and gothic. No, I think the aesthetic's fine. The whole bleak and gothic, that has not been the defining style of Fallout in a very long time. Like that is something I have to reiterate. That has not been what describes Fallout in a while. When people hear Fallout, they think dark comedy. Remember that guy Photo Chat who dated Venti who said she tried to gaslight him into being gay and then broke up and said he abused her, yeah. God damn, this game looks good, yeah. This is when they figured out PS2 tech.
He'll listen to us. We should trust him.
Do you know Cleo slept through a funny Irish group car bomb down the street? Oh my god. Now Ghost Rider's really funny. Reed making jokes and mainly occult concepts. Jake's basically a blue-collar magician. Creature they have is a K-Fable wrestling ghost. No, like I said, that sounds a lot like what Ghost Rider would do. You know, have this entire world of like, you know, magic and sorcery, and the main voice you kind of get leading you through it's this fucking white trash dude.
Once we've connected the stone, the reaction should be easily measured.
Methods do not interest me. Only
Oh, it's not dark
results.
comedy. It has been a dark comedy for a very long time. Yeah, Grim Fallout was just the Master's Cathedral and not much else. Yeah. Like, people seem to forget how much comedy was in Fallout 2. There's a lot of comedy in Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, like... Dark comedy, and when I say dark comedy, I mean, it outright can be disturbing comedy, but it's very much there.
We found it at last. True day-affected Nethersite. The power of the Dynast King in my hands. Blood alone does not
That video of Shia LaBeouf going, I asked for french fries and this guy hit me with a grape juice bottle.
What is it?
Yeah, I think Fallout is a nice balance of seriousness and comedy. Yeah, it could be absurd points, but it doesn't dictate the whole tone. Well, the comedy a lot of the time is that something is fucked up. I just learned the peace sign in the U.S. to assign terrorism in Turkey. Imagine that.
What's wrong with her?
I always knew Fran didn't take well to being tied up.
She's
I just
morbid.
never knew how much. How about
There's a
you?
woman in Vegas. You can sleep with
I
Benny
like
and kill him
Fran's
afterwards.
idea.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
No farther! Sky Pirates, the future of Dalmasca will not be stolen.
I always remember when people hated Mothership Zeta for making aliens more than a joke. Yeah. Yeah, Enclave has funny dialogue options. Yeah. People quote the Enclave all the time for funny dialogue from Fallout 2.
You must know where it leads. I do
If you forget how much comedy's in Fallout 1 at times, sure, nowhere nearly as much as later games, but it was always there to some extent. Yeah. And this is gonna be a wipe fight because yeah, here we go. Where's your power armor? Yeah, right? I still want a Gunblade. Gunblades are really cool. Aren't they willing to make a deal with the Empire again? Because the Empire are a bunch of dicks. You can find the TARDIS in Fallout 1, yeah. Our brother of Steel Base in Fallout 1 was so full of jokes, everyone either treated you like a retard or tried to act like the player wasn't the only one getting shit done, yeah. Here we go. Yeah, power armor's for pussies. And Fallout Show Maximus saves the chicken fucker from the farmer's perfect Fallout humor. Yeah. Should kick your ass. Who is this? Yeah. I've seen some reviews on Alien Earth and it's not looking good. Says I was hoping to watch Aliens Invade Earth. No, it's good. Like, Alien Earth is pretty good so far. I know how you know you're old when you meet people who don't know who Shia LaBeouf is. Because the Empire is obviously lying. They'll straight up fuck them over the second it's convenient. They actively do more than once. They're trying to get their hands on what's essentially nuclear weapons. Dark comedy's present in the series, nobody's denying that, but the series has moments as series dark moments that isn't comedy but bleak. Well, yeah, the comedy stuff has always been like the side stuff. You know, it's the characters you run into, absurd quests, things like that. The main stories have always been very serious. You know,
BASCH, let's go.
Fucking Fallout 1, get this chip before we all die. Fallout 2, you're the only one that can prevent a horrible calamity. Fallout 3, your dad has went missing and it ties to like this genocidal plot the Enclave has. Fallout 4, they shoot your wife in the head and steal your kid. New Vegas, you were shot in the head and now your revenge quest is leading you towards this massive global war that's about to happen.
I can serve her no more.
I see the original actor for Zod and Superman 2 died. Yeah. Yeah, this moment is a perfect example the Empire can't be trusted. Yeah. Now, Fallout 1's the MC risking his life for a water treatment device only to get kicked out because he was too irradiated. Yeah. Hey, welcome to Necropolis, Normie, the leader of all the ghouls. Yeah, in 76. To be fair, 76 is more just straight up a shitpost. Yeah, Rips, Terror, and Stamp, yeah. If Vegas turns into a simple revenge to the wild card, that could determine a regional conflict, yeah. They can stop the Master's plan and cause mental breakdown by saying the FTP super mutants can't breathe, yeah. After everything you went through for the Vault in Fallout 1 just to kick you out, yeah. Maybe before creating a nuke, you don't try that before testing.
Mist. It manifests now.
Is that what you call this?
Piss on the fire, piss racer. Yeah, it's a nuke. Yeah, Netherside's basically a nuke.
What's that?
I don't know if I misheard you say Fallout's communist. No. I said Fallout's had a lot of comedy in it. It was really funny wordplay too. Like instead of a mechanic, he goes to an otherologist for car trouble. Yeah. I mean, if somebody wants something more serious and wouldn't hold that against them, it's one of those of on paper, yes. In practice, like, dude, you are well aware Fallout can get goofy.
Lost.
As word of the events in the yacht
Yeah, to be fair, 76 is slowly adding a story, slowly, but not overarching more side quests. Like, yeah.
Citing sudden malady. My true motive. To bring the various
Unless Craig and Nuke as much as trying to see how much power was in the Stone One Critical. Yeah.
In unified resistance.
Yeah, it can be retrieved too. You reused to, you just need to retrieve it. Yeah. And that's the site can just blow up over and over and over again.
Made known her presence.
And Fallout 2 Vault City is overflowing with water chips. That's another dark joke. Yeah.
And those of the Don Shard concealed.
Man, imagine fucking up so bad you lose an entire fleet.
My error in announcing her suicide would be known. To the great detriment of my
perhaps people who want just want to throw the left out. So it was satisfying to see the Overseer be executed if you had the bloody mess perfect end of Fallout 1, yeah.
Even were she to proclaim Dalmasca restored, it would serve only to invite the Empire's wrath.
And not even to an army, but to a fucking rock.
Lost her 8th fleet. She remained, as ever, a military power with which to be
Is this the end of the game? Oh no, there's still a while to go. But now you know the stakes of what the Empire wants. They want the Neth site, which is a fucking nuke. I always wondered, how did Final Fantasy Tactics World end with this magic nuke race? Well, to be fair, Final Fantasy Tactics is like 1,000 years after this one. Passage of time. Is Streamlabs working? It should be. Let me check it on my end. I've seen the movie of the year, World of Worlds. It is very funny. Legalize nuclear bombs. Can be honest with you, every Vault Dweller is a fucking asshole. Yeah. Fallout 1, did you convince the Master that every experience was all for nothing?
The Rosarian Empire assembles a vast host under guise of martial exercises.
Come on.
It is our belief
I
they
am
wait
already.
for a proper
Oh my god, I hate
pretext.
this already. There we go.
Sooner to make their strike against Arcadia.
Favorite Satoshi Kon film? I love Perfect Blue. Perfect Blue is my go-to.
And her fleet, at such a time, comes as a most grievous blow.
That's a major time jump, yeah.
Were Rosaria to invade, the battle would be hard fought.
Only if 7 had nukes.
Had Lord
They
Vane
kind of
not
do with the
deployed the fleet
weapons,
so
but they're not like
we would not
a singular
now find
blast. It's more like having a
ourselves in
giant
such
death
perilous
robot.
circumstance.
Lord Vane
Is that Mung Dolls VA? I think so, yeah. Wood guy for $3. Sorry I haven't sent you a good editing roll yet. I'm trying to make something good, putting thought into it. I sent some stuff already made. Holy shit, 1 page left. Oh, you are behind the times.
Justice. And so I must now make a choice.
Asking the Overseer just proves him right that Wastelands changed you too much to be allowed back, to be honest. Yeah, but fuck that guy.
Most lamentable situation.
Yeah, Tactics is over 1,000 years after 12, yeah.
Lord Vane, perhaps.
This game is a collection of
Surely
VAs,
Lord
yeah.
Mouser will make for a fine emperor.
Actually, I always love to talk about the multiverse in 7, but Kingdom Hearts is the only one to merge Final Fantasy.
Yet young. But he will not remain young forever. Already he busies himself unraveling Lord Vane's
Chowder, we need a nuke for this new dish, Chowder. Yeah, Tactics takes place after a so-called cataclysm wiped out all the non-humanoid sentient race, I think. We don't know exactly what happened, yeah.
And who would set him at such tasks? What
All his movies keep getting better and rewatch. Satoshi Kon? Oh, hell yeah.
Himself once saw his elder brothers brought to like
Last time I checked, there's voice cast for 12. Simon Templeman VA for Kane's in this game. Yeah.
At Your Excellency's behest, as I recall.
Chowder, pass me the MG42.
Lord Gramis. So long as the Senate watches over her,
That's on Sin
Arcadia's
City. I love it. It's classic.
will ever be ensured.
Awesome comedy in the series, but that doesn't make it a comedy. No, it absolutely has a lot of dark comedy in it. Like, it's one of those where most of the side quests in the older games are very jokey and have comedy in them. How badly would Rachel's family beat you for dissing Dukes of Hazzard? Why would you ever diss it? It's a Southern classic. It's a Southern staple. Perfect Blue really did age like fine wine. Oh yeah. Usual Imperial Senate being a bunch of corrupt old bastards. Yeah. Walter 13's gonna take care of the Overseer for me just fine. Then the Enclave will take care of them. Yeah, fuck that Wasteland change you too much bullshit. You risk death multiple times to fix their shit. Yeah. Give me naughty nightwear. It's mid, Rachel get rolled over by a wheelchair. Gazpacho, pass me the M60. About time we teach these Vietnamese a lesson. I like Fallout 2, but fuck, it gets really annoying, the whole Monty Python. Speaking of challenge, I've watched Flapjack. Yeah,
it was the dawn
I like
shot
both.
that brought down the Imperial fleet.
To be fair, the Senate wants Vane punished for deploying a fleet and losing it. That's actually pretty fair, yeah. Well, they're still actively in their campaign, so they need that fleet.
Before. Lady Ashe, you know of what I speak.
Nabudis.
Fallout 2 only has 2 random encounters are My Python inspired.
Lord Rassler's fatherland. At the time of the invasion,
Here, Princess have a magic crystal. It also explodes.
There was a mighty
Decided to go back to playing Persona 3 Reload. Just got the Clanker waifu Igus. Yeah.
Something was there. One of the Dynast King's
Is Voltec evil? Oh yeah, they're hilariously
was
evil.
in Nabradia.
Watching first Berserk anime, man, Charlotte is Berserk's biggest fool. She's just a nice lady. It makes you feel so bad for her.
That ridiculous war. The trap at the treaty.
Dan Snyder's definitive role is still Gazpacho for me. Master Shake is good, but Gazpacho is just funny. Yeah.
He must not be allowed to claim the
Only problem with Flapjack is it gave Alex Hirsch and Pendleton Ward a career.
Oh, they already do. The Dusk
Must initiate this War of the World, save us all. 10 out of 10, amazing masterpiece.
Besides, can't they manufacture Nethicite now?
Very well. Then the path
Yeah, Paranoid Agent, Perfect Blue, Paprika, Tokyo Godfather, Millennium Actress, all my faves. Yeah.
Dalmasca does not
Yeah, every major company in Fallout is comedically evil. Yeah.
With sword in hand, she aids
Wasn't
her
Dana
allies.
Schneider
Sword in hand,
in
she
Fixed?
lays to rest
I think
her
so. He
foes.
does a lot of VA work.
This Nethicite I hold must be my sword.
Grant, but the Senate was talking outright death penalties, so the 12-year-old would be the only heir left to an ailing elderly emperor. Well, the idea is get him alone so they can groom him forever. Make him an unthinking puppet.
You even know how to use it?
Any hopes for Persona 4 Reload? I don't know.
May know.
It's one of those things that there's not a lot you can really tinker with Persona 4.
By the old ways.
Griffith tries to take out Charlotte but fails in Looney Tunes style hijinks.
They may hear it. The cry of the Nethicite's power.
I'm banned from the bathroom. Every bathroom, yeah. Like she declared nuclear war?
What we need now is power. Should we declare Dalmasca
Wow, Think Tank was so
free without the
cartoonishly
means to
evil. Remember how they said
defend our
Voltec got away with
claim?
even
The Empire
crazier
will
stuff
crush
than them? Yeah.
You must take me to meet with the Gareth.
Yeah, Alex Hirsch made Gravity Falls, so he gets a
They
pass.
live beyond Osman Plain.
Yeah, the only company we know of in Fallout that isn't comically
Compensation,
evil
is
is
that what you
Vim,
want?
yeah.
Straight to the point, aren't we?
That's on the Think Tank is just shitpost DLC.
Compensation.
Isn't that
How
Old
about
World
the
Blues?
This? Isn't there something else?
No one's forcing you.
Yeah, Duke Nukem Gamer Ice Cube comments on everything you do, yeah. Maybe they make the fog deadline in Persona 4 Revival more clear on how many days you got. Well, it's already pretty clear. If you have 2 straight days of rain, the fog's going to show up. And usually party members will even start, like, towards the end of the deadline, you'll have party members outright telling you, we really need to get in that dungeon right now.
I'll give it back to you as soon as I
Yeah,
find
Persona 4
something
Golden
more
Badon Pass is
valuable.
going to be OP. I like Dana as Plastic Man, yeah.
What do you mean something more valuable?
Whether Moonlight Child's the first person to defeat Griffith, proving he's the only one who can control the body, not Femto. That'd be cool.
What is it you want, Vaughn? What are you looking for?
Why is that gonna actually see Mung Dal doing a dish that requires him to shoot an M40 into a bowl?
I guess. Well,
It's true that Paranoid Agent was just a bunch of random ideas to Satoshi Kon? No, Paranoid Agent, Paranoid Agent is basically, I think it's based off a novel. Because he tended to get a lot of inspiration from novels that he read. Paprika is directly based off a novel. If I remember right, like, it's actually more clear than the book.
So they do.
I visited r/Berserkle Jerk. Not in a while, but yeah.
It is the rains now in Giza. The wadis will
What kind of
be
Fallout tech would you want
swollen with the
IRL?
deluge. Passage
Some
may
of the
be
robots would
difficult.
be kind of useful.
But those same waters
The game makes it
may
obvious,
also
but I'll
open
stupidly
new
wait
routes
past the
to
deadline
us.
because I didn't think 2 days of rain meant the deadline.
Yes?
Yeah, Bosch is literally asking Vaughn, what are you doing here? You have no plot relevance.
But we should see that we're prepared before setting out.
If you're not tactically nuking every ballot to the first dungeon, you're doing it wrong in Persona, yeah.
Hardship I may face.
Man cannot live by
You should make a review of War of the Worlds 2025 as a shitpost, yeah. I decided to watch the card too, since I've already seen the first one. What do you think of it? It's okay. It's not as good as the first one, but it's still pretty good. But considering how good the original is, that can feel a little bit more like, that's it? I will have an assault robot wife. Now, Persona 4 was way easier to determine the days of the castles than Persona 5. Persona 5, I didn't know that I needed to save an extra day for the deadline, so I lost like 2 weeks of progress. Will Carl Master Shake be the better roommate? Probably Master Shake. Because at least he'd be lazy and just want to watch TV. So it's like, good. Let me take care of things on my own. Carl would like actively get you involved in like gambling debts. I've read Hellboy. Yeah, it's good. Just a few minutes in, I like the intro. Okay, we should probably... Yeah, let's upgrade our equipment before we do anything else. Can we ever get the old Persona in 1 and 2 as DLC for P4? Probably never. Atlas kind of likes to just pretend Persona 1 and 2 don't exist. Also, the only way we'd even be able to get it is probably as like a remake. Because that was before Japanese devs really started storing source code, so it might just be long gone. Okay, here we go. I think we have... Yeah, it's Vaughn, Fran, and Bosch. Okay. So... Yeah, I think we're about as good as equipment-wise we can get with them. I love the tension that builds on December in 4 Golden when you're taking your time. Yeah. I've seen the live-action Hellboy Crooked Man. I have not yet. I just realized something. Do you think the idea of evil is speaking to the Moonlight Child when he proclaimed him as the chosen one since Moonlight Child has memories? No, they weren't fused yet. They weren't fused yet, and that was specifically him talking to Griffith. Moonlight Child's going to be the thing that gets in the way of him. I am 30 to 40 years old. I do not need this. Well, which one are you? 30 or 40? Yeah. Speaking of SMT, are SMT novels still going or they stop? Oh, that was over for a while. It was like a trilogy of books. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, we can sell off all of our junk. Bloody, forget the shenanigans Master Shake gets up to. That will fuck you over. That is true. Tell I would watch Hellboy the Crooked Man, but refuse to accept any of my recommendations. Will you have that there's a timer as a single non-script stat out of literally hundreds that change color? Man, are you talking about like Persona? Because Persona usually makes it pretty clear, like, hey, get this done before this time period. Airplanes would be able to survive Striker's rambling. Square got rid of source code for FF10, which came out in like 2000, 2001, so it's safe to say anything... safe to guess anything made before then is lost within most JP companies. Yeah. Imagine they do remakes of Persona 1 and 2. They'll probably have to change up the setup for it to make way for the social sim elements. There we go. I think Alice will ever re-release any of the old SMT games. As stated, that depends on if they even still have access to them. Go. Needs a sell all button. Really does. That would have been a nice quality of life feature. I don't know. They had those PSP remakes of Persona that happened like 2010. So there's chance codes out there. Heard about Mr. Medicare? Heard from Nick Fiore. Has been quiet for a while and the store's gone down. Yeah, that's been a few weeks now. Supposedly he is all right. Like he is okay. Go. A little bit better than what we got. Let's see. What else can everyone equip? There we go. So, little bit better for right now. And I will buy that for when Bosch gets Shields 3. God bless. God, please don't take Jim and Kazuki Yao from us this year. Yeah, Kier said she mentioned him a couple weeks ago, and he said he's still kicking. Yeah. Like, he should be all right, but I assume he probably had, like, a pretty serious medical episode. Carl probably wouldn't be that bad if you like sports. If he asks, you go to gambling with him, just politely but firmly decline. Yeah, Atlas may have the PSP versions of P1 and 2 Deology. That said, aside from very vocal fans, I don't know how big the demand for those games is. Yeah. I really hope Medicre's alright, at least for enough time to enjoy his life and hot Asian wife. Yeah. How likely do you think Localizer Atlas gives Mx Kanji gay or Naoto and trans in the remake? Oh, they won't. I assume it's going to be like P3 Reload, where they're just going to stick to the original script of the game. They are not going to try to deviate from the main story, because that is a lot more work. You tell us if you're sick, right? I'm pretty sure I'm not. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, since we can afford it, may as well buy the rest. Yeah, they better. Do I hear something from Jade? I won't believe anything. Yeah. You start the rumor P2's getting a remake. Maybe it'll come true. It's really funny. Josh Berg, that once he realized Jim confirmed he was alive. Dakir's not him. Yeah, I'm not shocked. Yeah, how people know that Jim has a hot wife? Oh, he's been open that he's been married for years. It's a woman by the name of Jade. All he has Ligma. It's terminal. There we go. Now's not a good time to piss off everyone with localizer bullshit when Japan's trying to replace localizers with AI. Well, especially since Japan is now more aware than ever of Western influences trying to fuck with their industries. Because Visa, MasterCard have been very openly fucking with them. To the point that they've had, like, actual political meetings about it. Yeah, Giza Plain, so just down south. They've had multiple political meetings about it. They've outright threatened to sanction Visa, MasterCard because of it. Like, it's one of those where their idea was to go in very slowly and quietly, convince each Japanese company one at a time that this is what the West wanted. If you wanted to break into the Western market, this is what people wanted. Then they got cocky, they got arrogant, they got stupid, and that's when it all fell apart. He fucked his hot wife live through a whole stream once, yeah. Well, he's as healthy as a horse, been hitting a health pipe all stream. That is true. The white man promised me this would make me stronger. Probably nobody remembers what happened when people fucked with Japan, yeah. Medicare did what? Yeah, there was a stream like years and years ago, like over 10 years, where he fingered his wife live on stream. Here we go. There's that actual Japanese politician who talked about the localizer problem. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a thing where this was supposed to go a lot slower than what happened. Their recent push now to really hit the gas pedal on it has kind of sparked an anti-reaction where now people are starting to go, all right, what the fuck is up with this? Yeah, they tried to convince them the West wanted the stuff, and it backfired when Westerners just started contacting these companies saying no, yeah. Well, especially just the fact that the numbers weren't adding up. Like, you kept saying the West wanted this, yet the West was not buying this, and they're openly saying they're not buying it because of this. What the fuck? You lied to us. Then you had douchebags like Jello, Jello Apocalypse, we talked about him earlier, where they were, like, literally bragging and shit-talking the manga authors they were supposed to be helping adapt the work of. So it's like, very obviously, like, the clique culture they wanted to set up was pissing people off. And now they have issues where now they're importing more people to fill their population gaps, and that's causing more crime issues. So once again, sold a false bill of goods, and they're like, what the fuck? Why is everything you're telling us a lie? Yeah, it's concerted effort to kneecap Japanese media, yeah. And some kid in middle school managed to get an image of that and airdropped on several iPads. Yeah, Ralph tried to shit on Jim, but look who's married and who's dying in Mexico, yeah. I'm kind of changing the subject, but is the Persona 4 fighting game worth trying? It is fun. It is one of the better, you know, Blaze Blue style fighting games. Wasn't just Finger, they're doing everything. Literally started the stream with her under the table. I learned today Nick Fuentes wasn't Nicholas Diorio, and I've been really confused why some fat fuck commentary YouTuber was a Fed. We think Joe, who talked Joe into making that One Piece video? Someone had to have. No, I fully believe that was a project made out of sheer spite. He was still pissy at how the lovely complex thing happened. So he wanted to kind of get his one-up revenge, and then it blew up in his face because everyone's like, hey, motherfucker, I know this series. You are just being a douche. Both me and Jade are having a baby. That's great. Wait, what do you mean by both? What's at least evil faction in Fallout? Kind of depends on your definition, but I would say the NCR. The NCR is just trying to rebuild America how it was. But that can also be seen as pretty evil, depending on where you look. Would you live next to the Aqua Teen guys? Probably not. They usually end up in horrible things. Oh, I saw you sizing up that gator. He looked cute. He was like a big puppy dog. Yeah, we live in a world with savvy and chippy reviews actively talk with Japanese politicians. Yeah. Yeah, Savvy at least has new shit to talk about. Chibi's just, woe is me, I'm a victim, and here's how me being a victim is connected to what's happening. Like I said, political issues tend to devolve into that. It all tends to just turn into the problem's never going to get solved, and it's getting somebody else fucking rich. Yeah, Jello seems like an asshole in the video was out of hate. It explicitly was. The dude implied Oda was a fucking pedophile towards his daughters. It's like, dude, you very clearly went into this with an agenda. You know, that's that type of media analysis where it's like, no, motherfucker, that's not objective. That's you had something you wanted to get to. NCR is trying to bring back the old rule with all the bureaucracy, bloat, corruption, ruthless expansion. Yep. NCR is unafraid to wipe out a village if it gets a little too uppity about like, well, why should we let you take control again? The next Aqua Teens off when you threaten to kick their ass. Who called Oda a pedophile? Jello Apocalypse. I'm partial to House. I'm also partial to House. He's ruthless, but ruthless in the way I like, and that don't fuck up my plan to fix things. Connor from Trash Chase is visibly recorded when the other two brought an Etchi figurine. Once people brought brand protection reasons, I brought his relationship with Hassan. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things of this whole, like, ew, Japan's so weird, is like, it's fucking gay. You know, to me, the whole mindset's just fucking gay. Like, you are a grown adult worried about what people think of you watching this media. This media that you can, like, easily just look someone in the eye and say, you know, it's expected, you know, it's expected you act like a fucking adult about this. Yeah, I didn't even know Oda had kids. He impregnated Nami. Yeah. Ramchibi Reviews has that he's let his emotions do the talking. Well, no, he's riding the wave. Yeah, Shay Durags made a great parody of the Jello Apocalypse vote video. He did, yeah. We actually watched it on stream. It was pretty funny. We're way past the point where merely using the words media literacy or media analysis cause people not to take you seriously. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Great Khan's just retarded. The Great Khans literally just operate out of spite. Isn't one of the endings in New Vegas that they're genocided down to, like, only a handful of people and everything about them is destroyed, but they're thankful because they got to piss off the NCR one last time? I'm surprised to find out there are people defending Jello's voting video. Then I realized something like they only like that video because they agree with it politically, and that's it. Yeah. Like, that's literally all it amounts to. It's they agree with it politically, therefore it can't be wrong. And it's like, dude, who fucking cares? Yeah, how Oda met his wife's a funny story. Yeah, she was a Nami cosplayer. Which, you know, I'm sitting here thinking, like, I mean, Nami's okay, but she's not my pick. I remember Oda was disappointed his daughters, like, pre-cure more than One Piece. Well, I mean, they're little girls. Come on, give them time. Yeah, Brotherhood of Steel is a bunch of isolationist dumbasses. Yeah, Every faction has their moment of being an absolute fucking retard. That's kind of the big point in Fallout. Yeah, Kutsalali marrying a Yuki cosplayer. You vote for Trump, you can come back to Sandy. Literally Jello's take on Trump voters. Yeah, it's like... It is this thing where... It's why I harp on it so much of all this shit does is make you miserable and turn you into, ironically, a reactionary fool. Where every single aspect of your life has to be in reaction to somebody that you hate. Because that's literally what happened to Jello. His entire career was defined by just, I need to do this out of spite. It needs to piss somebody off. Now give him a break. They'll like it eventually. Yeah. I'm sure it's just a little joke, you know. That's because you're a fellow Nico Robin enjoyer. Indeed. Indeed. Nico Robin is the best. Joseph Conrad marries real-life Yuki. Up to a point, nobody likes Brotherhood of Steel. Also, Jay Longbone's vid debunking, even showing direct contradictions in the articles that Jello flashed in the video. Yeah. Yeah, to be defined by your opposites to be nothing, yeah. Also, some fag in that gym stream embarrassing his own hot Asian GF who was also in the call by spurting out about Jews and banks. Yeah. Nico Robin is good, yeah. Yeah, 100% Jello is a pedophile and projecting his own desires on Oda. Unfortunately, worse. Jello has like a massive scat fetish and like a diaper fetish and like a fart fetish. Like he's got like some really, really fucked up skeletons. Also, he outright ignored Frankie in the vid. Yeah. Well, wasn't one of his points that fucking Nico never gets a fight in the series, and yet anyone who was like debunking it would point out that like around the time the video came out, not only did Nico Robin get a fight, it was like one of the best fights of the series. Nigga, that's nasty. Sorry guys, I'm gonna impregnate all your One Piece female characters, even the ones that think she's a man because she's crazy. Yeah, what? Nico's been in a ton of fights, yeah. Rachel's best girl because she can't run away. Remember, Robin can make clones of herself and grow extra parts, yeah. Yeah, always the diaper fetish. Yeah. When the lovely complex stuff was leaked out, people would just respond to that of like, dude, no. You are not the arbiter of taste because you really cannot even discern what good taste is. Eh. That's what people preaching hard against anime characters being much disgusting freaks. Well, it's basically... It's an attempt at in-group solidarity. They make an other that people can target and go, yeah, fuck that, fuck those people. And it shields them from their own misgivings. Much of anime dubbing is Spike. God, this stupid fuck this franchise. Play Undertale instead. Fucking retards, yeah. Robin's one of the last people on Earth who can read a dead language. Even if she didn't have a fight, she's still strong in other fields. Yeah, the whole point is she was the smart one. Yeah, like a gore fish just talking about degeneracy, yeah. Why is it always scat chat? It's literally a fucking pattern. When'd you get MP regen? The way regen works in 12 is when you walk around, you slowly regain MP. I think it's a skill all the mages get, or it might just be specifically white mage. But yeah, if you walk around, you're able to regain MP. Actually, I think it just is natural to everybody, because I think everyone's at their max MP. The crew literally can't accomplish their goal without Robin, yeah. Robin's part of the Baroque Works, an assassin group. She fought several people, and even then her role isn't a fighter, yeah. One of the current One Piece side characters is a giant woman called Ripley who's married and had a child with a regular human, just so you know. Why is it scat all of the time? Reason we know of Jello's fetish was Anime James after 4chan found a Sonic Girl's fart comment going, it's totally normal, I'm not the only one into this, Jello is too, yeah. Throw him under the bus. So one clip of Trash Chase going back around when Connor guy from Trash Chase being a moral fag because the others were unboxing a figure from Arrow manga. Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those where every time I hear it, I curl my lip and I just can't take it seriously. It's like, dude, it's fucking fiction. Who cares? That's like Elden Ring where the world became shit from the scatophile. Yeah, this world ending, yeah. And Nico's just awesome, and for Jello to downplay her just shows his hand. Yeah, Well, that's the thing people are pointing out. Like, you know, this idea that this character that very famously is like one of the more powerful characters in the story and has a lot of moments where she is allowed to fight and do cool things. Like, oh, she never even gets a fight. It's like, why are you lying about that? And it's because he had an agenda. He was trying to make it sound as bad as possible. And it kind of red flag Jello hates anime like that since his own work as a My Hero Academia ripoff. Yep. FF12, all characters regain MP by walking. Think Class 7 mages use techniques with significantly less MP. Yeah. And as people get into literal fights over fictional characters they care about. Yeah. I was in the 6th One Piece movie. I think you'll like that one. It was an Eldritch horror twist to it. It was made by Mamoru Hosoda. Oh. I've not seen any of the movies yet. We may sit down and watch them during anime night, because me, Dick Bro, and Shota are now officially One Piece guys. You know, it's like that bit from Family Guy where Quagmire finds out Peter's a cyclist. It's like, I didn't want you to see my secret shame. Makes it worse about Jello's One Piece video. He speed read the manga, spent more time making fun of it with friends, didn't finish the story, and said, I can do better in stream. Yeah. Sounds about right. Because, like, you know, I have been very, very open. Very open. I never gave a fuck about One Piece. I never gave a shit about it. I thought it was stupid. It looked like crap. I was very much a, man, fuck this. This isn't anywhere near, like, the best shonen. Fuck this. And then, because I was bored one night and Shota was talking about it and saying he actually really liked it, he already bought a fucking statue of it. Dick Bro really liked it. I'm like, all right, fuck it, okay? I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna read a few chapters and I'll see if it pulls me in. I'm now fucking 610 chapters in. So it's like, okay, yeah, this is actually pretty good. I actually kind of like this. I'm willing to admit I was wrong. I'm willing to admit I was being a dick. Yeah, Jello had to cover his ass by saying, hey, only a couple fights. That's still more fights than most characters. Yeah. Love or hate, One Piece, Oda's been doing this consistently for 20 years. That's dedication, yeah. Yeah, you had a Danny DeVito, I get it now moment. Yeah, it's like, I fully admit it's like, all right, yeah, okay, fuck it. Yeah, it's good. Well, you can't speedrun One Piece. Lolly, what's going to happen? Am I going to blow up? No, worse, will go right to your thighs. My thighs? And then you'll blow up. Joe Karoff, creator of the James Bond iconic 007 logo, passed away. Yeah, we've been losing fucking everyone this year. The One Piece was just asshole, so that an actual plan you're talking about persuaded me otherwise. It is fun. It is genuinely fun. It's not something that changed my life. It's not one of those where I'm like, this is my new favorite thing ever. It is Dethrone Berserk. No, but it is fun. It is something to where it's like, you know what? I am now actually interested in this. So there's going to be a Kirby Air Riders Direct later today? Oh, that could be cool. It's like when people say Yakuza for 7 had no strong female characters, no goals, that doesn't revolve around a main character. Yeah, that's bullshit. We got to talk to... I think we just basically talked to everyone here. Lolly has Zuko looking at the dragons. I understand moment. Fast forward years later, and there it was in the ICU, genuinely terrified the idea would die before Berserk finished. What has been playing One Piece out since he was a child? The man was cooking up a buffet that took years to complete. Yeah, didn't he start drawing the prototypes when he was like still in high school? You lift weights? No. I need to, but I forget. Do your super eye patch wolf monologue about how it saved you from depression? Yeah, Jello's right, Lolly. The only measure for a character's worth how many fights they're in. Jello has his own original show on YouTube called Epithet Erased, and people roast him for it because it sounds like a ripoff of JoJo, and he got pissy, made a review of JoJo and said it was shit. Yeah, like I said, unironic reactionary. Like, his opinion is whatever pissed him off. Got into One Piece thanks to the composer Kohei Tanaka, who also did music for Gravity Rush, Days, and Soccer Wars. He's really good. And Nico's probably one of the few characters who has a chance to figure out where the One Piece is. Yeah, he had apparently up to Ennie's lobby planned out when he was younger. Holy shit. So this man was literally born to create One Piece. I'm not much of an anime guy at all. Really didn't care about One Piece either, and slowly began to hate it because of Assam. But I do like it now. Yeah. Well, I'm very, very, you know, I'm very much of the opinion that if you like something, you don't have to let the fan base decide it for you. You know what I mean? Like, I can fully understand going like, I just can't get into this because the fans are fucking crazy. Because that's happened to me more than once, where I'm like, I just don't want to get anywhere near this shit. Holy fuck. But at the same time, if something is good and you want to give it a shot, you should, you know? You know, hell, I love Persona. You know, I love the Persona games. I love SMT. And the fan base to that series is fucking batshit nuts. So, makes sense, because you look at his Ruby vid, he's just really salty for not being chosen to voice a character. Yeah. Yeah, just ignore the fans that enjoy the work. Yeah. But it must be inspired by the Kanuka Man authors who need permission from their parents to drop out of high school and do Kanuka Man manga. Yeah. Kind of crazy to think about that. Like, God, they're that young and they're able to make something that big. I'm into Toby Fox stuff in the fan base. Oof. Yeah, exactly, you know? I could go from Bobby to Broly. One Piece fans kill my love for it, which is why I haven't touched it in years and need to get back into it. Yeah. I'd say, but if it wasn't for browsing Tumblr back in like 2013, I wouldn't have gotten into One Piece. Forgot what was made that made me get into it. I enjoyed Deltarune and thought mouthwashing was okay, but fuck, the fans are insufferable. Yeah. Have you watched the One Piece openings? Yes, I am aware of the One Piece rap, aka the best part of the 4Kids dub. Yeah, enjoy the work, never listen to the fans. Yeah. And we get to know the One Piece is this year. Oh, that could be cool. Do a review of JLo's Galo webcomic for shits and gigs. Can you even still find it anywhere? I thought he took it down everywhere. JLo hates Ruby because he wasn't hired as a VA. I hate Ruby because it's just shit. We are not the same. Best part of 4Kids dub with Guts playing Zoro. He was pretty cool. Ayo, ayo, ayo. His name is Luffy. I mean, I adore Signalis, but I cannot fucking stand the fan base. Just pure piss cancer and flanderization of the story because of lesbians, yeah. Yeah, yo. Oh, yeah. For the Redfield dub opening, yeah.
This nethicite.
Hey, took a bite of gum gum. Scratch your hair by Shonen Jump. Wait, you're 16. Shonen Jump editor figuring out the age of Kanuka Man author, yeah.
Thus I've come.
I'm the same with Fire Emblem. I like the games, but I think most fans are insufferable retards, mostly Western ones, yeah.
Then we are no different.
What?
Favorite One Piece opening? Like I said, I haven't watched any of the anime, so I don't know, like, actual legit openings. I'm just reading the manga.
To my people.
And from my understanding, that was the good choice because the anime can really start fucking dragging. Yeah, I never watched Inuyasha because he looks like a cat boy. Well, he literally is a cat boy.
They chose instead to give them to a
Though to be fair, I think he's actually, like, more of a wolf.
Called the Dynast King.
Hurts me when I see people getting turned away from Chainsaw Man because the fandom's full of American-hating retards. Yeah.
It is a curious
Western fans rarely even care about the cultural background about Japan. Yeah.
You cannot wield nethicite.
You know, the dub voice for Guts, the same VA for Zoro in the 4Kids version? Yeah, Mark Dorison. He's done a few different dubs.
You can't tell me how to use this stone.
Carrie Karenin was in Bastard not too long ago.
It shame me so to admit.
Remember when people were saying you're only mad finally got censored because you're a pedo? Yeah, it's like shit like that drives me insane. Because it's like, motherfucker, maybe I don't want them to rip out entire game mechanics because you feel like it's, you know, distasteful.
You would find it of small avail.
Yeah, the anime pacing shit's the bad for time skip. That's what I heard, yeah. Yeah, One Piece anime has slightly different continuity since they had to take into account some of the anime movies and a specific filler arc. I know some of the filler is considered, like, soft canon. Basically, it's not completely filler. It might have to do with some other stuff. And, like, Oda took some ideas from it. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true.
Yet full of thirst.
You watch as a dog boy? No wonder the show's popular with women. Yeah, he's a... If I remember right, he's like a wolf. He's like a wolf spirit.
The power of men and of
yeah, you watch as a dog, much like Sesshomaru.
And of evil.
You're watching One Piece, but seeing them repeat the same flashback multiple times an episode and taking 3 episodes just throw a single punch turned me off. I heard they're planning to remake One Piece after Owen finishes it and fix the pacing issues. Yeah, I heard they're doing the same thing with Bleach.
Larsa?
I would recommend looking up the big fights online for the animation. Yeah. Yeah, Tales of Berseria turned 9 years old today. Anyway, Velvet is best Tales girl. Yeah, I believe 4Kids dub is the reason One Piece didn't get popular till COVID. Yeah. I like Wolf's Rain? I thought it was pretty good. That's like one of the fucking grimmest endings ever, though. He's a half-dog. Koga is the wolf.
I say we ought leave tomorrow.
His dad was a wolf demon. His mother, surprisingly, was not a white woman.
To return, but meeting you here has presented a great opportunity. This
Yeah, showrunners consulted Oda about filler. That's why the filler is filled with ideas and concepts we would later see. Oh.
You know the Marquis Ondor.
How do you get into Bleach? Chapter 1.
Your pardon. He leads a large resistance.
Yeah, people say the G8 arc is the best filler arc, and need to check it out still. Oh.
Neither of our countries can afford this
Yeah,
now.
Oda also helps write the One Piece
The
movies.
Rosarian Empire would stir.
Yeah, have you heard the fan project One Piece? They cut the filler scenes out of the anime and condensed each episode to 2 chapters. Oh.
And Arcadia would have no
Agenda posting is what finally got me into One Piece. I don't know why I find it so hilarious.
Lady Ash, let us go to Ber Omases. With the blessing of his grace,
I mean, One Piece was popular everywhere else but America, and that's most likely due to 4Kids. Yeah.
And declare the restoration of the
Internet Archive is the entirety of Jealous, cringy-ass Lupin the Third ripoff. Oh, wow.
for peace between the Empire and
As bad as the average Dragon Ball episode being 2% fighting, 90% people on the sidelines trying Goku's special moves.
How dare you say that?
Speaking of One Piece rap, you ever hear the best 4Kids theme song, Kirby, right back at you? It's Big Band Jazz.
Dalmasca would be the battlefield. What if Nethicite were used on Rabanasta? You know my brother would do this. Forgive me.
Wolf's Rain's really good. The dub is good. The OST's great. But I wish most of the tracks were completed and the story. Yeah.
If you cannot trust me, then please take me as your hostage.
Rustler.
Yeah, Dragon Ball's still my favorite shonen manga anime. To be fair, it's a damn good one.
Didn't you? Like at the King's Tomb.
Yeah, I got into One Piece because the American version of Shonen Jump Viz put out.
But why?
Ash Nuclear War is bad. Please believe him. Well, I mean, he basically said, yeah, you can use the Nethicite, so can they. Maybe you just shouldn't use any of this.
And the prince? I barely knew there was a prince.
I still understand what 6-year-old me watched 4Kids One Piece just because Sonic X aired next.
Who knows? Maybe the person I saw.
The biggest
was
issue with
my
4Kids,
brother.
I almost like Sonic X. Fuck me.
BASCH told me about him.
He enlisted right at the end.
Yeah, 12 is
For what?
legit quite good. Yeah, I like 12 a lot. It actually has a really good story.
To protect something.
How can he protect anything when he's dead?
Well,
Was
that's
it
not your
different for
waifu.
Prince Rastler? Did that make sense? Hating the Empire, getting revenge, it's all I ever thought about. But I never did anything about it. I mean, I realized there was nothing I
Don't
could
use
do.
nuclear weapons? Nah, repeat that for the next dozen hours. Yeah.
It made me feel hollow.
That's on Joe Rogan.
Alone.
I like some of his interviews. His interviews with like old WWE guys are really good. Stuff like that.
I'd say stuff like, I'm gonna be a
Seen
sky
Guptill's top
pirate, or some other
10
stupid
hot song
thing.
females vid.
Just
Yeah, I saw
anything to
that.
keep my
Yeah.
mind off it.
I saw the Magic Munch video. It was pretty funny. Honestly, in hindsight, 4Kids is always better than
I
Funimation.
was
Yeah,
running
Vaughn,
away.
she's way out of your league. Yeah, 14-year-old me watched Shaman King without realizing it was really censored.
That's why I followed you.
I played Enter the Gungeon and been playing the shit out of it since I removed the sin from my heart to lead Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, Enter the Gungeon's really good.
I'm through running. I'm ready to find my
Yeah, hair
purpose.
physics in this game are surprisingly good despite the
find
age,
some
yeah.
real answers.
Well, Final Fantasy games,
Some
after they
reasons.
got big, they were always Square
If I stick
Enix's,
with
like,
you,
big
think I will.
franchise. Like, they would put money and time in them.
I wish I knew.
I'll find
Oh, no, actually, the protag. Don't talk to the princess. Ash's journeys lingo over thirst for revenge for her country. Yeah. Fan part about the One Piece rap, 4Kids was gonna dub We Are, but Toei insisted on 4Kids making original songs, and they wanted to appeal to the target demographics music. Holy fuck. That is amazing. Yeah, Jello was so salty about Ruby, he spoiled an important character coming back. Thoughts on the turn-based combat in the Yakuza games? I kind of like it. I already like turn-based games, so I'm okay with it. And I think what Yakuza does with it is creative enough to where it's like, okay, I kind of vibe with this.
Answers along the way.
I had other
Yeah,
reasons.
4 Kids hated One Piece. They purposely made it bad because they got in a package deal with Pokemon along with a few others.
Who is that? An enemy, and an ally also.
Are they saying blacks are
You will just have
thieves?
to wait and see for yourself.
Well, it's one of those things where you're... It's why believing corporate executives are in any way, shape, and or form ideologically motivated is fundamentally misunderstanding what a corporate executive is. A corporate executive doesn't understand human emotions. You ever seen Joe's interview with Graham Hancock, the Atlantis guy? I have not. I actually do have 4 Kids. We are on YouTube, but since it was recorded when YouTube was still relatively new, it's 240p. Canon reason being that Ichiban's a schizo and everyone else just goes along with it is genius, yeah.
Once we're in Yacht, we need not fear pursuit by their airships.
Did Hollywood Undead even okay 4 Kids doing that? That doesn't make sense. 4 Kids didn't dub One Piece till 2004. Pokemon was dubbed in like late 90s. Well, it's probably when they bought the contract in order to be able to air it.
You know, Nethersight's behind it.
And speaking of salty bitches, that's why Jello did a collab video with Butch Hartman. Yeah, that's why 4 Kids went under. They fucked over so many series, the publisher sued them into oblivion, yeah.
Welcome hand and a great aid, but why?
Put your celery in your glass of praying juice and don't try to reach for the screen. Here we go.
Can't say I'm unaccustomed to people doubting my intentions.
That's why I hate 4 Kids opening on One Piece, yeah.
I swear by your sword or
Well, it's one of those things of 4 Kids embodied the exact problem that America / First World West still kind of has. And obviously that's a very like generalized statement, but we all know what it's talking about. You know?
Here to see how the story unfolds.
In that they get this property from a foreign culture, and instead of trusting that people would just unironically want to see that foreign culture, they always have to fuck with it. They have to fuck with it and go like, no, but, you know, it would be more appealing if we did this or did that. To the point that they ironically kill what could have been massive if they just left it the fuck alone. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Jello's comic looking at the archive. He really knows how to write 2 types of characters, an absolute retard or smug prick. Yeah, Localizer would say they're fixing it, yeah. That video on D-Rex from New Jurassic World and the Jurassic Park Evolution. One comment said, oh, look, it's a dickheadosaurus. That was funny. Yeah, 4 Kids changed the death of Zoro's childhood friend from just falling down the stairs, getting jumped and crippled by a bunch of grown men. What do they mean by this? Yeah, it's like, I know it's meant to be like an important aspect of Zoro's childhood, but like, his childhood friend dying from falling down the stairs is still really funny. Like, when I got to that, it's like, yeah, don't worry, I'm gonna make sure I can beat you one day, you know? It's like, I'll train super hard and be the strongest swordsman ever. The next day, oh yeah, she fell down the stairs, she's fucking dead. It's like, oh, that's great. That's hilarious. And One Piece rap is such a big slap in the face, and they had Vic Mignogna, a singer, stage actor, and voice actor, sing the first OP opening, and it's really good. Vic also sang Dragon Force for DBZ, yeah. Down to stairs, strongest of the clan of D. Zoro's friend actually die, or was she actually okay? Did she ever turn up again? No, she, like, died. She died from falling down the fucking stairs. And what happened to the Witcher series? Like, people already love it the way it is. Why change it? Yeah. It's that classic paradox where they know that tactic doesn't work, but they always fall into it no matter what because they can't help themselves. And obviously it's very vague they, because it's always different groups of people. But the point is, it's that phenomenon, you know? Like, when they announced that there was going to be a Halo series, people have been asking for a Halo series, a movie. Fuck, ever since fucking Halo 2, you know? Ever since Halo 2, people were wanting a goddamn Halo movie or something similar. It's like, this is something people want. It's something that can make a lot of money. You have gold under the fucking hill. Just dig. And they never want to do that. They always go, well, it'd be better if this was oil. It'd be better if this was, you know, concrete, you know. Why would you want gold? Gold is stupid. Gold won't sell. Yeah, Kyuna died due to gravity. Fujitora has gravity fruit. It was him all along. Remember, Zoro goes somewhere with stairs. He eyes when murders intent and thinks you got her. You won't get me. Don't forget Nami's mother getting thrown in jail in the, well, in the original, she was killed by Arlong. Yeah, the entire reason she has beef with Arlong. Yeah, Alex Garland wrote a script for a Halo movie. Alex Garland wrote a script. Neil Blomkamp has been wanting to do a Halo movie for like fucking almost 20 years now. Every once in a while, 4Kids will write a funny joke. How'd you get in? I pretended I was a bar of soap and they gave me the slip. But Zoro's gonna die by also falling down the stairs. Also feeling Sanji will die by getting stabbed by his wife with a kitchen knife. Yeah. Yeah, gold's an investment, bitch. And remember Southern Belle, Nico Robin? Yeah, ODST's commercial's better than the whole TV series. Yeah. Well, and that's the point, you know? The whole point is they have every opportunity in the world to hand this off to somebody that genuinely knows what they're doing and they love this franchise, you know? When you give it to somebody that cares and they genuinely like it, you always feel it, you know? There's that soul aspect. Even if the source material is not that great, if you can get somebody at the very least respects it, you get the best quality of why that appeals to people whatsoever. Yeah, don't get me started on Nami's rubber knife yet. I think the only good Halo side media are the books, not really the comics, the actual books. Yeah. There's a lot of kids I knew in like middle school and high school that loved the novels. It wasn't jail, it was Arlong's Fishman Dungeon. Get it right, nerds. Give the Halo movie to the District 9 director of the TV show and have it start to follow Reach into the other games. Yeah. Like I said, it's something where like you can turn that into a franchise if you want, and they just fuck it up. Witcher was the exact same way, you know? Witcher, people have been asking for a new Witcher thing for fucking God knows how long. They got Henry Cavill as Geralt. You know, the casting people wanted because he loved the books. He loved the entire franchise. Then they handed it to a bunch of literal cat ladies that fucking hated The Witcher and wanted to do dumb shit like turn the Nilfgaardians into literal dickheads by making their armor look like a penis. So it's like, no shit, it fell apart and died. The fuck did you think was gonna happen? Well, you want a TV show or your favorite game, huh? Monkey Paw Curls. It shall be directed by A.D. Shankar. District 9 was literally meant to be a Halo movie. The script with D9 was basically taken from a scrapped Halo movie. Yeah. Neil Blomkamp's been wanting to do one for years. He can never get the rights for it. They can do a Halo movie very easily, too. It's a war story in space. It's just Starship Troopers, only you're not trying to wink at the audience and go, it's ironic. It's just an unironic humans versus alien war movie. But the chart said, yeah. The other one they butchered was Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. They rewrote the ending of the series and pissed Konami off so bad they pulled the rights and sued. Yeah. Wasn't it supposed to be a process to see if they actually want to do the thing they were hired to do? You would think. Because, I mean, hell, if you want a good example, look, you know, it's going to sound really, really fucking weird, but, you know, follow me on this. If you want a good example of how much anime can explode and really turn into a genuinely great market, look at France, you know? France and also by extension Mexico. Mexico also did a lot of this. They would license, you know, they would license anime. You know, France obviously got City Hunter, and Mexico got Dragon Ball Z, stuff like that. And they would localize it to be pretty damn accurate to the original. It would basically just be you're watching the original, you know, work just translated in your language. And because of that, they would fucking explode because City Hunter's really good, Dragon Ball is really good. You know, it's this thing where you didn't try to fuck with it, you know? You weren't fucking with it, you weren't going, well, it'd be better if we did this, we'd be better if we did that. You are not getting in the way of people enjoying it. Yeah, Italy loves Urusei Yatsura, yeah. Yeah, France fucking love Go Nagai's Grenadier, yeah. Yeah, French and Mexicans fucking love anime and titties, yeah. Yeah, Korea too, yeah. Netflix, Witcher writers originally wanted to make Roach's death scene comedic until Henry Cavill talked him out of it and rewrote the scene himself. Yeah, because that's a major betrayal towards Geralt and his character. Like, he loves his horses. He names all of them Roach because he genuinely loves them. Like, they mean a lot to him because they're basically his only companions. Yeah, Italy loves Lupin III because he drives a Fiat. Yeah. From the industry, you have a bunch of people who think they're better than the source material. They're localizing and adapting, yeah. That isn't what caused Konami to pull the rights. It was their dub of Zexal, the series right after 5Ds, which is ironic considering Zexal was the most 4Kids-friendly Yu-Gi-Oh! And Mexican dub even kept the honorifics in Dragon Ball, yeah. Yeah, Mexico localized Hajime no Ippo, Dragon Ball, Ranma 1/2, Juju Hakusho, yeah. Any thoughts? Any theories to what the plot of Witcher 4 will be about? I think it'll delve more into the series' power and ancestry. Probably, yeah. Yeah, even China sometimes, yeah. Yeah, Lupin III was huge in Italy, yeah. Yeah, they hired too many yes men. No one said, shouldn't we follow what we're supposed to, like localization? Yeah. That's with Americans fucking up foreign properties. It happens a lot, and I think it does kind of come from sort of an American arrogance angle of like, well, we're America. We're the real tastemakers. You know, we're the ones who made Hollywood. We're the ones who built entertainment to be what it is today. So you do have a lot of like corporate stooges that think they're the smartest guy in the room. And granted, this can be a thing in like any culture, but it is basically normalized in America. Big anime in India is actually Samurai Pizza Cats and Doraemon. Yeah. Another funny thing about 4Kids, I forgot to mention, Sanji was supposed to suck on peppermint sticks, and Smoker had a big piece of wood instead of smoke from his mouth. Yeah. Yeah, if you give a damn, you can make all the money. Well, it's like, kind of the best example for it is like Lord of the Rings. You know, everyone talks about the Lord of the Rings trilogy and how those movies could not be made today. They quite literally could not be made today. And they're not wrong. You know, they're not wrong just due to the fact of the amount of time and effort that was put into that trilogy, with Peter Jackson being a massive Lord of the Rings fan, and how far he went to recreate what Lord of the Rings feels like and get the vibe of it down. Like, it's not something that can happen again, you know? That level of soul and care just can't be replicated. Yeah, Samurai Pizza Cats ads run in the U.S. Yeah. And they want the name Halo or Witcher because it's popular, but simultaneously not want to appeal to that audience in fear of it being too niche. Yeah. You know, I kind of always call it like the corpo paradox. Like, they want something because it's popular, but they feel like appealing to the fans of it's too niche and they need the general audience. You know, the general audience would be interested in it because it's not trying to appeal to them, you know? All studio producers interfering with production to put their own little shitty spin on it, and death by committee as well. Yeah. Everyone wants to put their own ideas in it because if they're able to, they can basically get a cut of the money. For the longest time, more manga got translated to French than English. Yeah. City Hunter had like a shitload of different characters that were French, specifically because Hojo was aware of his French fan base, and he was actually really thankful they were able to read City Hunter. You know, Mexico has good localizing standards, but a mistranslation in the Dragon Ball Super OP caused a scandal. Yeah. Like Poochie, yeah. Unlike Rings of Power Riders, Jackson made a point he wanted to stay true to Tolkien's vision and not inject his own views. Yeah. Yeah, Battle Angel is big in France too. Yeah, that actually brings up a really good point. So, like I said, I watched Sin City again recently. I fucking love Sin City. You know, the original Sin City movie is a goddamn classic. If you've not seen it, watch it. It's amazing. And this applies to both, because Sin City was another case of they wanted to stay true to the feel of a Sin City comic, to the point that a lot of the movie is literally shot-for-shot panel recreations. They kept, like, a lot of the visual style of Sin City in the film. Not just the black and white, but, like, literally how things move, how they're framed. Like, if you compare it to the comic, it's, like, one for one in most cases. Like, if I remember right, 90% of the Yellow Bastard is literally just what happened in the fucking comic. And that was directed by Robert Rodriguez. Frank Miller helped him out because Frank Miller wrote Sin City. But, you know, Robert Rodriguez is one of those directors I really like because he does what I'm talking about. Like, you know, when he gets his hands on a work, you know, like a source or something like that, he wants to be as authentic to that source material as he can, you know? He clearly has a lot of love in what he works on. He clearly has a lot of passion, and you feel it, you know? Yeah, Bruce Wilson's Sin City, right? Yeah, he's in the Yellow Bastard arc. He's the main character in that. Rodriguez has a lot of passion. Yeah. And the reason I bring him up is because not only did Robert Rodriguez work on Sin City, he also worked on Battle Angel Alita. Yeah, the only time that Western version of Property didn't screw up was Edge of Tomorrow, yeah. But yeah, so basically, you know, Robert Rodriguez also made Battle Angel Alita, and Battle Angel Alita was one of those where that is a shockingly good movie. You know, like, when Battle Angel Alita was first coming out and we were getting, like, reveals, behind-the-scenes stuff, fucking nobody had faith. Nobody had faith. They were like, this looks awful. Fuck, this is going to be so bad. It's another The West rapes this franchise that I actually really like. God damn it. Then it came out, and it actually was like this genuinely really sincere attempt at, you know, adapting Battle Angel Alita, you know? It did change some stuff around, like Gruishka is not as psycho as he is in the manga. It had to, like, smush some stuff together to fit in with the runtime and where they wanted to go. But other than that, it was a really damn good adaptation. To the point that I'm still kind of like, all right, when we get in the sequel, you know, when we get in the other stuff. I always remember being flabbergasted over Angry Joe shitting on Alita Battle Angel for being too anime. Yeah, it's like, motherfucker, it's an anime. Like, and that's that kind of mindset I hate, you know? It's that mindset of like, well, if it's Japanese, it's inherently bad. If it's anime, it's inherently bad. It's like, motherfucker, it's popular because of what it is. You know, it's those things you're complaining about are what allowed you to hear about it in the first place. What is the yellow bastard anyway? It's spoiler stuff, but he is a felon that Bruce Willis's character mutilates in the beginning of his storyline, who later comes back for revenge. Yeah, Joe's review is just Disney sewing bullshit. Yeah. I feel like Robert Rodriguez made a Spy Kids movie. Feels like kids playing pretend. Yeah. Yeah, Sakamoto Days. Yeah. Yeah, thoughts on Machete? Machete's fun. Machete's another one where you can tell that Rodriguez really likes old grindhouse action movies. And we saw what happened with the Hobbit movies, even with Peter Jackson being behind it. Yeah. And he is a bastard who is yellow. He is a bastard. In fact, no, all you need is kill anime. Looks terrible, yeah. Sakamoto Days is fucking peak, yeah. Yeah, DIC was originally going to remake Sailor Moon for America, but they quickly realized that it would be way more expensive and worse than just dubbing it. Luckily, the West never made the mistake again. And doesn't the author of Alita dislike the 90s OVAs? I think so. That's something I'm going to have to read into. I like the OVAs. I read a book called Inside the Jihad about Belgian Muslim who infiltrated Al-Qaeda. He pointed out how Muslims have an inferiority complex and how much they have is made by non-Muslims. I'm not sure that has to do with Battle Angel Alita. Accidental incestuous cousins. Yeah, main protagonist disarms his weapons, both of them, yeah. That's one thing I like about Sin City. God, they fuck each other up in that. Like, violence in that is just so to the point. Battle Angel Alita movie any good? I like it a lot. Knew I wasn't being biased when Brad Jones' review was overwhelmingly positive without him knowing about the source material at first. Yeah. You know, like to show on Zack Snyder, his earlier films, Watchmen and 300, were faithful adaptations. Yeah, Watchmen's still probably his best movie, and a lot of that's because, you know, David Hayter literally just took Watchmen and said, yeah, turn that into a movie. I need another Dredd movie. Yeah. Yeah, look at Dragon Ball Evolution. That's what happens when you try to de-anime an anime. Exactly. You know, it's you are ripping out the skeleton to something that will not work without this. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Also, I'm pretty sure Robert Rodriguez, the executive producer of World Peace Season 2. He just likes what he likes. He likes indie stuff. Try and follow the quest. Sorta, kinda. We need to get a chocobo to run past that grass patch to get where we need to go, but we're kind of taking the time to grind up animals a little bit. Ever heard or played the PS1 Battle Angel? I have not. I want it to be good. And Zack Snyder's a great director. He's a terrible writer. Can't write his way out of a plastic bag. Yeah. More from across the pond. Congratulations to you and Manito for finishing the art for Sire Pop. Yeah. Battle Angel only worked because the director loved the material and still had CG involved. Yeah. Basically, the storyline behind Battle Angel Alita and why it turned out the way it did was James Cameron was originally going to make it because James Cameron's also a really big anime fan. He already listed Ghost in the Shell as like one of his favorite movies ever made. And he's had a lot of anime references and influence in his film, you know, like Terminator can get kind of anime at times. Aliens can get kind of anime at times. You know, he's been very open about it. One of the reasons he really likes CGI, because he can kind of take those visual styles and try to implant it with CGI into more realistic settings, and he has a very defined look that he likes, you know? But he wanted to do Battle Angel Alita for a while, and he just couldn't because of time. And he basically said to Robert Rodriguez, "You're a really big fan of this. How about you take care of it?" And Rodriguez was like, "Fuck yeah, I'll do it." As an English patch for the Battle Angel game, it's good, but still pre-analog stick PS1 game. And Bruce Willis's Hudson Hawk is considered to be a live-action movie of Lupin III. Yeah. As for you, Mama, Judgment Time. Yeah. Look at Carl Urban. Carl Urban, even if he's in something that's like complete fucking dog shit, you know, like the Doom movie, he's relatively like the best part of it because he just likes doing what he does, and he likes the material that it's based on. Hey, the Spy Kids director made the Battle Angel movie? Yeah. Especially when everyone's mad about the whitewashing and Hollywood Ghost in the show instead of how much they changed the plot. Yeah, like, going full RoboCop and Kusanagi rebels against Section 9, it's like, Section 9 are the good guys. Like, I mean, yeah, granted, they can view good as kind of a relative term, but at the end of the day, they're fighting terrorists. Consider Black Swan an unofficial American remake of Perfect Blue? It has more than a few, like, shot-for-shot moments. No, you don't care for the guy very much, but where's someone carved? You asked that, and I already said, like, I have no idea what I could consider one I liked, because I don't remember a lot of them. Yeah, Christopher Lee did the same thing with his acting, always put in 110% effort. Yeah! Okay, we gotta find the guys who are giving out chocobos. I think they're down here. Good actor making anything work. Look at Jensen Ackles make Soldier Boy work. It's about how dog shit The Boys is. Yeah. I follow the quest line of the game, or are you just goofing about? As stated, we are going to follow the quest line, but I know where to go for it. At least in the sense of we got to get a chocobo to run across the grass patch. But we're also taking the time to kind of grind some animals and build up some license points. Sorry, I didn't hear answer that question. I was on a phone call. They made the anti-terrorist group the bad guys. Was Hassan in the writing room? I was wrong. It was Saban who were going to remake Sailor Moon. You can find the pilot on YouTube. It's ass. Robert Rodriguez also directed the Book of Boba Fett. He directed a few episodes. I don't know if he directed all of them. Seems to be a thing with a lot of British actors in particular where they give it their all even if they're complete trash. You finished the RoboCop DLC? I've not finished it. I'm like halfway through. It is very fun. The main issue I'm having is Unreal likes to crash a lot. Unreal 5 is like one of the worst fucking engines around right now, and everyone's starting to use it. It is awful. The performance is dog shit, and it crashes like a motherfucker. Yeah, horses drop pretty valuable loot. Just your manning, I think. Yeah. That's the true FF way. All the Cyberpop pages are done. What else needs to be done before they ship out? As stated, we're getting it lettered right now, and lettering should be done in like a few days. Like, at most. Yeah. Well, we're going to have a big announcement stream for when it's, like, finally hitting the shipping, because that's when we're going to close out the campaign. And then, like, you better get those orders in now if you still want it. Also, funniest Carl Urban line, behold my stuff. I think the only time British actor didn't take the role seriously was Matt Smith in Morbius. And that's because he fully knew what he was in. He still ended up being the best part of it just because he didn't give a fuck. I'm at the point Ghost in the Shell setting. I'm sick of Hollywood just trying to make Blade Runner or other cyberpunk stuff. Over the new Pain stock ending, the new OST goes hard. Yeah, Matt Smith took the paycheck and had fun. Are the one of the rides in Disney parks going to use Unreal 5? The lines are going to get even longer. Heard that one of the oh yeah. I don't like modern gaming. I don't like half-finished buggy games that require hardware is overpriced and never in stock. Yeah. What game should be played tomorrow? I do not know. I do not know. In fact, Sony got gaslit and re-releasing Morbius will never not be funny. That is still a hilarious story. And after they re-released it, nobody fucking watched it. I think there was a third petition that said we were all busy that day, do it again. Okay. Yeah, it should be in Eastern Kawan, so yeah, it should be over here. We need to go more east. Can I take Matt Smith seriously as a villain? He looks too goofy. No one knows what Shota has in store tomorrow. Have sex, have sex, have sex. The people that produced the RoboCop game made a Dredd game. Would you want? Who would you want to voice Dredd? If they can get him, I'd like to see Carl Urban come back. He was awesome as Dredd. It's like watching a kid slam into a wall and saying I wasn't watching Do It Again yet. This has been Madam Web. People will probably have turned up for the re-release. I wish Blade showed up at the end and killed Morbius yet. Got one generic romance and need more. I mean, it had a pretty solid ending. I code in a UE5 and I love it, but it's very hard. Smain Studio switching over. We're seeing the learning pains in real time. Not helped by the fact that you see upscaling as a shortcut to optimization. That classic problem. It's like, no, you don't need to. You don't need to optimize anything. Just make it look prettier. Any urban legends or theories you believe? I don't care if you don't believe in ghosts. Never fuck around in a haunted place. Yeah, ray tracing is a scam, yeah. It's pretty in 5 frames per second. Yeah. Have you read any of the Judge Dredd comics? I thought I'd give them a try. Yeah, they're good. They're goofier though. They're more campy. What makes a place haunted? If there's something there that's fucking with you. Craven was hilarious. Kind of. Craven was hilarious. Kind of a shame though. Aaron Taylor Johnson was actually a good choice for a film. Yeah, he's actually a really good actor. Hey, manga ended. Only watched the show, Kowloon. Yeah, it's over. Like the anime got to the ending of the manga. They made a Dredd game. She looked like 2012 or more Stallone. I would like a marriage. Like the judges can look all goofy like their comic versions where they're really over the top, but the world should feel like the 2012 one. Like it's this contrast between like camp and like grit. It's underneath the burial plot if a person dies, yeah. Hag propaganda ends now. Judge Dredd comics are campy, but also very fucking brutal. Oh, yeah. And you played New Dawn of War? From my understanding, just a remaster, so technically, yes. Really weird they wait till Craven to make an R-rated movie after going through Venom and Morbius, right? Everyone said the same thing. It's like, why did you wait until now? Phew. That hurt. Play something co-op. Next Lolly Show stream's been sitting on the cook chair for so long I'm worried about him. Bless you. Thank you. I want Sire Pop to be big so I can see fan art of Rachel. Agreed. Agreed. Keep seeing people wanting 40K movie. Honestly, I don't know how that would work. If it's animated, then yeah, I can see it, but live action questionable. I mind the first Venom. It was trashy fun. The others are A. I think 3 is probably the best one of the Venom trilogy. The second one's like very like, why the fuck did this happen?
I fear I could not bear the shame.
It doesn't help Craven had so much potential and squandered.
A shame perhaps for me and for you.
What the doctor say that Morbius fans, sir? You're morbidly a beast.
You can just accept this, can you?
It's fun having retextures having all the Dawn of War campaigns in one game. That is true.
Yet never did I forget my nightly vows.
The new Spider-Man movie would be good. I am worried it'll be too busy. Because they're announcing a lot of people for it.
I would bear it proudly.
Most haunted places are just abandoned places with homeless people living there.
What is
Yeah, Carnage needed an R rating, yeah. How do you and Rachel react to fan art, normal, and smut? It'd be funny.
They will not accept this.
The guys stream Delta to completion? Probably.
There is hope.
Sire Pop as big as Rachel's ass. Let's go.
Right?
Didn't the second Venom movie have Carnage? It did, but both, like all three Venom movies were PG-13 when they needed to be R-rated. You can tell they wanted them to be R-rated. Isn't Henry Cavill trying to get a Warhammer movie or series made? Yeah, but that's been stuck in development hell for like a few years now. Yeah, Punisher costume's too goofy. No, I like the Punisher costume in Brand New Day. I actually think it looks kind of sick. Does Yuki understand sex?
The Senate may play at intrigue, but Lord Vane is not one to be brought down easily.
I stopped the suicide of a hot chick. Did I fix her? Mega City, Texas, one of the nicer mega cities in the Dread universe, has open-air dueling arenas and open corruption and still has all the problems, but people had outlets.
Your Honor reminds me of Zet.
Ended up finding out that Tubi has Ghost in the Shell series for free.
He too put his trust in Lord Vane's strength, and what became of him? Gone without a trace since Nabudis.
Yeah, Spidey Punisher sounds good. Then Mr. Negative. Okay, fine enough for a villain. Hulk gets added. What the fuck is happening? Yeah. They wanted a Venom film to be R-rated. They should have called, have someone call Venom a slur. What doesn't help is that Carnage didn't have Carnage act like Carnage. No maniacal and sadistic laughter. Woody Harrelson was a decent Cletus, but that just wasn't Carnage. Yeah.
Woody were more so.
Suki understands sucks. That spoiler stuff, can't talk about it. Oh no, I mean, I can flat out say she does.
How fitting for one who would bear the burden of empire.
If you don't mind me blowing my own trumpet, but I did a video a few years ago for new Dread readers I might find useful. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Zagabath, what of you?
Isn't the upgrade movie considered to be more Venom than the official Venom movies? To a degree, yeah.
So found his
Jim Carrey could have done a really good Carnage.
You would do well to mind your tongue, Drace. That matter is
and
long
fuck Sony and their
past.
shitty licensed OSTs. Venom 2 should have had maximum Carnage for Sega's opening track.
Your Honors, a summons.
Has Yuki even seen a penis?
Has arrived at the palace.
Yeah, Eddie insists Venom didn't kill any cops. I have a feeling they were supposed to die in that first movie. One guy directly lands on a beam. Yeah, no, like it's very obvious that the first Venom movie was going to have a lot more of like the horror aspect of Eddie realizing he's been taken over by the symbiote and it's having him kill people. And then they just skirt past that because it's like, well, I mean, he would be a heckin' bad guy if he was just murdering people left and right. It's like, that's kind of the point of early Venom, though.
And we will have bought much needed time to shore up our defenses.
He was busy as Eggman. Honestly, good choice. Yeah, it actually was.
No matter the result.
And Scream didn't even have a symbiote. She just dies, yeah.
I already see the stunned faces of those mud-witted senators.
You have a burlap or a prolap?
Strings easy to pull from the shadows. But they will find
Would you believe me if I said studio interference involved? Oh yeah, no, I fully believe it.
Yes.
You like Venom in Spider-Man 3?
With the puppet
Topher Grace as Venom? No. The actual way they did Venom, it's not the worst.
When they realize the truth.
Yeah, they jump straight to anti-hero Venom, yeah.
To be shepherded.
Yeah, Venom 2 or 3 needed Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, yeah.
You're right.
Just have him eat bad guys, just make it messy, yeah.
Speak on this matter with His Excellency at once.
If Venom early on fucking hates Spider-Man, would do anything to draw Peter out, yeah.
It falls to us to protect Lord Larsa.
Like, before Carnage, Venom was kind of acting like Carnage.
Aye.
Yeah, they did the first movie like Lethal Protector comic series, would have been better, yeah. Yeah, Venom isn't supposed to be a hero, he's the direct power upgrade that Peter needs to avoid, yeah. Yeah, there's no Lasher or Phage either, plus their agony was shit. They made her hair, some weird tentacle drip, yeah. Yeah, Matthew Lillard would have been great Carnage. Venom Truth and Journalism is like one of the only good things Shankar did. Well, even then, people have been talking for years how Shankar only does like last stretch producing. Basically, he'll give like the remaining 1% of a film budget and demand in that same deal, like let him be an executive producer. So it's one of those things. Well, Venom hasn't been a straight villain in the comics since Carnage was introduced. Ever since been an anti-hero, yeah. Already been since Ian McKellen's the next Avengers. I won't be shocked if he's Magneto for fan service sake. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's where the difficulty spike begins. You are not even fucking kidding. This dungeon is where the difficulty ramps up for like no reason. Venom doing stuff. Somebody listen here, you black nit. Yeah, before Venom, Scorpion was originally Spider-Man's evil counterpart, the natural predator spiders. Yeah. Yeah, Shankar was producer on Dirty Laundry too. Yeah. Based on DMC comments, it's obvious 80 wants to be seen as the hero to the series he works on. Yeah, it's complete ego, which... It's another case of I'm kind of thankful that interview happened because of that, it kind of, you know, demystified a lot of people's, you know, idea of it. Where since they're able to see, like, man, I should have been the one to save DMC. Got people to go like, oh, you don't actually care about these franchises. You care about what those franchises mean for you and your career. Yeah, Venom just surfs the web now. Do we have a deadline for Cyberpop fan art commissions? We are going to talk about that once we actually close out the campaign. Because there is going to be a little bit of time. A little bit. Last time, Parker, our pronouns are they, them, not because we're non-binary, because we're literally two niggas. There we go. Head producer of this dungeon worked on after he found his girlfriend cheating on him. Yeah, why not? Is Vaughn getting the summon for more MP? Also, because you do kind of want your more magic-focused people to get the summons. I'm talking about 80 or Marvel. Other one perfectly describes them yet. Yeah, DMC was in pop culture way before that anime. Yeah. Well, it's just kind of one of those things where it tells you all you got to know about the guy. Oh shit, Monk. Yeah, this is where you can give people like 2 different jobs, so we can kind of fuck around with it and see what we can come up with. Yeah, for those that don't know, someone's double your max MP. Yeah, and because Vaughn is a white mage, he could really use that. And here, we may as well give him. We may as well wait until we can afford some of these, because they're really good. Honestly, 80 saying I should have done Street Fighter since that chilled on my spine, yeah. Yeah, Venom was Peter Parker's original Latina girlfriend. They broke up, Peter cut himself off from the black suit, and Venom decided to ruin Peter's life. Okay. Yeah, grind for LP is real. Yeah. Remember the Japanese commercial for DMC 1 where the lady high times her date with a bouquet of roses? Okay. Since it's Balthier, we can make him... Yeah, fuck it. We'll make him a monk. They released a show right after DMC. It'd be one thing, but they released it years after a critically acclaimed entry. Also, his show was worse than DMC. Yeah, exactly. Being a white art mage and cast Burning Cross in this game. If you mean, like, can you do, like, white and black mage? Yeah. He gets his hands on Street Fighter. I'll send a formal apology to the 6 dev team for bringing back M. Bison through an amnesia clone. I hope the new Street Fighter movie is good or cheesy as the OG live action. Yeah. That commercial was for 3. Virgil walks in. I am Liz Storm. Everybody, Foebreaker for real? I'm very curious now. Foebreaker's kind of fucking OP. You do a shitload of damage, and you get a lot of health. Of course. What do you think of the Van Damme Street Fighter movie? It is quaint. It is very, very quaint. That was when, like, bad video game movies were fun. Or they were just the goofiest, like, this is what Hollywood thinks video games are. It's adorable. And before we do that, we also gotta unlock hers. Here we go. Quick, change the channel. No, lol, it was KKK joke. What was funny about the 80 interview was him not realizing Street Fighter was less dead than DMC. Yeah, right? Street Fighter 6 was already out and was like the most played fighting game by that point. Okay, Fran's an archer, so what would work well with an archer? Probably a Shikari, so if anyone closes in on her, she could also be able to melee. Yeah, it's adorable is a good way to put it, yeah. The day Bison graced your village was the greatest day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday. So 80, I heard you like Berserk. Who's your favorite character? Oh, Berserk's my favorite. He's so cool, you fucking hack. Time Battle Mage? Not the worst idea. Yeah, Time Battle Mage for haste. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, they're bizarrely bad but fun, yeah. They made Street Fighter into something that is not Street Fighter yet. We ever had the kick-assy and Nazi rant into your comic? No, I specifically want to avoid a lot of in-joke stuff because I need to see, will this do good on its own? You know, that's kind of my big goal with it. You know, it's like... I mean, oh yeah. Like, Craig, do you get a lot of pussy in that outfit? Of course. Okay, what can she learn? Green magic, but right now it's just decoy and oil. Numerology is not bad, but I don't remember if it's actually any useful. Also, Raul Julia literally put his life into the entire role because he wanted to impress his kids. Just legendary, yeah. If it comes next Homestuck, would you embrace it? Oh yeah, I would just be happy people like it. Here, we'll go ahead and boost up her damage. Hello, my fellow African Americans. Everybody's a tank or your support, so understand me. It's just that it's very different from my playstyle. I'm interested. Vaughn is basically your support because White Mage can also learn some Green Mage spells. Street Fighter movie is just soulful, yeah. Oh, there we go. There's slow and immobilize. That's not bad, but a little bit too offensive. I wanted to focus more on being able to do, like, support for the party. There's Reflect and Disable. That's not bad. Here, we can unlock a Gambit slot, too. Ninja Theory's DMC. Oh, thank God, no longer the most hated thing in the franchise yet. 80 would have Guts be the bad guy, I'm calling it. Yeah, right? It's... The painful part is the predictability. It's like, dude, we know what you're gonna fucking do. I'll put jokes or references that will age your comic like Sarah Palin joke and kick ass. Yeah. Okay, Bosch. He's a foe breaker. And Bosch I do want to build more as the actual tank, so we may go with Knight. Because I think you can turn him into a Dark Knight. In fact, I know for a fact you can. Because, yeah, technique, Soul Eater, yeah. And a big good night, everyone. I hope you can get our hands on the comic soon, yeah. He already bragged he's going to cuck Duke in his Duke Nukem show, yeah. Dylan Night Owl made a Spoonie video. I didn't know Spoonie hated Trump that much. Now, we believe in Santa Christ. We believe in Santa Christ. We believe in Santa Christ. Alright, guys. Chun-Li has chicken legs and no ass. Cammy wears baggy pants. Guile is Indian. And Ryu thinks martial arts are gay. I never understand how 80 shows do well. They have pretty animation, and they appeal to people who literally don't know a fucking thing about the franchise. That's it. And even saying they do well is kind of an exaggeration, considering the fact that apparently Netflix DMC didn't really do that well. Like, at first they were saying, like, oh, it's like the highest rated thing on Netflix. Everyone's fucking watching it. And then they went mysteriously quiet after that. I still can't believe that. The movie came out in 2010. Sarah Palin wasn't relevant yet. Persona 4 Part 2 video when? It's going to be a while because I'm catching up a bunch of other stuff. I warn people all the time, if you want a saga, it takes a little bit. Yeah, DMC didn't do well. That's why Shankar has Meltdown, yeah. Yeah, from Visionary 80 Shankar, yeah. Is the answer story in Persona 3 considered the last time Persona emulates SMT and only focuses on combat, doesn't really have sim elements from what I heard? You can definitely view it that way. Yeah, Netflix Castlevania seasons 1 to 3 did well, yeah. Now, you know, 80 would pull the same shit with Berserk like it did DMC, make Guts retarded and ruin Costco while glazing her as the best character. Only thing anyone remembers that DMC shows in America, fuck yeah, edits a portal scene, yeah. And that's one of those things where, you know, I say it a lot, the absolute worst thing you want to do is add political references that are meant to be one-to-one allegories with shit. Because as soon as that issue's not relevant or something comes out that proves, oh yeah, the original story TM is not what you thought it was, you look like a fucking moron. Yeah, Netflix May Cry literally just pissed me off, yeah, right? Hey, Shankar Spec Up's the line, yeah. Yeah, get ready for a wait on the sagas. We'll never have another Channel Awesome movie saga. You gonna deal with the late game enemies? Or are you going to reroll your characters later on? I actually don't run into that many issues with late game enemies. As long as you keep up on your upgrades, you should be alright. Yeah, we don't really need that. At this point, I say he's pretty much good for now. And Spoon's whole thing is just sad. Watch him talk about the Twilight movie, how he used to watch it with his girlfriend that left him and it hurt. Yeah. Do you think they'll try to bring back people putting in more member berries from the game in DMC Season 2? I don't even think that. I think it's just going to double down a lot of the dumb ideas. Because it's too committed at this point. Fuck it, we'll do something different. We'll make her a battle mage. Numerology damage starts at 1, doubles each time you use it, but if it misses, the damage resets and its accuracy decreases with each successful hit. It will never hit after 16 hits. Yeah. Making something about corrupt politicians is not the same as making something about a specific corrupt politician. Yeah. And Spooning forever live rent-free in my head from the betrayal rant. Yeah. I feel sorry for John Bosch and Kevin Conroy being in Netflix DMZ. Yeah. That is always the sad part. Like, Shankar is able to get genuinely great actors for a lot of what he does, but what they're given is so bad. Hey, what they've done with Richter Belmont is literally just a pushover. Yeah. Things about Netflix Make Cry that was good with John Bosch and DMC property. Hearing Kevin Conroy one more time and getting Evanescence do a song. Yeah. Did you hear about the MK13 leaks? Apparently they're adding new guest characters. So far it's confirmed Dredd, Max Rokastansky, Klaus Schwab, and John McClane are confirmed. Wait, what was that Klaus one? Watch when Spoonie reviewed movies with his brother. Yeah. Damn you, Spoonie. If I interview Notchik, I could have gone somewhere, you son of a bitch. Yeah. So it was like Indian David Cage, but for cartoons. You have a whole fucking script for Castlevania Nocturne, how I fucking hate it. Yeah. The man who beat Dracula in a single night was taught by Just Belmont, who was the grandfather of the item crash technique. Yeah. I once believed MK13 was a thing. Klaus from American Dad from Mortal Kombat. I'd play it. I'd main him. Klaus needs a W. And screwed up Agni and Rudra. How do you do that? Well, it's one of those things where, you know, I talked about it when it came out. You know, when the show came out and we sat down and watched it because Shota had a bad week, and specifically the way he worded it before that anime night is, you all have to suffer with me. And we sat down, we watched Netflix May Cry. We pirated it because we wanted to make sure Netflix didn't get a fucking dime. But, you know, basically, every single original idea it had was bad. Every new idea they had was fucking stupid. There was not one original idea in their head that was worth fucking anything. And it's to the point where even they knew that, because they'd set up an idea and then immediately double back on that idea and pretend like that idea never existed. Like, it was to a degree of just downright, motherfucker, why are you setting up this rule if you're never going to use it? You're a loser, you have a small dick. I like Just Belmont. Harmony of Dissonance is not that bad, just tiring. And he ruined them by attaching their heads to their fucking bodies, yeah. Also, why does Dante's Devil Trigger look like a damn Autobot? Yeah, right? Should have had it rough considering what was going on with him, so it was understandable. Yeah, poor guy. We were fully on board with like, all right, man, we'll do it for you. We'll do it for you, guy. We're going to bat for you, guy. Until proven otherwise, anyone who defends an Shankar show is very likely his ult. Netflix Sparta, I'm going to build a wall and the demons will pay for it. Remember the demon killing bullets? 80 didn't. Yeah, right? He didn't until it was time to remember it, until they didn't. Yeah, fucking fuck demons, fucking bloody fuck, you fucking fuck. Yeah. And Nostalgia Crate gave you GM for new Mortal Kombat. Sorry, mini Marlboro? Yeah, there's tiny little Marlboros here. Cannot stress this enough. They could have had multiple series of Castlevania going, but they fucked it up getting rid of Dracula. How many times do you have to hold Shota back from scalping Netflix execs? A lot. And Klaus Schwab's fatality is literally him force-feeding you cockroaches. I feel Shota gets a new GF every week. He does go through a lot of them. Poor guy. He just wants stability, and all he attracts are crazy women. See the trailer for The Cut? It has Orlando Bloom. I have not, but someone did ping me with it, so I do want to watch it. Man, it's like a year and nobody references Netflix May Cry. Yeah, people only specifically talk about it in the sense of, oh god, remember when that happened? That's the reason why I was so interested in your party, bro. Worst timeline out there where Ashinker gets the right to Shadow the Colossus and adapts the shitty Hollywood script, yeah. Yeah, DMC 2013 wasn't so bad. Too bad there was an enhanced edition on PC, and mods, as far as I can tell, are gone to time. Remember on Castlevania that crosses are used because vampires have problems with shapes? Yeah, it's like... like I said, every idea they come up with that's not based off game lore is fucking stupid. It is the epitome of what we talked about in that some jerk-off producer goes, no, but this would be so much cooler, and then they try it, and it's fucking dumb. It is just explicitly dumb. Just needs to find the crazy that meshes with his autistic rants and screeching on stream is all. I think I write bad dialogue and remind myself of Netflix DMC's dialogue and how it can't resist using an F-bomb for 5 seconds. Yeah, fuck you, Mini. It was like 4 months ago. Could Castlevania make a comeback today? Yeah, 100%. The games are fun. It's a gameplay-focused franchise. Like, it does have story, and the lore actually gets, like, really in-depth, but you can easily just make a new game. Should only attract crazy bitches. It would suck the moment the pendant was Dante's and not Dante's, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we haven't triggered the cutscene for this yet. Alright, we gotta... Yeah, it feels like it came out a year ago. I remember 80 liking a post I made showing the difference between what was shown in a teaser to a similar passage in a DMC book. I always always have a cold sweat whenever I think about it. Yeah. Castlevania combat be like DMC? No, it has its own combat system. Also, what's funny is that DMC series doesn't use that much foul language. Although I think 2013 DMC did use a lot of it, but that was Western made, much like Netflix. Yeah. Well, the whole idea is like, the characters don't need to swear because that doesn't automatically make them cool. You generally want what you do not have. Shota wants stability and crazy women want a father figure. Does that mean Shota's their father? Back on an MRE right now, and I found some M&Ms. Unfortunately, they've been expired for like 3 years. Yeah, keep the side scroller for Castlevania. That's what works best. Now look at Bloodstain. It did pretty well in that side scroller. Feature Trick seemed nice. He just wanted to talk at a bad time, yeah. Anime and 5 dropped the F-bomb. Yeah. And it was like once. Like both of them only did it like maybe once or twice. Dante's cool because of what he does, not what he says. Yeah. Yo, Vizzy Pop, an apology. Someone surpassed her in too much swearing. There we go. This is the door. Never saw the DMC show. Didn't they compare it to the Iraq War or some shit? Yeah. There is a lot of really badly thought allegories.
What have we done?
And one Order of Ecclesia adapted into an anime not touched by a Western studio. Yeah.
What's that mean?
I think there's more cursing in RE games than DMC. Yeah.
Making an appearance?
Come on, I'm talking over here.
I thought you'd left for good.
If Castlevania ever comes back in the 1999 entry, the post-Symphony games keep talking about how there was a Great War Dracula in 1999 that sealed him in the Eclipse. Yeah.
Oh?
If I was more swearing than any other main DMC game, and it's few enough to count with one hand.
The Nethicite troubles you. You've let your eyes betray your
I think he
heart.
gave about like 3 fucks from Nero, aside from his in-game Devil Trigger line. Yeah. What's your favorite M&M? I really like peanut. I like the peanut butter ones. Yeah, Nero was the one that said it. The character you would think would say "fuck you." Yeah. In fact, that was Shinji Mikami's method for how cool you, for how you wanted to betray Dante, someone who was cool without swearing, drinking, or smoking. Yeah. Because it was more of a challenge. They brought Dante into the DMC games and made him a syndrome-like villain. Idolized Dante as a kid, but Dante told him to go home.
I bet they'll be glad to see you after so long.
I am unwelcome.
We played Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection as a fun side-scroller. I've not played Resurrection. Killing actual demons in actual hell is just like Iraq War. Are you saying Iraq War was justified? Well, that's what I mean. So, like, every single original idea the DMC show has is bad and not thought out. It'll set up an idea and then never use that idea. You know, like they make it a point that hell isn't just full of malevolent demons. There's a lot of innocent demons in there as well. And they're super weak and they just want to live and all that shit. And yet the only one, and they even make it a specific point, the only ones that can cross the portal are the weak ones. Only the weak refugees come over. All the malevolent ones stay in hell. And yet Dante is able to have consistent work killing malevolent demons that are trying to kill people. And not only that, but fuck, it gets dumber the more I think about it. But like over and over and over again, they make it a point that, you know, even though only the weak ones can come over and only the weak ones can do all this shit, Dante has killed stronger demons that have moved over. He's able to have consistent work killing demons. And the only times we ever see the weak demons cross over is when they need to make the White Rabbit look sad. Like, that's it. These demonic refugees smell like cow shit and sulfur. Yeah, like, they make it a point that you can tell a demon because it specifically stinks of cow shit and sulfur. And yet they're not able to tell that demons are right next to them. Like I said, it's an idea they set up just for a scene and then they forget about it for the rest of it. He sees that some demons are trying to make good life. Dante literally hacking them into pieces. Yeah, it's like Dante, whenever it focuses on Dante, weak demons do not exist. They do not exist. It is purely malevolent ones that just want to kill people. It's Devil May Cry demons. The whole point in the game is that Sparta is an anomaly for being a good demon. Yeah. Also, we're now in the Bunny Girl Village. Season 2 for Twist Metal already available. I don't know here in Mexico. It is. As far as I'm aware, here it is. Deki Kamiya made Dante chat, not Shinji Mikami, though I think he probably helped make DMC 1. Yeah, they made Lady a government bootlicker, yeah. Yeah, demons wear Middle Eastern clothes and hijabs. Dude, like,
we're here to see her.
It got so fucking stupid. Like I said, the more you think about it, the worse it is. Honestly, the memory script points to being AI generated. You're not wrong. Also, did you know your father's the legendary Dark Knight Sparta? Yeah, right?
It is not allowed for humans to walk on these grounds.
Yeah, Sparta was unique. The fact he gained humanity gave him strength, which he passed on to his children.
If you can find her.
Put more thinking into this than the creators of the show.
Until you let us see her.
Yeah, demon smell of shit and sulfur. Hell is an allegory for India. What did AD mean by this?
Fine then. We'll look for her ourselves.
Saw someone mention the Great Linkara. Anyone saw Dylan Night Owl's video on his storylines? Yeah. Bunny people are gonna beat you to death.
I've heard the voice of the wood. She says Miern is not in the village. Jote, where has she gone?
With all of them at the same time, back to back.
Why do you ask? The wood
Only good
tells us
demon is
where
a
she
demon
has
that realizes, oh, my own kind's irredeemable like Hellboy.
Can
Yeah.
you not hear her?
That's Barda could have been played by David Bowie. Seems like his sort of character.
You cannot.
Honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad idea.
From hearing their harsh
Like a DMC
speech,
show
I
about
think.
refugees, I'm getting a Doom show about demons.
Viera, who have abandoned the wood,
Only the
Viera
weaker
no
demons can
longer.
cross the human world, and how are the stronger demons able to get out? Do they have
left
rabbit
her
coil
race.
gun? Why didn't they use it? Yeah.
And you forsake them in turn?
Like I said, it's one of those things where even the most basic thought reveals a shitload of plot holes. Like,
Viera
plot
must
holes to a
always
degree
leave
of
the wood.
why did you even
So
use
is the
this
green
idea?
word,
You know?
and so is our
Like, there can be rule of cool and a whole thing of like, well, this idea is fun and it's not really meant to be like anything you think about. Netflix DMC explicitly wanted you to think about it. Is a heavy metal movie any good? I hate the purposely ugly art style. It's a classic. Should do an anime stream, watch along with Berserk 97. Demons look like Arab Muslims in a show produced by an Indian man. What do you mean by this? This is the hot chick Heaven Guptill was talking about? I'm sick of the whole sympathetic asshole trope that shows like DMC try. Yeah. Yeah, Virgil saying he is the Storm's most low-hanging fruit they could have had him say. Yeah.
Our sister has left the
Remember how
wood
the
and
Homo
gone
sapiens that
west.
involved in hell were less adapted to the atmosphere than human
wanders
born on
worms
Earth?
among
Yeah,
men
right?
who hide themselves in clothes of
Like,
cold
that's another
iron.
thing that was really stupid. Like,
Thus to me
oh
has the
god,
wood
like I said,
spoken.
the more you think about it, it just gets dumber and dumber.
The
Like,
Viera may be
the
Kimmy's
whole
part
idea of
of the
hell
wood,
having a poison gas that
but
kills the
wood is
weaker
not
demons
the
makes
only
no
end
fucking
we
sense.
choose.
Because if they're a splinter of
same
humanity
words
that's
I
been
heard
living in
50
hell
years
and
ago.
evolved to live in hell, they would be immune to the gas. It'd be the other way around. They wouldn't be able to breathe Earth's atmosphere. They would need to breathe, you know, they would need special devices to breathe Earth's air, you know? And then guess what? They fucking forget about that with the White Rabbit, where he's able to breathe just fine, you know, even though the gas is so strong that fucking Dante, a half-demon, can't breathe it. See the trailer for Chris Stuckman's movie? It looked kind of mid, to be honest. I volunteer as ambassador to the Viera. It's not even low-hanging fruit. It's that it was delivered in such a, hey, he said the thing way. You have to make it sound natural, yeah. All I could have done to fix it is only the strong can go through, but good demons can't, and that's why the White Rabbit's trying to get all the good demons out of hell. Yeah, it's like literally just turn it the other way around. The idea of only the weak ones can get through to justify why there's like entire communities of like weak innocent demons makes no fucking sense. Would you ever do a review of Netflix May Cry? I definitely want to, because I love the games. I love the games. Yeah, what's even, why even make that plot point if it ends up being forgotten? Yeah. I read the lady manga. There is no lady manga. He claims he got the notes for the unfinished lady manga, but people, even then, people were like, but that's not what's the show, though. Like, the show has nothing to do with her fucking backstory. Vote me for president. I'll show you Lankara films in Guantanamo Bay. The DMC show came out this year. So much shit happened this year. Yeah. And they fridged Dante for most of the show. Yeah. They had to keep coming up with excuses to get rid of Dante, because if they'd let Dante just fight, he would have ended the plot early. What other franchises have bunny girl race like this one? That's some Bayonetta games. I love the Bayonetta games. They're really fun. White Rabbit's such a shit villain. He kicks the shit out of Lady, but folds like a chair when he fights Dante. You have to understand we are dicks and his giant asshole. We need to fuck it. Minibus is not going to like it, but if we can't fuck hell, then shit is going to be all over the place. Can I show Linkara movies to prisoners of war as a violation of Geneva? Yeah, Bayonetta's cool as fuck, yeah. VR do not care enough to have ambassadors. It's called Stay Out of Our Woods, yeah. They're the definition of hippity-hoppity, get off my property. The new season have even more retarded politics, yeah. Well, that's what I mean, like, because when I made the Wolfenstein video, I specifically made a point of you don't want to do political, you don't want to do a political type allegory in a story like this, because people don't give a shit. They're not there for that. They're not there to listen to your political opinion, you know? They're there for the pulpy adventure. They're there for the fun, you know? And obviously that was met with some people going like, oh, well, you think the Wolfenstein series never had politics? It's like, no, they didn't. They didn't. They're tributes to films like The Guns of Navarone and Where Eagles Dare. Like these are not meant to be political games. They're meant to be pulpy, fun adventure games. If you start focusing on the politics aspect, you're going to date yourself because people don't fucking care. Yeah, it's not like they can course correct if they want to. They're locked in. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I need a picture of Vera in a trucker hat and overalls holding her moonshine and boomstick. It's Jote Hala. I think they tell you where she's at. What movie would like to see Linkara direct a remake of? Person would find American History X remake funny. Funny. That would also be amazing. Should make excuses to distract Dante. Reminds me of Luffy spending almost a third of Alabasta missing due to fighting Crocodile in the desert. Yeah. Hellboy and Dante ever be friends? Half team of monsters in red that love sweets and guns. Probably. Lolly, it's about war and war's political. Yeah, it's like it's surface level shit like that where it's like, no, it's not political. Yeah, best political message in MGS3's politics are a scam and nukes are bad. The only thing I might do in some of my stories that's political, honestly, it's more humanity, is that no group of people, including your own, could care about you. Yeah. Nazi and Wolfenstein are there to give you a bad guy to shoot, sneak around or shoot at. Yeah. It is a pulp faction, you know? You could replace them with the Soviets. It would still work just fine. You could replace them with this completely unknown third faction. It would work just fine. The entire point is they are just the aesthetic. They're the flavor. They're the spice that makes it different. Damn it. I saw Viera Maiden. I got excited. Many such cases. If you want politics in the story, look at Black Ops, but it's not the biggest focus, but part of the context. Yeah. Well, it's like I said before, people are only obsessed with politics nowadays because it makes them feel smarter. It makes them feel like, oh my god, I'm a heckin' genius for understanding these complicated geopolitical situations, and it's like, no the fuck you're not. Any douchebag can be, you know, any douchebag can read Wikipedia and get like a basic summary of what's going on in the world. What's your favorite Skittles flavor? I like cherry. Netflix DMC swears so much in a stupid way to have Tony Soprano tell them to watch their fucking mouth, yeah. I see how it is. None of the bunny girls want to talk to me. Okay, fuck you guys. Wolfenstein only had Nazis as the villain because they're generic bad guys. They could have been replaced with demons or vampires. Basically anything uncontroversial to hate. Yeah. I finished Yukiko Dungeon on the first day. Took your advice and farmed soul snuffs to recover SB for the fight with Yukiko. Spent the rest of the days regretting not improving social links. Yeah, the game's an allegory for Israel. Me so smart. Yeah. Like, you know... Yeah, the whole everything is politics is nothing more than a trendy thing for idiots to hop on and be part of the club instead of an outsider. Yeah, it's bandwagon shit.
Didn't think we'd get any information out of that one.
You know, like... You know, like I said, I watched Superman again earlier today. And the whole, like, Baravia... What was it? Fucking... I cannot remember the actual full name of the other country. It's like Jehabar or something like that. But, like, that's such an open-ended... This could literally be anything conflict. That I really do think that part of the movie is going to age fine. I know everyone talks about how it's obviously like an Israel-Palestine allegory or Russia-Ukraine, but like they're vague enough and able to make it, you know, open enough to where it's not going to age badly once the Israel-Palestine war ends, you know. Once everyone stops giving a shit about that conflict of the week and moves on to something else, that movie's going to be fine from that angle. If they did directly go, no, this is Israel, this is Palestine, it's going to age like fucking milk. And in 50 years, that Superman movie is going to be considered Nazi propaganda. It can basically be insert conflict here. Yeah, that's the point, you know? It's bald to me that people think making the Nazis have depth and Wolfenstein siding with the Nazis. Yeah. Kid gonna die tonight. One politics guy, Superman was people dying is bad. Yeah. And that's literally what it says, too. It's like people dying is bad. Yeah, when it ends, lol. I thought the villain dictator looked like Cocascu from Romania. Like I said, it's basically just kind of like any European, Eurasia conflict. Bond sleeping on the couch tonight. Bond pissed off our rabbit girl off the cliff with you. Never forget you're in this village under very special circumstances. At any moment, those can be ripped away. Fran has no power here. Remember, you can die. Yeah. So to kind of give context to that whole sequence, the Vieira do not like outsiders. They only allow very specific outsiders into their forest. Fran is considered a traitor because she didn't want to live in the village and she wanted to see the world. So she hooked up with Balthier. So they straight up consider her a race traitor. I hate the scene with Vaughn, but I'm also curious how old is she? Okay, and now we head south. And I believe it doesn't really matter which way we go. Killing is bad and wrong. I think should be a stronger word to describe how bad and wrong killing is, like badrong or badong. Yes, killing is badong. Yeah, if I was just asking what everyone was thinking, yeah. He does that a lot. Race war starts now. Well, they're all beautiful women, not that I have a problem with that. They're like black girls and black man has a white girlfriend wife. Wasn't the fact Gaza isn't completely innocent in the incident? If you're talking about like actual Israel-Palestine, yeah, no, like the actual Israeli-Palestine conflict is way fucking messier than anyone wants to admit. From either side of it, you know. You have people who are like complete Israel simps that pretend Israel had no hand in escalating things, and you have Palestine simps who believe Palestine had no hand in escalating things. The entire point is, welcome to Middle Eastern warfare, which is a lot of fucking people die. What if killing good, though? Stupid, sexy, racist, isolationist. Look, Fran, there's nothing wrong to be 70 years old overshoots on purpose. Insecure future for the Vieira race. Vieira Chief, FF12, yeah. Never has the racist bunny, the race of her boyfriend yet. Yeah, it's 1,000-year-old blood feuds between Jews and Arabs, yeah. Yeah, it's a war we're talking about. You can't expect, you expect both sides to not be maniacs? Yeah. Oh, yeah, and fucking Vaughn got petrified. Almost like no one's ever fully clean in war. Yeah, especially wars that go on for a while. Wasn't like 1980s, like Indiana Jones, for example, was using the heroism of America of World War II as a warning to communism during the Cold War, where we have fighting against the bad guys. Yeah, Fran's probably older than 70. I think Fran's like 150. Because, yeah, the Vieira live a long time. Got convicted by human cock. People usually give me a lot of shit for answering to the topic. I don't care. Let them kill each other all they want. Yeah. Is the 1,000-year blood war only less cool because it's in the Middle East? That's why you don't start having generational warfare, yeah. Yeah, Vieira are basically elves but bunny ears. So better than elves. They'll create mirror life and release into the ocean. See what happens. It'd be funny. Yeah, moral of war, don't do stupid shit and you won't win stupid prizes. Yeah. Well, you know, it's one of those things where it really is just this predictable outcome where, oh, a new conflict kicked off. What new flag are people going to have in their fucking Twitter bio this week? And everyone's going to act like they're, you know, this fucking expert that always were aware of the circumstance that led up to this war and all this shit. And at the end of the day, it really can't be described as the old and evil trick the young and stupid to go kill for them. Try the Vieira like this. Vieira didn't used to be like this. Tactics series had Vieira where they used to be friendly with outsiders, but post-war you got FF12 Vieira settlements and racism. All the violence side to make them, we're secluding ourselves, yeah. It's man serious, it doesn't help most charity organizations destined for Gaza Strip have all been caught being front organization for Hamas. Yeah. You know, it's why I say the people you hate that you think are ruining the country, they're not stupid. They just don't like you. Without Neil, sometimes easier to just kill and revive. Yeah, that is true. Not naming anyone Hassan, yeah. Yep. At this point, the young and stupid are doing it themselves willingly. Yeah, that's why they're the young and stupid. They're young, they're hot-blooded, they have a lot of anger, they don't know how to get it out, so they latch themselves onto political... You know, they latch themselves onto a political cause that will allow them to do the most damage to the world as they can. Not really understanding what that really means. I understand we need to figure out which mindlessly dogmatic civilian killing faction are the blameless heroes in this centuries-old blood feud. Go Delta can't come fast enough. We need the boss to red pill a lot of people. And 14 stated that the VR lived 3 times longer than the Elysian and Elves. Yeah. They live a long time. Killing chocobos? Okay, I gotta make sure this won't lead us to... Okay, yeah, no, there's a path. They're evil chocobos. They're dicks. Remember how Adeb's ruined his life and career over a conflict he knows nothing about? Yeah. Young do stupid decisions, especially in blood feuds like in the 90s when PLO claimed to finally end the Israeli Prime Minister was assassinated by a Jew. Yeah. Vera, not Ken isolationist. Not because... I assume he meant Ken B. Isolationist, not because they're racist, but for the safety of the human races. They understood the human pelvis wasn't built to handle them. Hey, put the camera back. Also for 14 Viera, they're based off the later Evilist era Viera, where they're hybridized with humans, hence why they're human-shaped feet. And Tactics Advanced technically set an idealized Evilist of the past, while elements of FTA applied to the rest of the Evilist games, like the different races. Not clear what period of Evilist is past. And Jacko from Far Cry 2 is a great character for all his no-nonsense observation about global conflicts. Like how hypocritical it is, think we can... that we think one can wager war in an ethical manner. Yeah. Well, you know, he's based off, you know, like Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, and, you know, also just a little bit more of the actual original Kurtz as well from Hard Darkness. And yeah, like, the very act of war itself is one of humanity's greatest evils. So the idea of doing it ethically makes no sense. It's impossible to do that. You know, the entire point of war is you're sending a lot of people to die. Yeah, friend, you don't understand the spirit's willing, but the body is bruised and spongy. That same guy, like, rape a dude, bro, who's one of your friends. What are you talking about? Still think Far Cry 2 is an underrated gem. It is fun. What is their metallic lingerie thing on the Viera? Talking about her outfit? It's just kind of their thing. It's their style. Yeah, there's no right part in murder. Not ever, yeah. Yeah, if you want something to be perfect, just make it an adaptation of Hard Darkness. Tends to work out. And I think around here is where we're going to start needing the Chocobo. Because I think it's the only way to get to the mine. They're talking about the guy from Far Cry 3 that's like this batshit crazy mercenary about one of your dudes... Dude bro's best friend's sex slave he rapes daily. No, the Jackal's from Far Cry 2. He's the actual, like, quote-unquote main bad guy. But he's not actually a main bad guy. Because he's just kind of completely fucking right. I have FF12 VR dynamic background for my PS4. I get to stare at VR ass all day. It's a good life. Warfare is inherently immoral and unclean, and you do it because it's necessary, not because it's wonderful. Yeah. Also, one quick second. I gotta take a piss. I had a lot of beer today. It's going straight through me. I was drinking beer while I was watching Superman. It was fun. So, be right back. All right, I'm back. There we go. Eh. Eh. Yeah. Oh, God. Just started playing Far Cry 2. The lack of busty tribal women is a massive oversight. Honestly, whole obscene rant from Kurtz applies not only to war, but society in general, since certain things are bad, but others are fine, even if they're just as bad. Yeah. Wash your hands. I'm not a savage. In fact, Franz JPVA was the OG voice of Sailor Venus. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Jackal says both sides in the game. Yeah, the whole thing with the Jackal and the setup is that he's selling guns to both sides of an African conflict. So you're told, like, oh, he's letting the war go on. He wants, he wants to profit off both sides. In truth, he wants both sides to lose because they're exactly as evil as the other. We heard Tifa, yeah or nay. Would not say no. Isn't the Jackal the protagonist from Far Cry? Yeah, the original Far Cry, the devs came out and said that he was the original guy from Far Cry 1. Mix gamer subs to your liquor? No, I know better than to do that. What'd you take on Kurtz's argument on ethics? Like, is it more humane to be as brutal as possible so the conflict doesn't last as long as a whole? It basically kind of amounts to your opinion doesn't matter. War just kind of happens. You know? So I'm very autistic about the Zodiac system. I don't like it. That's why I obsess over it. Yeah. Yeah. So we do need to get the Chocobo. Okay. So. I mean, sure. Yeah, may as well. We have the money for it. Yeah, that would mean he's also the protagonist of Far Cry Instincts. To be fair, Far Cry Instinct, as far as I'm aware, is not canon. That makes caffeine and liquor a heart stimulant and a relaxer is an immediate heart attack waiting to happen. Okay, yeah, there we go. We bought all the maps. Wait, not... Oh, no, it's this guy you talked to, yeah. Yep. Mixed gamer subs and milk is really good. I did hear, unironically, there are some flavors where it does work. Also, Lumi's here, the fish woman. How long is this FF? It depends on how much main story stuff you want to do. Lumi raid, yeah. 556 or 300 blackout. You know what? Fuck it. 300 blackout. Hello, fish woman. Yeah. The fish is here. Peter. The fish is here. Alright, now I gotta remember where to go. Pretty sure... Fuck, now I don't remember how to actually get to the mine. I think it's there by the Golmore Jungle. Well, let me read. Oh god, what do we do to deserve this? So Jackal wants both sides to lose, but still sells them weapons. Well, how do you make both sides lose? Make them kill each other forever. I'll take your coats. Post feet and chat for fish. Yeah, we were talking about, like, the ethics of war and conflict and whether or not you could, you know, do terrible, terrible things for a greater good. So a typical Final Fantasy stream. Yeah, it's right here. Chocobo tracks. Yeah, 12 hours if you're fast, 40 hours if you want it easy, 100 hours if you're a completionist. Yeah. That means Jackal fought mutant super soldiers. He was the main character of the first game. As stated, I don't know how canon Instincts really ends, like, really is. I don't think it is, by any means. I'm already had to send feet pics during the Homestuck stream. Okay, yeah, this just has us go back the other way, so yeah. Did you play Final Fantasy 16? One of the villains thinks that you can cuck him in it. Yeah, my feelings on 16 are kind of complicated. There's stuff it does that I really like. I really, really like Clive as a protagonist. He was really cool. The boss fights were really flashy and really fun. Sorry to raid and run, but I gotta sleep. Night, Lolly, and chat. Yeah.
From the Draclaw laboratory.
And he was based off the main character, but there's no link in Far Cry 2 stating they're the same. Yeah. It's mainly been like developer interviews where they said like, oh yeah, no, that's totally the same guy. Which, tenuous. I just kind of always, went with the idea it's the same guy, because that to me is fitting. It's like after what he went through in Far Cry 1, he's like, yeah, no, fuck it. Ain't nothing real. The Chocobo refuses. Yeah, good eat, bro. Yeah. I fucking love Clive, but the cooldown stuff sucked. Yeah. The combat needed a lot more tweaks. I don't believe that greater good justifies anything if you're doing evil shit when you're the underdog. How am I going to believe that you're going to be good when you're on top? Yeah. It's why stories about good and evil and what people are capable of doing is like universally interesting. You know? Yeah, Clive's a good protagonist. Anyone who says he's emo, cough synthman is just wrong. No, Clive is great. I thought Clive was really cool. Like, when he came time to throw down, he fucking threw down. Yeah, you can't beat a man like you beat a dog, yeah. And didn't you order a squad of us to wipe out a village a few months ago and I quote, this would make a great spot for a quick trip. Do you know what you had us do? Who's Fishwoman? Lumi. She's a fish. She's really nice. She gives us stuff in 14. The characters 16 are really good. Torko's a fine hound. Yeah. Post to VR Tifa on Discord. She's peak. Clive is good. The reason he acted emo is because all the shit that happened to him. Yeah, it's like, no shit, he's kind of emo. The life that motherfucker lived. Favorite Esper in this game? I always like to design the poison one. The poison one is really cool. I like the fire one. I forgot who said this, but I remember someone said there are no good factions, only good people. Yeah. 16 combat is lacking. I don't know why Square is afraid to borrow the combat from Kingdom Hearts if they want to do real time. Yeah, right? It's like the best version of it. Kingdom Hearts 2 had like unironically great combat. Who's your favorite anime YouTuber? I don't really watch a lot of them. Real Life Ryan's still pretty good. Of course, he's not just strictly anime. He covers a lot of stuff too. Yeah, Clive's mom was not a nice lady. She was, like, psychotic. Yeah, 16 feels like it constantly has an identity crisis. That's probably the best way to describe it. It didn't know what it wanted to be. What's on Far Cry games after 4? 5 has really good gameplay, even if the story's, like, very, like, what was the point of this? And character nowadays that is emotionally closed off from others or just keeps themselves are always labeled as edgy or emo. There's a lot of ways I could just talk about how it is, yeah. Maybe because they see Kingdom Hearts as, like, lesser than Final Fantasy. Maybe, and maybe it has to do with the fact of, like, Final Fantasy games are always experimenting around with their combat. You know, they're always trying to do something with their combat systems. You know, it's never just, you know, it's never, like, one singular format. They're always trying some weird thing. I never played 16 and it looked good, but after 15 and 13, I haven't been hoping for a new Final Fantasy game to be good, except the remix of 7. I definitely think if you can get 16 on sale, you should try it out. You know, I think I just flat out bought a PS5 just to play 16. And I was relatively happy with it. But that's the point of the wording there. Relatively happy. You know, it wasn't one of those where like, oh, this is the best Final Fantasy game ever made. But it was good, you know. I've read the Moon Knight comics. Yeah, Moon Knight's pretty good. 12's combat system is peak in my opinion. It is fun. Considering the fact this was their first big step away from like turn-based combat, it is very cool with what they managed to do with it. Hell, basically turning it into like a programmer sim where you can you know, fuck around with the different AI and like what you could do with it. That's really cool. Alright, now I gotta remember how to actually fucking do this puzzle. Yeah, it's literally just touch the switchboard. Yeah. You're streaming FF Tactics remix? I would like to. Yeah, buy 16 and like 20 bucks if it goes on sale. Yeah. Yeah, good step in the right direction. 15 villain is underrated as hell. The game was unfinished. Yeah. He actually was a pretty good villain once you could learn more about him, and the fact that you do realize he'd been following you the entire game, it's like, oh, that's actually really cool. Too bad the only way you really understand who he is by playing his standalone DLC. You know, you have to play his standalone DLC, and then on top of that, you only get, like, the actual ending to his story in the fucking light novel. Still need to finish 16. I like it, but I got too many RPGs to finish. I don't want to force myself to finish a game. Did that with Yakuza 5, made me hate it. Yeah. Combat reminds me of Dragon Age Origins. It's not quite the same. Dragon Age Origins is more like Baldur's Gate style, where it could either be real-time, or I think you could turn it to... Yeah, you could turn it to turn-based. This one is pretty strictly like, it's real-time. It's basically like an MMO. I thought about making a Metro retrospective. I do like Metro. It is a good series. Yeah, Jackal's best quote from Far Cry 2. You see these APR kids or UFFL kids fighting for lies. There are no popular resistance, no liberty or law, no ideology at all, not even desire to win. There's no sense in it. Yeah. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins was so good. Shame about the sequels. I don't know what you're talking about. There are no sequels. Was ending at 15 anyway? I don't care about spoilers. Actual game ending of 15, Noctis defeats the bad man and has to sacrifice his life to make sure he can never do anything bad ever again and fix the world. Light novel ending reveals the bad guy himself was being manipulated by essentially a coven of gods that had been manipulating things behind the scenes before any character was born, and essentially being fucked over by fate. And he is able to defeat these gods and ensure they're never going to be able to fuck with mankind. I keep forgetting the Metro Awakening came out. And JRPGs, the more you grind, the easier it is, generally speaking. Oh, yeah. That's kind of part and parcel with the genre. Most of the Final Fantasies past 10, I would say, are trash except for 12. Maybe 14, depending on the expansion. See, I wouldn't go so far as say they're trash. I actually think 13 is kind of overhated. Sequels to 13, yeah, they're pretty bad, but 13 itself I actually think is pretty good. 15 is very, very flawed, and it's one of those of, God, you can see the potential, and it does genuinely have good stuff in it. 16 just kind of has a major identity crisis. Oh, stop taking video requests. You have too much on your plate. It's larger than Mount Everest. I'm happy with that. It gives me stuff to do. Yeah, I heard 13.3 was good. The Dragon Armor guy who is specifically the bad guy, he's the reason why the Star Scourge is on the planet. One of the devs, Dragon Age, on Mr. Magic Channel said Dragon Age was supposed to be a one-and-done series. Yeah, it was their tribute to Baldur's Gate, and that was it. Because a lot of the guys who were working on BioWare at the time were former Wizards of the Coast guys, and they were like, fuck it, we kind of want to pay tribute to the series that's long dead. Have you played Order of Ecclesia before? If I did, it was a long-ass time. I don't remember a lot about it. Hell, it might not have been me. I think it was my brother who played it. How much can be blamed on Spoonie for hatred of Final Fantasy? It's kind of one of those of Spoonie was genuinely voicing shit people considered at the time. I think his only real hot take was saying Final Fantasy VIII was bad. That was about the only time where he voiced something that a lot of people went, wait a minute, no, but I kind of like that one, though. Yeah, BioWare plans for expansions for DAO. Then EA came in and demanded they release Day 2 within a year. Yeah. Alright, Joe, I need sleep. Good night and good bless. Yeah. I actually like 13.2 more than 13. See, that's amazing. I don't... 13.2 is the one where I'm like, I don't even fucking remember playing that damn thing. Then I look at my save file and it's like, I guess I beat it. Not Spoonie, but it was popular consensus at the time because Japan's weird. Yeah. Pico the Spicy Warlord makes really good anime videos and a fan of you. Oh, okay. I might have to check him out. Yeah, Metro was made by former Stalker devs. Yeah. I have more freedom of movement, it felt like. Ah, okay. So the fact you didn't have, like, the entire first third of the game be a literal railroad. You don't play Gacha, but have you seen the young Sephiroth for Final Fantasy Gacha? It is pretty funny. Dragon Age Origins was literally supposed to be Baldur's Gate 3, but then they pulled a license from BioWare, yeah. Spoon's biggest hot take was that FF9 was bad. I forgot he said FF9 was bad. That's another one where I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? FF9's like one of the better ones. Next expansion was going to be Dragon Age The Free Marches, which they instead had to repurpose and build on to make DA2 to meet EA demands. Yeah. Yeah, even Razor said FF8 was more superior to 7. FF8 tried a lot, and the only real issues I have with FF8 is that the translation makes it to where the story is really hard to follow. Yeah, FF9 bad? Yeah, right? You have to fully grind an 8 to beat it. What are the cards 4 and 8? The cards are triple triad. That's part of a card game. And no, you do not have to grind. If anything, grinding kind of fucks you over. Because enemies can level up with you. Meaning that if you grind a lot, enemies get harder and harder. Because what you're supposed to be doing is using the junction system, which is basically slapping different summons onto you, and those summons can affect your stats. And you can further affect that by having different items that can also increase the stats of those summons. Everything basically revolves around triple triad. I'm not even kidding. You can get the ultimate weapon for the game in the first disc by abusing triple triad well enough. Yeah, grinding an FF8 isn't really an answer. If you learn how to use junction system, you can annihilate most anything. Yeah. Kind of a shame. I would love for my mage to visit Kirkwall since he's canonically an Amel and Hawk's cousin. Why? Recommend the Gods DLC was good. Well, Jeremy John's a big FF6 fan. 6 is another really good one. Squall whenever want to play cards. My best friends played nothing but the card game in FF8 for a joke. Yeah, it's like, that was, if I remember right, that was Liam and Wooly, and all they did was play triple triad the entire time, and, like, the very end of the video, they're like, yeah, we should probably go ahead and, like, actually do the main story, and they got to the fucking Ultimecia fight at the very end of the game, and they're like, yeah, man, it's okay, but it would have been better if we got to beat her in triple triad. Also, Spoonie, no, 9 was peak. Yeah, Project did a far superior review of FF8 than Spoonie. Yeah. I like 8 a lot. To me, 8 is one of the, like, more underrated ones. That's what I don't like about 8, is that if you're a Final Fantasy player who's used to grinding to beat the game, it hurts. You do not grind FF8. Yeah. 13 is what got me into SMT with Persona 4. Not enough games have black and tan in their soundtracks. Yeah, I really like 9's story and world building. I think that's why I like 14 as well. Reminds me of it a lot. And the Spoonie guy was ever good? Oh no, he was genuinely good. It's just his Final Fantasy. He had some hot takes with Final Fantasy. What's your biggest problem with FF7 Rebirth? A lot of the side stuff really doesn't feel that rewarding to do. Like, you basically do fall into a little bit of a checklist syndrome of like, alright, fuck it, I guess I may as well do this, I may as well do that. Like, it never really feels that fun to do a lot of the side stuff. I didn't like 8 at first because of all the changes, but once I figured it out, I loved it. Yeah, Spoonie was a Western RPG purist. Yeah, he was a really big Ultima fan. That's why his Ultima series was really good. Yeah, 4 is awesome. And when you see Razor's video of F7, you can tell he has absolute animosity towards 7, even if he's playing a bit. Also did the whole making fun of people who enjoy it. Yeah. Spoonie has moments, but he was genuinely funny. And then he lost his mind, yeah. It's ironic seeing how badly he played Fallout 2. To be fair, older Fallout games were very, like, sink or swim, asshole. Figure out how this works or die. 13 feels like a dream where I don't remember anything, but I know I played them. Spoony's stuff was great, then he stopped taking his meds. Yeah, 4 and 6 are underrated. 6 is actually considered one of the prestige ones. Like, yeah, people consider 6 to be like probably the best of the franchise. 4, I'd say, is pretty underrated. Not a lot of people remember 4. Alright. I forgot, you get jumped by slimes here. And they dump status effects. Oh god, I forgot. Gotta get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Fallout 1 and 2 are build your character right or fuck off. Yeah. Yeah, 6 is godlike, 4 is awesome. Yeah, 13 kept crashing on me. And Razor stood by calling her Eris and other than Aerith. I remember Onion Knight. Spoon's like Lolly, really good videos, but with some bad opinions. Watchmen 2019 is a masterpiece. I'll continue to spam best show ever tenor gifts. We gotta do the side quest before progressing. My god, it takes so long for me to finish any FF. To be fair, that's kind of what the developers want you to do. Like, for JRPGs, when you get your list of side quests, it really wants you to do those side quests. Because they usually make it pretty damn rewarding, where you're gonna get something out of it. Very rarely will they do the joke quest thing. Why is 13 hated? 13 has a really long intro where you are basically completely on rails. It has to explain a lot about the world, it has to explain a lot about how the combat works. There is a lot it has to get through. So by the time you're actually allowed to go and freely explore, it's already a third of the way through the game. Do you like 4, the After Years? I thought it was pretty good. So challenge Razor to play Omicron live, he will not survive. Well, can you definitely prove 7 isn't balls? We streamed it. It was fun. Yeah, Razor going I'm a Christian is so fucking cringe. It's very performative, but as stated, that's been happening a lot lately. Didn't Razor not like FF7 because he's a huge Breath of Fire fan? I think that's part of it, yeah. Because, I mean, when FF7 hit, that's when Square was, like, fully on board the FF train. Every other franchise died for it. 10's my favorite FF game because it was my first one I played and still got my PS2 copy. Also came out at a time where people were starting the Japan so weird sentiment. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we kind of just left Larsa to die back there. Oh, you know what? No, he could take care of it. Yeah, most angry reviews joking called it 13, Hallway 13, yeah. Remember taking Larsa to do some of the hunts and some dungeon grinds too? Holy shit, he is pretty powerful. A lot of the guest characters can hold their own pretty well. We're gonna find the Super Best Friends playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII. I think if you literally just type in Super Best Friends Final Fantasy VIII, it'll pull it up. It's the one with Wooly and Liam. Or that, or type in Triple Triad.
These mines much resemble the ones at Lusu.
I've seen people claim that Japan's so weird crowds that are a remnant of anti-Japan sentiment from World War II.
Should the resistance forces move, the rich veins of Magicite and Bujeba will be forever beyond their grasp.
He beat 7 on stream, he cried and everything. We had to console him and tell him to go to the bathroom, you're shitting yourself. I also love Chrono Trigger and Secret of Mana. Those games were so underrated. Square ruled JRPGs in the 90s, yeah. Yeah, 7's the only installment to get milked to this day. Yeah, there are actual idiotic fans say this game damaged, killed the franchise, then say Final Fantasy 13, yeah. I'd say it's more of a third of the way through the game if you're playing 13, yeah.
Power needy human.
Another complaint is the game gets better after 20 hours, fuck that. I want a good now crowd, yeah. Personally, I think 13 is consistently pretty good. Ever play that Dynasty Berserk Dynasty Warriors game? I did. It's a Dynasty Warriors game. You know what you're getting playing it. Delicious brown yonder I can fix. Speaking of JRPGs, any recommendations? I already have Dragon Quest XI for PS4, so anything for that system? Yakuza games? Yees. Those are pretty good. I cried when Aerith died because Aerith best girl. They're going to stream after years. It's the only way to prove that Cecil was not gay and fucked Rosa. This Final Fantasy game is Bunny Women. This is the game that introduced the Viera. Sorta, kinda. It's in the same universe as Tactics, and Tactics also had the Viera. Is 7 your favorite? No, it's not my favorite. It's pretty good, but I think there are games that do better. How about an FRPG? I played Expedition. Expedition was really damn good. Damn sexy bunny ladies, I tell you, they're awesome. L2 Legendary is damn near impossible. These fucking sniper jackals are a one-shot kill, yeah. Yeah, pre-Deleta did nothing wrong period where other races are still there, yeah. And Cecil, Rosa, and Kane, the original love triangle, yeah. I'll be back, pulls up roll 34. Tyrese and Mirko from My Hero, nice. And does Sky 5 complete if you want a good strategy RPG? Honestly, most JRPGs are on PC Steam at this point, yeah. Not that you can't find a good one on PS4, but a lot of them are moving over to you know, PC just because they don't want to deal with Sony's bullshit. There we go. Have you ever seen, I assume he meant Duckman, but he put Druckman. It's like, yeah, I've seen Duckman. Is 14 your favorite? No, 14's not my favorite. My favorites are 6, 8, Tactics, you know, stuff like that. Japan's so weird. Nigga, have you seen what's going on in the West? Good Lord, Jobby, the Hong's Mirko figure review is spicy. Still pay good money for the original game, or just Pirate Captain Bosch and his Honey Bunny Fron and Balthier with Queen and Country. Yeah, damn, Sap is evil. Yeah, Sap's a fucking annoying stats effect. That's how you know if you're ready for an area. How good are you at managing the stats effects? Although you meant Druckman live and in person? No. I think my biggest issue with 13 is just how many years it went on. We got nothing else for single-player Final Fantasy. That is true. Like, there was like, what, a solid like 4 or fucking 5-year period where it was just Final Fantasy 13. A reminder, Vaughn was just response to Fujoshi's and the focus group testing they did. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3 and Einhander cameo, but no Final Fantasy cameo, kind of based. It can be petrified and sapped. Petrified takes time before it petrifies you, and sap eats away at your health bar. It's basically a much faster poison. Yeah, Vaughn's getting jumped. If Druckman re-shake my hand in public, I'd point and laugh. I've lately been watching compilation Super Best Friends playthroughs. I'm seeing why people love them. Kind of a shame I wasn't a fan of them when they were still together sooner. Yeah. This game has most stats effects in the series. Playing around them is a huge part of the game. Yeah. That's why I want you to do the Gambit system, because you can set your white mage or your party to be able to basically cure anybody if need be. You have to adjust to the situation on the fly. Is Lightning hate justified? She's not a bad protagonist. It's just as stated, you had a solid period of time where you had nothing but Final Fantasy 13, 13-2, and then Lightning Returns.
What was it?
You want to join my Bible Black Club?
Is it you?
I've over 132 hours in this game because Persona's the shit. Cassie proceeds to save over a save file, yeah. Yeah, remake of this game would be an event. It would be pretty cool. Yeah, speaking about Kingdom Hearts, Chain of Memory is a good story, but awful gameplay. Screwed cards.
When the Hume soldiers came to the wood, the village took small heed
Niho
of them.
Palui Leoa? Is it this accessory reverse the effect of an item and remedy on the enemy? I remember doing that.
Little care to goings on beyond her. But in me, an uneasiness stirred. I
Lightning, in my opinion, is, in my opinion, a bad protagonist. Character in 13 is more or less just so closed because the game's narrative demands she doesn't show emotion. When she tries, it comes off as flat.
They took me then.
So after the World War III scare and tsunami warnings, Alaskan cruise trip delayed to it'll be done when it's done. Oh, we already took the cruise trip. I was gonna get the video out in between when Dead Rising 3 is done and the one after that, because it'll be very easy to get a lot of the footage and photos off my phone. And it'll be fitting after the weather starts getting colder.
She was taken not by the Dawn Shard.
And it'll kind of be a good chill out video after, you know, after Dead Rising 3, which would be another big video game one. Right after I did a big video game one, it's gonna be like, oh god. There's a lot of potential when you see that around the end in sequels. Yeah. Yeah, Lightning doesn't deserve the amount of hate she gets. She's a little rough, but she's honestly good. I like her dynamic with Sarah. Reminds me of me and my little sister. Yeah. He's not your uncle. He's your mother's younger brother.
On Leviathan, it kept us safe.
13 was theorized to be FF7 test game, considering how the first FF7 PS3 trailer was back in 2005. World-building environmentalist themes are similar.
Even dangers such as this.
Which boss fight from Dead Rising 3 did you like?
I hope you're right about that.
I liked the monk fight just because I thought that was funny. Actual to-play fight? God. Some of the boss fights in 3 are kind of rough. It's not really one of the best parts of the game. The fight where you have to fight your buddy when he's in the astronaut suit's kind of fun. My indie game trend I don't like is every game being a deck builder. I don't like deck builder, but every indie game's a deck builder. You know who was on cruise trip? My mom. Dogs really miss you.
I heard the woods whispers.
Yeah, Dead Rising 2 is brave for having a boss fight against Christian, yeah. Her only fault was that Square was constantly being this is the face of Final Fantasy, and that did her no favors, yeah.
Other places go.
Yeah, I've been waiting on Dead Rising 3 video. It's how I found your channel, yee.
I saw it when I left the village. Evilise is changing.
No, I'm asking if you watch the sad life of Nike Druckmann.
Evilise is for the Humes.
What?
The wood alone is for us.
But that is wrong.
Why did Square Enix think that making Final Fantasy 15 into a multimedia thing was a good idea? To be fair, a lot of franchises at the time were doing it.
I too wish to live freely.
Which Final Fantasy is this? And what are Bunny Women for research purposes? This is 12, and they're the Viera.
You must remain away from the Humes. Stay with the wood. Live together.
Kind of, but not really. People need to check the damn design bible for the games. Fabula Nova Crystalli.
But Fran, my sister.
I am no longer.
I like that one bitch of the SS boss fight. The chick was hot. Too bad she died.
I have discarded wood and village.
I actually liked the 15 prequel movie. It looked nice.
Freedom. Yet my past has been cut
They're
away
taking the last
forever.
slice of pizza until it showed him Manifest Destiny and watched he cries a trail of tears. He doesn't like pizza, so it's easy.
Hear the green word.
And Square had no plans to remake 7 with a PS3 trailer. It did as a flex, like, look what this looks like with the latest tech, and then all anyone would talk about was FF7 remake.
Sister.
What exactly is the culture of these rabbit people? Stay out of their woods. The Viera can literally just be described as stay the fuck out of our woods. I'm also one of those weirdos that like Spirit Within. That's voice acting something else. It's good voice acting.
It goes against the laws of the wood. I threw down these laws. It is better that I do this. Better I than one who must uphold these laws herself.
Favorite Berserk character? Guts. He's why I'm reading it. And matriarchy of forest hippies. Yeah. So Viera are basically wood elves. Yeah. I like him pizza. Did one rape him as a child? There was a period of time where, like, every anime night we would get pizza, and it just got to a degree of, like, oh god, he just wants something else.
I fear.
Yeah, hippity hoppity, get the fuck off my property, yeah. Can you break 16 with time travel and lasagna? I remember seeing something about that in Maxwell's video about 16. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, man, just got tired of it, yeah. Audio in 12 always sounds weird to me. Buy the Niho Paloi and buy some remedies that can save you. Do pizza's stores in America land to things other things like pasta? Yeah, it just depends on where you go. There's some places that's more like a pub, so you can have like other bar food. Some that are like actual pizzerias, and they can have like other Italian food. Like yeah, it just depends on where you're going.
The wood is jealous of the humans who have taken you.
Yeah, rabbits will eat their poop for beneficial gut health properties, so stay out of their carrot and doo-doo patch.
Am I not?
Hippity hoppity hop on me, please.
Goodbye.
Joe doesn't like pizza nor he sits in the cook chair every stream. Get chicken and potato wedges for anime night. I mean, we do. We do get other stuff. It was just for that period of time we had no idea. Like, we didn't know about, like, you know, we didn't have any other idea and we're just like, fuck it, it's cheap and easy and we're hungry. So yeah, even though we saved one of their fucking elders, we still get kicked out of the Bunny Girl village. What's a hume? Basically their term for human. 14 Rome Reborn ruined people's fantasy of the Vieira being an all-female race, boo-hoo. Okay, and I think, yeah, we just go down south. Show bunny leader a wiener. Oh, looks like a carrot. I now understand you, Fran. Yeah, round here, yeah. Rabbits are asking to get bread. Yeah, pizza's universal get-together food. Yeah. Alright, Lolly Boy, answer the fucking question. Kina or Freya? I think I lean on Kina. We're large cat people in 14. Fuck, I don't remember their name. But they're basically just like, you know, cat people. I'm referring to the Hume Highway in Australia. Yeah, Hrothgar, yeah. Kind of right. Just hear what Chad's saying. Would you let them enter your village? Yeah. This is what an ethno-state looks like. They're a bunch of fucking backwards tribals. Eh. Okay, yeah, we just head further down. Oh shit, they fucked him up. Yeah, I forgot. These guys are kind of like a literal coin flip. They either do no damage or they fucking beat your ass. Yeah, tactical retreat, yeah. Yeah, the dude wasn't kidding when he said this is the difficulty spike of the game. It's like, yeah, this dungeon, for some reason, it fucks you up. Even other late game dungeons don't get as brutal. Here we go. Okay, yeah, we should be good. Alright. So now... Sexy backwards tribals. Okay, now... Yeah, Vaughn. Because now we can just Phoenix down him. And I think Vaughn is set to automatically revive down party members. Yeah, there we go, yeah. Gotta let them do their thing. Okay. PS2 games were gorgeous at the end of its run. They really were. Okay, he's not. Okay, let me set his gambit real quick. So, should be... Yeah... Any... Kira raise. Death by Snoo Stew. I kind of wish there was some sort of rematch for Chrono Trigger that I can physically buy, because I hear it's really good. It is really good. Only thing they ask is that you stay the fuck out of their woods, yeah. Two bunny ladies Snoo Snoo? I mean, hell, they even say it's implied. It's kind of like watering it down. Like, it's straight up basically stated that Fran and Balthier are together. Only thing they ask is, yeah, they're bunny women. The bunnies mate a lot IRL. I mean, the bunny women hose. Like how the male VR only exists to be breeding studs and they get kicked out once they're done. What do you say was the perfect gaming system? GameCube or PS2? PS2 had a lot of really good shit. Since Chad asked, no, unless you're a VR, you aren't getting any. They're Amazonists, where they meet up with their males once a year, and then tell them to fuck off, yeah. Yeah, bunnies mate a lot, but with only one partner, yeah. I can't come to their village, they have to come to my place then. I thought Bunny like the Gerudo and Zelda? Not really. Final Fantasy's had a bunch of different types of you know, races in it. And they've always kind of had their own thing they do with them. Okay, where is... should be... Yeah, there it is. Giving new meaning to grind her. GameCube also had a great library. Hell, Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 1 Remake were GameCube exclusive for a while. That is true. I don't care that you don't want me here and keep shooting arrows at me. I'm gonna fuck one of the bunny women. First time seeing you live, really over Berserk reviews. Been watching them while at work. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And 31 man could father the entire next generation of Vieira. And once again, he is silenced. Like I said, they love dumping status effects. You like Legend of Zelda? Yeah, it's good. Gotta have some appreciation for Zelda in some degree. 14 hours later, me, please, no more, I'm drained. Resident Evil 0, which is technically an expansion of RE1, was also GameCube exclusive. I thought it was going to be like that one chapter of Frankenfran where she visits a single sex island where everyone's a clone of each other. Oh yeah, I forgot about the bomb. Basic bitch, Ocarina of Time is my favorite. Ocarina of Time is damn good. Isn't there a Catfolk race in 14 that are matriarchal like the Vieira? Yeah, trap on spawn, yeah. Oh shit, and they already nuked a bunch of us. Okay, let us bail. Yeah, Feywood ain't easy, yeah. Like I said, this chunk of the game is basically the difficulty spike, where it's like, hey, you were paying attention, right? It's like, yeah, I thought I was. Well, then fucking learn. Yeah, welcome to the rice fields. Yeah, better bunny women than green M&M. Yeah, that is true. May as well get Larsa because he can heal. Okay. About a month and a half since we have seen Poopman and 10 of his ults. Yeah. Yeah, they jumped you. Yeah, it's not a joke, by the way. You can literally spawn an entire race breeding with a Vieira. Feel Thanos with his full Vieira. So that Revenant Wings is forgotten. Yeah. Stupid sexy bunny girl, you're curing my racism. Yeah, it's not a JRPG without difficulty spike. Very true. know, it's literally the game giving you those tests of, like, are you sure you paid attention to what you're supposed to be doing? Okay. I do not know why it always jumps to Fran for the next leader. Imagine a Final Fantasy game set in a biopunk setting. Maybe it could work. I don't know. You can kind of argue parts of 7 are. Okay. Let's level him up a little bit. There we go. That's what we actually need. Yeah, Japan loves bunny girls. They do. They have good taste. I'm gonna ask not because I like that type of stuff or anything, but I'm a little curious how the male viewers look. Are they mainly manly or femboys? You can literally just Google male Viera Final Fantasy XIV, and you'll probably see a bunch of them. Yeah, twinks. Male Vieras look like twinks. Yeah. That's where the ass kicking actually begins. Yeah. Okay. And once again, it's better to save what he has left. For Fran. And that's mainly more about the magic. Which is not bad, but we don't really have enough magic for her yet. So let us... Yeah, here. If how the green M&M destroyed Lankara while everybody but Neo and Sleepy Cabin crew were on board with fucking her yet. Remember, chat, this was the height of the Bishi years. Good Toriyama, not lightning Toriyama. Really love bunny girls. Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest would have been less than themselves without bunny girls. You're not wrong. Like I said, you gotta have some appreciation. Okay. Here we go. Boost up his health. Yeah. I forgot, was 7 diesel punk like or steampunk like? It was more diesel. Diesel / soft cyberpunk. Then you get out of, you know, Midgar and it ends up kind of going in its own direction. Okay, and we'll save the rest of them for later. There we go. All right. Need more puff and DQ. Let's do this shit. Hold the line. Dear sweet God. Those tomatoes are fucking brutal. Oh God. Yeah, we might have to grind a little bit more. Alrighty. You're in dire need of better gear. Yeah. The question is, are we even going to be able to get better gear? Because... Oh, nope. Wrong button. Here we go. They're jumping me. They're jumping me. Okay, so now... Do they eat your health like it's nothing? Yeah. Like I said, this is very obviously the... Yeah, you should probably grind. So you unlock Soul Eater. What other Dark Knight abilities you can have in this game? I think once you fill out his board, you can just straight up get an ability called Dark Knight, and it will cause him to do more damage the less health he has. She's been on Miracle, the dark-skinned tomboy bunny girl from My Hero. She's pretty good. She's not my favorite, though. Also, yeah, we'll grind up a little bit more. Also, it'll help if Vaughn ate an ether. If I have it. Yeah, I do. Health bars eaten faster than hot dogs in an eating contest. Yeah. For 12 players in the Feywood and the Walk of Dancing Shadow, you can farm Mirror Knights for mirror suits and mirror skills. With 99 chain, you can get some good amount of XP and everything else. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to grind up just a little bit, because we are level... Yeah, we're like level 27, close to 30, so... I think we're a little under level, because I think by the time you hit the Feywood, you're supposed to be close to like level 40. Who is your favorite? Oh, you already know. If you have any knowledge of my hero, you already know the answer. Don't patronize me with your questions. Like, that man has 1 HP. Run, save yourselves. This is also a reason why the fast forward's a really, 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 really good addition. Okay, you should know who Loli likes. Exactly. Okay, let me do Golden Needle. Cure that Petrify. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the goal should be you're able to get through, you're able to clear through an entire chunk of a dungeon without any problem. If you're able to tear your way through a dungeon without many issues, you are ready. And once again, he is fucking... I don't want to burn a remedy, because remedies are pretty useful. There we go. Yeah, Libra Gambit, true, set self, Libra Gambit. Well, problem is, if I remember right, Libra's kind of... Oh, wait, no, that's missed. No, that's not even missed. It's techniques. God, what am I doing? Alright, I don't even think I have him... I don't even think I gave him Libra yet. Should be... That's charge... Yeah, I don't even think I gave him Libra yet. Holy shit. And wasn't there a shop at the edge of the VR village? There is, yeah. But it's one of those of, it may not sell stuff that's much better than what we got. Yeah, let's see. Traps and enemy stats is important. Yeah. I think Fraun has it. Let me check. I know someone has it. Oh, it might be one of those things where it's not even like marked down as an ability. It's just kind of one of the passives. Yeah, the Kitso Needles and Echoes. That is true. And we may as well go back there because it does have a safe spot. So, you know, in case we horrifically die, it won't put us back too far. Oh, shit. Come on, Bosch. We're all hanging on for you, man. It's one of the first abilities you get for some characters, Von Balthier. Yeah, isn't Libra a technique? Yeah, should be. Are you a potion holder? I can be. I very much can be. Yeah, or Orchid from Killer Instinct, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we'll head back to the Vieira village and check out the shop there. And also, once again, let's just run through the dungeon a little bit and let's just kind of... Oh yeah, and Vaughn needs MP. Oh, fuck that. Oh, now there's two of them. Damn, hanging on by a thread, yeah. As soon as we start getting our ass whooped by the dogs, that should have been a big sign of we're not ready for the Feywoods. Yeah, bravely runs away. Do you know that Mountain Lady was supposed to be part of the main cast, like Deku, a rocker-like character, for saying to himself, "No, I must not write peak." Oh god. Just run, just run, just run. Oh jeez. Armika woke things in me in a boy, as a boy. Oh god damn it. Now we're getting jumped by the fucking Marlboros. Video music plays. Not running away. Tactically repositioning. Oh, someone leveled up, so that's good. At least there was a few BASCH moments. I like her. I like her a lot. I give Orchid a massive bubble button killer instinct too. Look, all I'm saying is not even God could pull me out of Miracle. And we could go to the east more so. To be fair, I think the east does have a dungeon we are supposed to crawl through. So yeah, we'll... Umbro's lucky I'm a Pall Mall guy. Here we go. And luckily, saves gives you full heals. Her fight with Giganto Macchio and was full on ready for a rematch by getting fucked up. The first was really impressive. Yeah. Oh. Go away, fucking weird rat Kupo. Yeah, let us see if he has anything worthwhile. That is actually pretty damn good. Okay. Unfortunately, that is all that she has. So we will sell off some of this stuff, kind of make the money back. Also unlock more stuff in the bazaar. Yeah, time to sell loot, yeah. Take Libra if you don't have it, please. I'm pretty sure somebody does. Here we go. Here we go. I think Libra is a thief skill. Maybe, but I do remember it being on a lot of different people's. Actually, I think BASCH might get it. Here we go. Alright. So now, equipment, Vaughn, optimize. Okay, there we go. And I do gotta equip the accessories. We should have more than a few. Slightly raise max HP, not bad. Yeah, reduce magic to 0. To be fair, BASCH is not using a lot of different magic, so he should be fine. Yeah, Vaughn, BASCH, or Balthier must have it. Yeah. Yeah, a monk or an archer can get it. Yeah. My bad person want to cook Deku's dad. Yeah, I'll say BASCH gets it because he's not using magic at all. So him not having MP is not going to matter. Slightly raise HP. I may go ahead and get accessories 5 for her. Because being immune to poison and sap, that's not bad. Oh, that would just straight up give you Libra if you can get accessories too. Double license points earned. Oh, yeah, I remember that one also being really damn good, because that just makes you easier to level up. Slightly raise HP. So, yeah, we're going to have to upgrade their accessories a little bit more. To be fair, that is one of those things where it's like, why have I not gotten around to getting those already? Yeah, here we go. Might have been the wrong one, but it's fine. These are relatively easy to level up. So, let me see here. Him, he needs a little bit. Okay, so... Tourmaline Ring. I'll make him immune. Because he is the white mage, therefore he should be immune to stuff that can kill him quick. I think I want to ask you this. Thoughts on Titanfall 2? Titanfall 2 is really fun. It's definitely a shame that Remedy's no longer allowed to make anything even damn close to what that game was. They're stuck in the, what was it, Valorant and Star Wars mines for the rest of their lives. And actually, let's go in this dungeon. This might give us a good little XP boost. Because actually, this might... Yeah, I think we're actually supposed to go here first. Because remember, I think Burr's to the east. It's not actually down through the Feywoods. Because it will specifically tell you to go to the Feywoods when you're supposed to go to the Feywoods. So we might have been getting our ass whooped because it's the game literally telling us, hey, dude, you're not ready for this yet. You're not supposed to be here. Man, pineapple, banana, and spam sandwich. It was pretty good. Might get chili to dip it in. Yeah, follow the quest. You go to the Paramina Rift. Yeah. What's your favorite series? That was just the writer's fetish. That is weirdly specific. Yeah, you're playing with the big boys now. Yeah, it was Respawn that made Titanfall. Yeah, didn't Respawn also make Valorant? Also, yeah, I think we're supposed to be here because there's already Vera yelling at us. And that's usually a good sign. Yeah, Paramina Rift is east. Yeah, so it was east. So yeah, I was going somewhere we weren't supposed to go. Valiant was Riot. Oh, Apex. Yeah, Apex Legends is the one I was thinking of, yeah. I kept calling it Valorant, even though Valorant was a completely different one. Stop yelling at me, bunny girl. Give me an awkward boner. Boss time? Yeah, basically boss time. Yeah, no need to walk around in city. And if I remember right, this is kind of another level check. I remember this one giving me some trouble. Yeah, they kind of mush together. You're not wrong. They really do mush together. Oh yeah, that's why it gave me trouble, because he loved spamming out Confuse. Here we go. Can you stroke my hair and tell me everything's going to be okay? I don't want to be a liar. Exactly, first go to Paramina, then Mount Bur Amasas, then still trying to marry him, and then go to Arcadia. Yeah. Yeah, early super boss. Yeah, basically. I don't think he's quite so bad that he's like a full-on super boss, but it's like, yeah, he'll fuck you up. Also, I really should set... I think Vaughn has the spell where he can, Oh, it doesn't even matter. He's silenced. Yeah, I forgot. Once again, this boss's strategy is dump stat effects. Here. For the love of God, have a remedy. Yep, okay. Dump that shit onto Vaughn. Now, for the love of God, smack that bitch. Yeah, Moss Dragon, I like it. It is a cool design. I always say boss that spam stat effects. That's kind of the whole thing with 12. Every boss dumps stat effects. Oh man, dying doesn't remove them. Yeah. This isn't Super Boss, it's a strategy level check. Yeah. Do you have your gambit set right? That's basically what this boss is. And let me see here. Yeah, here we go. Cure Silence. Always sleeping on the strategies drive me nuts. Yeah, the strategy is dump stats. Doesn't every enemy in the game do that? Yeah. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Yeah, I can't wait for the sexy boss that spams aroused on the player. Here we go. Kill it with fire. We're doing pretty good. I just have BASCH hit it with a hammer and it works. Yeah, blind, oil, slow, silence, poison, anything else, nigga? He also throws in sap as well. So you're poisoned and sapped. That is a lot of health. One boss, the equipment checks you by using disable guy. That's just instant game over if you don't have one person immune to it. Yeah. I think Lord Maul's gonna survive in the desert. Will he die? He'll be fine. What does oil do? It makes fire attacks deal more damage to you because you're covered in oil. Therefore, you're more flammable. You're too young to watch SWAT Cats. I know about it, but yeah, no, I never watched it. Yo, Japan can't stop doing motion blur in media after the Pokemon Porygon mass hysteria. Would you recommend Persona 3 Reloaded? Someone told me they mess up some of the visuals and cutscenes. Yeah, they don't have as many anime cutscenes, and it's basically just like Persona 3, but in 5's art style. I still thought it's pretty good. You get to play Persona 3 again. Boss turning into a special needs child, and you will like it. First try. Yeah, I'm actually shocked. This is one of the bosses that took me a while. When I first played, when I first played 12, and even when I played it again when I was going through the whole series, this boss would usually take me at least like 3 tries. We just got super lucky. Like, imagine getting poison confused and leech seeded in Pokemon. That's this fight. Okay, and may as well go back to... means you're building your team right. There we go. Oh. Yeah, no, I do need to save. There we go. No, oil the bunny woman. Here we go. Nam's Compendium played P3R with Party AI and is worse than OG FES releases. Well, because it's basically expecting you to use direct commands. You know, it's one of those things of you can control your party members. For the love of God, control your fucking party members. SWAT Cats is pretty sick. Took a shit ton of notes from anime back when furry cartoons were cool and not where we are now. And it was canceled by Ted Turner because he's a fuck. Yeah, I know SWAT Cats is like one of the more infamous cases of him directly murdering a show just to give Captain Planet more airtime. Can't give any details, but something bad's gonna happen. There we go. Don't really like the P5 art style, making all the remakes look like that's a issue to me, not a plus. All because he wanted to hype up his boy Captain Planet, yeah. Fat man, arise. And Captain Planet wasn't even good, yeah. Even at the time it was coming out, kids would make fun of other kids that watched Captain Planet. Like, if you were an unironic Captain Planet fan when it was coming out, kids would call you a faggot. Yeah, why wouldn't you control party members in an RPG? Stirs up Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah, Captain Planet was the most retarded thing ever, yeah. Remember the population control episode? Both of them? Yeah. And people point out that in neither case did Ted Turner ever even listen to his own advice because he had like multitudes of children. Like, man, bred like a damn rabbit telling everyone else, no, you should have only one kid. Make your life worse to save the planet, even though all the advice it gave was awful. That one Don Chieto Captain Planet video on YouTube is pure nightmare fuel. least we got the AIDS episode. That is true. The AIDS episode was really funny. He's got AIDS. Captain Planet was corny even for the 80s. You would get made fun of or even jumped if they found out you liked it. I remember the Hitler episode. Yeah, he had like 6 kids for the episode aired. Yeah. I remember about Captain Planet, the episode where one of the protagonist's brothers dies from ODing in the AIDS episode. Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't even beat Hitler because his hate made him weak. Yeah. I'd say Dragon's Dogma is a marriage between Western RPG and JRPG design philosophies, basically. Oh, did you ever end up getting monetized back? No, I was gonna send in a ticket with actual YouTube creator support instead of Google support, because Google support, they were doing everything they could to make me fuck off. Hey, was it the black kid's brother die of an OD? I think it was. Yeah, Hitler's presence basically shuts down Captain Planet. Yeah. In order to save the planet, you need to change your entire lifestyle so the rich can continue theirs. Yeah. So I explained OKKO, Let's Be Heroes was gay. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it was a mediocre show that was on Cartoon Network that was a crossover with Captain Planet. Oh, God. Hey, why was Hitler a character in Persona 2? In Persona 2, that was Nyarlathotep taking the form of Hitler. Because he was the embodiment of humanity's evils. I mean, the Russian Asian chicks were cute, but they don't even kiss or go to Hot Springs events ever. It was bullshit. They were 12. Like, that's not even a case of, like, 1,000-year-old Dragon Loli. Like, nigga, those were actual kids. What was Captain Planet? Captain Planet was a show in, like, the late 80s, getting into the 90s, where the idea was he was a superhero who had to be summoned by a group of 5 children that all represented different elements of the Earth. Fire, water, wind, hearts, and, like, one other I don't think about. Or I can't think about. And once they, once their powers combined, they summoned Captain Planet. And it was, like, explicit environmentalist liberal propaganda.
You can never know another.
And nigga, I was 8 at the time. Okay, there you go. You're now absolved. Yeah, Captain Planet is Ted Turner's blue paint-huffing wet dream. I like the Robot Chicken sketch where it's Ted Turner painting himself blue and he just goes around beating the shit out of people. Yeah, Earth, Wind, Fire, Water, Heart, Go Planet. Yeah, it was Earth. I always forget about Earth. Yeah, Heart's the gayest power, yeah.
This crisis would not end were I gone.
Rewatched new episode of South Park, and the whole don't do anything to get your nut. It was nice and everything, but what about Matt and Trey? They say they wanted to stop making South Park.
By necessity.
Starring Mati from Doug Walker's Nostalgia Critic. Wait, Heart? Yeah. Basically like Compassion. You're 8 in the 90s? Okay, Grandpa. No, I was saying 80s getting into the 90s. Unless you're talking about that guy, in which case, yeah, he's super fucking old. Throw balls at his head, old man. Yeah, Sunlight Happiness did a good parody. Fire, Water, Earth, Wind, Monkey Who's Sick, yeah.
It was you, Excellency.
Oh, look, it's Ted Turner. Captain Planet! Okay, KO was fun and had a unique art style. It was more or less based on superheroes doing mundane jobs like running a grocery store. It sadly got cut short, but had fun callbacks.
It is my idea of necessity.
I saw like Captain first season and a bunch of A-list actors like Jeff Goldblum, Oprah, Meg Ryan. Geez, Ted Turner really wanted it to be a thing. Yeah.
Now, it is not only our future.
It aired like 1990 to like 1996.
So, you were dirty.
Yeah, Captain Planet's a culmination of networks forcing pro-environmentalist PSAs, one-child policy being in multiple episodes. Yeah. Yeah, Compassion talking about population control. Yeah, it paints China's one-child policy as a good thing that China did to help the planet, not realizing that that's not even why the child policy was a thing. It was a thing because they're trying to fix Mao's fuck-up.
And so, House Solidor lives on.
Doug's Mati wasn't even the same race. Yeah, protect the planet or I'll fucking kill you. Yeah. Yeah, the monkey dies and he gets given the heart ring, but its power is giving himself a heart attack. There we go. There's a whole episode of the Ghoul School. Remember that old Scooby-Doo TV movie as the high school graduates having moved on? There's also a song crossover, which is neat. Linkara actually reviewed Captain Planet comic that delved into what heart can actually do. It's basically the gift of gab with some empath bullshit. Basically, Mati can manipulate wildlife. Yeah. Playing Warhammer games? Yeah, I played Space Marine 1 and 2. I played Dawn of War. I played a few of them. If you want to get really technical, I played Total Warhammer. So most people, when they hear Warhammer, they assume 40k. I also played, what was that, Necromunda. That was actually pretty damn good. Moonshine, Sunshine, Good Times, Boogie Woogie, Go Planet. Yeah, we played Space Marine 2 on stream. Exex walks into the bathroom, sees Ted Turner, painting himself blue, going, Captain Planet. It just walks out, yeah. I've been going through Robot Chicken again recently. I don't even know why. I think it's because last time we streamed, when I went to Shota's place, he had like just like a compilation of Robot Chicken sketches up. And we were actually laughing at a few of them, and I'm like, fuck, I've not seen Robot Chicken since I was in like fucking high school. Jesus. So I said, fuck it, and while I was working on stuff, I just had a Robot Chicken, you know, going off on my phone, and I've been enjoying it. It's fun. Playing Skagging Robot Chicken and the Nerd Humping Robot and Aliens, yeah. And I remember Captain Pollution. One thing I remember about OKKO is one of the characters, the Dark Jing Goth Vampire MILF. Yeah, loved Robot Chicken Star Wars, yeah. Robot Chicken's Memorberry Field. I mean, the biggest thing about it is it's not even trying to hide that it's just there to be dumb fun. They make multiple references to the fact that, like, why the fuck are you watching this expecting something smart? I have Jeff Goldblum in your show as a villain. Villain looks like a rat, symbolizes greed, but Ted Bean by this. Oh god. Should really set his gambit to where he'll fucking help out with with Vaughn. Yeah, that's why I love Robot Chicken. It's just fun, yeah. Wasn't this from some dude called Toxic Avenger? Yeah, and God, I'm trying to remember, like, he obviously wasn't Trauma's Toxic Avenger, but, like, every review I would watch as a kid that would make fun of Captain Planet that brought it up would bring up the fact Toxic Avenger was also the Trauma movie. That and Duke Nukem. Mighty Mouse tricks a tiny mouse walk into a mousetrap. Jeez, Mighty Mouse, what's wrong with you? He fucked my sister. That chat member's talking about one of the main characters' moms. Enid's mom's a hot, tall, ebony vampire goth MILF mom who's a himbo werewolf for a husband. They're great. Did you hear about the Jeet shitting up the rivers in Canada? Yeah, there's been a lot of news about Indian people just going around causing, like, the absolute worst fucking PR game they could ever play. Bye, Lolly, good stream, yeah. Yeah, I fucking hated watching Boomerang and having to deal with Captain Planet reruns. Yeah, right? One thing I didn't know about OKKO is I was made by Rebecca Sugar's ex and looked 10 times better than Steven Universe, but that's not saying much. Also, all the vampire MILF porn. Captain Planet, he's a hero. If you pollute, he'll fucking kill you. Okay, pretty sure it's up here. And they fucked up their own rivers, not shocking. Yeah, Duke Nukem is awesome. METV Tunes also plays Captain Planet. And any guy just carelessly driving and killing 3 people, yeah. Because when Indian scammers scream, do not redeem, did irredeemable damage to everyone on the subcontinent. Robot Chicken Special where Miss Klaus becomes an Akira monster was funny, yeah. That's another sketch where I just laughed just because you have the guy whose entire martial arts style is like 250,000 different ways to hit you in the nuts. You know, it's one of those where I got to that sketch and I was just chuckling to myself. It's like, hey, Gohan got hit in the balls. And I was laughing. Remember the episode where the pig guy ate a whole wild horse? Yeah. My name is Duke Nukem. I'm a nuclear shark. I'm harder than Elvis and I glow in the dark. Yeah, Tetsuko Attack number 49, yeah. Yeah, the Dragon Ball Christmas sketch, I love that, yeah. Yeah, so that was a big cargo ship that blew up in Baltimore. What's the deal with that? I don't know. I never even heard of that. I was saying Baltimore has a lot of weird naval accidents. Tesco attack number 49. Here's why India had a caste system for so long. Huge chunk of the population is full on absolute morons. Oh, my Dragon Balls. I'm gonna skip where the guy sucked off a horse disguised as a zebra. Yeah. There are a lot of pretty funny sketches. Yeah, apparently blew up next to the bridge that got crashed into. Jesus Christ. Are they trying to take down that bridge? Like, what the fuck? That bridge is cursed. Yeah, I saw an Indian truck driver doing a U-turn on the highway. Yeah, like, he, out of nowhere, out of the blue, he starts trying to do a U-turn in the middle of traffic, and he ended up killing, like, what, 3 people? And everyone's like, why the fuck did you even try to do a U-turn? What were you thinking? And he's just like, eh. Cargo ship was piloted by Jeets, by the way, destroyed a historic bridge and killed so many people. So the bridge is, like, actually down now? Because you would think, like, something that big, like, why am I only just now hearing about it? Yeah, family of 3, yeah. What's your favorite quote from Duke Nukem? Hail to the king, baby. Technically, it's, you know, it's an Evil Dead reference, but Duke was able to have it. He was able to take it. Yeah, the bridge is bend down, yeah. Yeah, somebody's pissed trying to collect on the insurance. It's like a fucking Looney Tunes sketch, like, by any means necessary, take down that bridge, and it just gets increasingly weirder. Yeah, ship incident happened like a day or 2 ago. Yeah, it literally only happened in the past day. Oh, wow. Which bridge? Pretty major bridge in Baltimore. The same one that had a ship slam into it. Now that first one, we do know what happened, where they had an electrical issue and all the ship's systems shut off, so they physically couldn't move the ship. So that one at least made sense. This one, where apparently whatever they had on board exploded, it's like... Alright, so what were they transporting? Yeah, Francis Scott Key Bridge, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he was super Indian, even had a turban, so he's a Sikh? Like to know both the legendary Godzilla and first Kaiju from Pacific Rim both visit the bridge. Makes sense people complain about that one Twitter post about the soldering tutorial by an Indian might not be reliable. Yeah, nobody steals our chicks and lives. That's honestly a pretty good quote, too. That's cool, I don't remember. It's time to kick ass and chew bubblegum. Yeah, that was the They Live reference. Yeah, how many times can a bridge get butt-fucked? I remember that one Robot Chicken's Christmas skit with a Christmas tree on fire and story told by a Jewish dad and his son reminds him the menorah lit the house on fire, yeah. Yeah, no, it's, the guy was trying to, like, impress his neighbor, so he had a bunch of Christmas lights all over his house. It lit his house on fire. And I think it killed the guy's grandpa. And it was the dad telling the story of when he was a kid and why he became Jewish. And then the menorah lit the house on fire, and he's like, God damn it. Yeah, Haitian illegal had a lot of truck accidents. One went through a house. Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those things of this very clearly is not incompetence. They know full well what they're doing. They just don't give a fuck. Like, you don't drive through a house because you're a fucking idiot. You drove through a house because you're like, well, I kind of want to see what happens if I drive through a house, and I'm not going to get in trouble for it, so who cares? People are becoming so much more racist towards Indians packing such a short time. They have a worse PR than Arabs. Favorite has to be, I'm an equal opportunity ass kicker. To be fair, that is just a good line. The chosen people for God's hilarious pranks. Are we not choosing the death penalty again? Because we're a civilized nation. You know, it's the hypocrisy of civilization. Basically, hey, even though this thing considered barbaric actually kind of had a point in existing, you can't do that now because it's obscene. Internet's done irreparable damage to the Jeet image. They, God willing, will not recover. How to break a broom handle off in your ass. Or I was thinking about doing truck checkpoints to prevent this happening again. They're gonna have to. And civilized and massive quote marks. Yeah. A story of an Indian using a water bottle to clean himself instead of wiping when going to the public restroom and use the sink to wash his feet, not his hands. Nasty. Really annoyed me how in Duke Nukem you couldn't save the babes who were being tortured. Duke Nukem was supposed to be a power fantasy. It would be cool if there was like a Duke Nukem game where you actually got to do that. You know, like, you know, you get to save the chicks, and I don't know, maybe you can get like an upgrade for it. If you save all of them in a level, you can get like an ammo upgrade, or you get like an upgrade version of a gun, you know. Sure, you'd have people screaming like, oh, you're turning the women into rewards. It's like, it's a Duke Nukem game. They explicitly are rewards. Yeah, Jedi Bush Robot Chicken episode was great. That one was pretty good, yeah. I like that one. Fuck. What was the other sketch I really liked? Oh, God. I like the Lindsay Lohan Highlander parody. I thought that was funny. Yeah, it was a PS1 version of Duke due to censorship. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, N64 version lets you save the chicks, yeah. Society peaked in the Bronze Age. Not even the British could civilize them. Not even the British. Well, like I said, that's kind of the delusion we like to tell ourselves. In truth, they know damn well what they're doing. They just don't care. Yeah, Duke Gamer becomes a family-friendly hero by accident would be funny. That fight between Bush and Lincoln voiced by Hulk Hogan, yeah. Also, yeah, we are not fighting that thing. Third person, Duke Nukem Time to Kill, I played that. Alien Armageddon mod also lets you save them. Death penalty is a horrible and immoral thing. We're more than that, but don't post anything mean on Twitter or you'll be arrested and docked. Civilization. Yeah. Apparently from Green Text, guy got Pajit neighbors and rather pay for heating. They brought in the barbecue from outside and passed away from carbon monoxide poisoning. Attack of the Giant Midget. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Yeah, Mexican Ninja Warrior, yeah. If you tell me I can be a piece of shit with barely any consequences, I'll be tempted to be an asshole. Yeah. Like, are there definitely dumb people among the ones coming over? Hell yeah, because anyone's dumb. But the delusion is thinking they're all dumb, and it's like, well, that's just how they are. It's like, no, they want you to think that. They want you to think that they're an idiot because then they're able to weasel their way into a position where, out of nowhere, oh, fuck, that guy has a lot more power now. And 6 million peso man, yeah. Yeah, I loved Hogan's Heroes parody with all the 80s wrestlers, yeah. I like the Superman sketch where Superman is constantly getting baited into saving people who are, who made it like a trend. You know, it's like, I got souped. Then there's like the little kid who's like actually kidnapped and needs to be saved. And he says, yeah, I think Lex Luger did it. It's like, oh, Lex Luger, the wrestler. Then the bomb goes off and yeah, it was Lex Luger. Yeah, there'll be a DPS check at the shrine. You're not wrong. In fact, here's probably a good time to... You know, we'll get past this next cutscene. Alright, we gotta talk to them first. E. Moving walls now or was before? Pretty sure it was before. It was the previous dungeon. I got you, Superman. Yeah. Alien vs. Predator skit, and it was a pedophile picking up a Mexican kid in the desert. Yeah. The amount of videos of Indian Uber drivers creeping on women is amazing. Yeah. Nothing beats Care Bear cleansing and turns into a faux history lesson in New Jersey. Yeah. Go, Lex Luger. It's your birthday. Remember the Superman kiss? Yeah, he discovered he can brainwash people by kissing them, so he just starts kissing everyone in his life. Ironically, up there might be where we need to go. So, yeah, let's head up there real quick. Oh, God. Instead of Apu, you trade in for Do Not Redeem and Bob's and Vagine. Hell of an upgrade, India. Rape Ghost. Kool-Aid Man being summoned to a mass suicide and saying it's just like Jonestown was funny. Yeah. One Robot Chicken skit, part of the DC special with the other members of the Legion of Doom, finding Lex Luthor's high school band Sex Luthor. Yeah. Yeah, Chucky versus the Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Also kind of sad because Mark Hamill voiced Chucky in that skit, so it was kind of one of the sad reminders of like, man, Mark Hamill could have actually been a pretty good Chucky. Daily reminder, a ghost could be humping you right now and you won't even know it. And Walt Disney skit where he was a head on a walking spider bot who solely ate Cuban children. Yeah, that one was great. Come on. There we go. Yeah, bring in the first Cuban child. Yeah, Alien! Yeah, that one was so stupid, it was great. I doubt they would, but how would an SMT1 remake play? Like SMT3 or more like 5? Probably a lot more like 5. It would be interesting to see what they could do, considering, in fact, it was more of like an Etrian Odyssey or Wizardry-style dungeon crawler. Arcane more emotion as the dad from Rhapsody Street Kids believe in Santa than playing Chucky. Yeah. You could tell he was not happy with how that turned out. Same Indian truck driver got an ICE detention order immediately after the crash. Well, yeah, because he probably was like an H-1B scammer. I mean, that level of apathy and refusal to even have the most basic respect for American law. You know, like I said, you know, doing a U-turn in the middle of fucking traffic and killing, like, 3 people. Because you can see in the video, he's on, like, he's on the far side of the lane and just swings right over trying to U-turn. It's like, what the fuck were you doing? In other words, Skibbity's now in the Cambridge Dictionary. So Shrine of Miriam is actually quite the dungeon. There are enemies who put a lot of effects, and the puzzles are time-taking. It's grindy and time-consuming. Yeah. Yeah, Deborah Wilson was in that mess too, and she VA'd the stuttering grandma. Yeah. The skit where Luke was considering joining Darth Vader was great, and the one where Vader was telling Luke all about the prequel retcons. Yeah. Makes you wonder how many traffic deaths are in India. India wasn't here on H-1B. He was an illegal immigrant that came into the country in 2018, got a CDL into California. Ah, okay, so it's even more egregious. We're just flat out like, yeah, he should not have been behind the wheel of that vehicle. He actively looks at the crash and no emotion as to what happened. He did not care. Yeah. Remember the first time I saw Robot Chicken being so confused first time I saw it? Yeah. To me, it's good brain rot TV. You are not watching it because it's intellectually stimulating or so you can think. You're watching because you want to see the funny puppets fight. Yeah, explains why India has no good traffic safety law. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't up through here. Oh, this might not... Okay, now I remember. It might actually be the dungeon where Ash needs the Dawn Shard, or no one needs the Dawn Shard. In California, you don't give them a license to be labeled a racist. Indians literally get their driver's license by driving in a field for 10 minutes and the examiner $100. Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. What happened? The hell do you mean someone blew up the Death Star? No, I didn't. No, I didn't know. There was a big ass hole. Why don't you tell Luke to shoot here? As a boss in the shrine who was a pain, puts a lot of stats. Then Mount Burr, Amasis, there'll be a Gambit test, 2 bosses ahead, yeah. This boss seems to be paid his way to get a CDL like here in Canada. Pajit's gotten to powerful positions. They just sell licenses to people backdoor style instead of making them do schooling. Well, yeah, because that's literally how the system is set up in India. It's actually a very common problem. It's why I said the H-1B thing is a literal scam where you are not getting the best in price. You're getting the best in price on paper. You know? There was a pretty infamous clip that was going around where it was a dude. I think he was either Indian or Pakistani, from that region. But he was talking about how like he got deported from England, and it was like this horrible, horrific, uncivilized place full of barbarians. And one of his reasons for it is he couldn't pay off the cops to let him go. So like a big point of what he considered a civilized nation was being able to bribe the police into letting you do whatever you wanted. But it's in their culture. Yeah, the culture's, they worship a giant fucking wheel of stone that seems good luck if your baby gets crushed by it until the British put a stop to it. Dr. Doom Robot Chicken sketch, one of my favorites. Wait, did you say cockpiece? Yeah. I am your father. That's not true. That's impossible. And Princess Leia is your sister. That's not true. That's improbable. And the Emperor will be defeated by Ewoks. That's very unlikely. I just remember that skit of Barney winning Fred's Fruity Pebbles and accidentally beats him to death, yeah. Yeah, Mount Burr Amasas. I gotta remember how to get up there. Yeah, it's still trying to Miriam. Gilmore Jungle. Oh, yeah, it's up through there. Yeah, it's up through there. Yeah, Pakistan's in India. Why do we specify between them? You really, really, really specify between them. Racist Save Europa account on Twitter and Instagram get oddly defensive of India. Sir, do you realize bribing me will get you in more trouble? You don't understand it's in my culture to pay you money to get me out of trouble. Yeah. And that to me is kind of more... It's kind of more proof of what I'm talking about in the sense of... He knows damn well that is not what civilized people do. He's just a fucking criminal that wanted to be able to do whatever he wanted. So he's gonna pay... He's gonna play off his whole, like, oh yeah, in my culture, we just pay off the cops. That's what you do. It's like... Yeah, your culture of being a fucking criminal. Like, every culture acknowledges bribes are bad. It's just the fact of how open are they about their corruption. There isn't a difference between them, so I can offend them more. I guess this game treats the war theme, Mount Burr Amasas, a religious place with war refugees. Very interesting how they approach. Oh, yeah. 12S Day is a really good story. Do I Trump stop the Paki-India war, but I still think they should would have been better if they nuked each other. Only any person I tolerate this woman on YouTube who dressed up her cat cutely. It's fucking adorable. Yeah, stay. That's the problem with a lot of the shit we have going on now, where everything's divided among racial lines so hard that... I mean, there are a lot of people out there that are just fucking chill and kind of want to be just left alone, and now they're all dragged into this crap. Robot Chicken Halloween episode. Well, Johnny, your mom burned down the house, shot your dog, and wrote this note saying she never loved you. Happy Halloween, yeah. Okay, now here we are. Yoshi getting eaten by zombies and raccoons after a Mario GTA skit was funny. Yeah, that was pretty good. Shit like this makes me want to move to Japan more and more. Please don't. It has enough white people. Indian man who got caught faking robberies to give traveling Indians asylum visas 10K a pop. They'll find any loophole or system to abuse. Yeah. It's almost like the government wants a race war so they can have more power. Yeah. Scared, stupid people. That's what they want. Too brown to be white and too white to be brown, so racial lines are blurred. Yeah, Japan's a hell of a place to move to. It's real strict. It should be. Yeah, the way Indian women are treated in their society is pretty sad. Being born female in India is like actual punishment. Yeah. You know, I'm kind of a bleeding heart humanitarian in the sense of, if your culture demands somebody be beaten or raped or killed, you have a bad fucking culture. I know that sounds very elitist, but it's one of those things of basic respect for humanity should be a priority. Were you from Street Fighter? I didn't know you were here. I'm not, but those papers were definitely due on Monday. Yeah. So it's not very easy to separate the fucking bad ones from the good ones, so we have to take the torch method to it. We try to have a more liberal method, and we see where it gotten us. No, torch method is what they want, you know? They want people to use the torch method because then they can turn right around and say how horrible and evil you are for using the torch method. You are a fucking monster, and we'll use this as precedent to make it even worse. Like I said, it's what they want, you know? They want people to snap, they want people to go nuts, they want people to get violent and angry and stupid, because then you're easier to control. Luigi pulls out a wrench. Oh my god, he's got a wrench. You killed my brother, you sons of a bitches. You'll never take me alive, you motherfuckers. And then gets shot by the military, yeah. I thought there's almost no negative stereotype for Filipinos beyond they're just kind of cringe. Every Filipino I knew was really nice. I just finished Kyle Green's video on Starship Troopers. Who boy?
No, my child. Whoa. I do not sleep.
Yeah, don't that have to be like 6 male witnesses for a rape to legally be considered rape in India?
Reality and illusion are a duality. Two parts of a whole. Only the mirror.
I'm fucking tired of people saying it's part of their culture also doing the most disgusting crime in human history. Well, it's not. Evil people will try to excuse what they do by any excuse possible. They'll scream like it's part of our culture, it's part of our culture. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, no, you're a fucking animal. Your own people consider you an animal.
I have dreamt your dream.
You know, it's one of those things of basic respect for humanity supersedes all culture. You know, every culture has stories of some horrible man that did something terrible, like, you know, raped a bunch of women or murdered a bunch of people, and they're all considered evil.
Restored is known to me.
Like the Robot Chicken skit about Boba Fett coming back from the dead, and the other skit where the mad scientist's son called Dark Meat to help him from Obama, yeah.
This is something you might reconsider.
Yeah, the problem is you make people too angry, they won't listen to anyone. Trying to shame or crack down on them won't work. Oh no, that is cope. They can very easily control very angry people. That's why they do it in the first place. Within a few years, the IRA were full of MI6. That's why it went from hitting police stations and military targets to blowing up shopping malls. The delusion that they want people to believe is we'll be so angry we'll overwhelm you, and that's never how it works. Racist, but we're Asians. No, dude, we're Italian. You're fucking turtles. There's a reason why women in India typically don't go out alone, since they're mostly accompanied by other men to stop rapes, yeah. Yeah, rage is very easy emotion to manipulate, yeah. And it's part of their culture, cool. It's not part of ours, yeah.
Stunning is Dalmasca's desert bloom.
Who's this cool Latino guy? He's pretty cool.
In Arcadia, Larsa. In Rosaria, Al Cid. They dream not of war.
Yeah, they're good and bad people from every race. Be good, nice to good people and say fuck off to bad people. Simple as, yeah.
The way will open for a new Evilise in our time.
Filipinos are super nice. The old ones rub my tummy and pet my head when I shave it. They're super small too. So their 20s women are like 4'8" to 5 foot. So some could be considered legal lollies. Please don't think of it in that way.
My father's throne and announce the restoration of Dalmasca.
Yeah, race war only happens if Arizona tea goes under $1.
And persuade the resistance to stay their hand. I have not come all this way to be
You're pregnant, but you said you have a sponge in your... Oh, you meant me?
From you and the resistance would stop cold.
Yeah, anger just makes you blind to who you're hurting along the way. Yeah. Like I said, they want people to get angry and do the whole, like, yeah, we're going to break this apart by race, because the people at the top don't give a fuck about that. Like, they don't give a shit about race. They're all hanging out together. They're all going to Epstein Island together. They don't give a fuck. They see themselves beyond anything. How's the learning coming along? It's coming. My guy's already working on it. Obama ruined race relations to this country and did not give a shit. Well, notice how this only really started being a problem after Occupy Wall Street.
Were to extend her hand in friendship, perhaps I could then persuade the Emperor.
Rage and lust are some of the worst spices for a person to have. No wonder religion worldwide talk about the danger of it. Yeah.
His life was taken.
What about checking that parody of Shawshank Redemption where Batman was the warden and Joker was the prisoner? Yeah. Yeah, he tricked Batman into thinking he escaped, then he just shit down the toilet. Yeah.
What possible cause could we have to lay hand on our Emperor?
A deception and an outrage. The Senate will not stand for this.
Yeah, Black Manta was Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
A viper amongst our senators.
I'll give people the illusion of a fix and they'll back off. Ain't gonna go down like that. Yeah.
He confessed to the poisoning and passed his own
A
sentence.
viper with many tails. Much of the Senate is culpable.
We had no choice but to strip the Senate of authority and assign powers of autocracy to myself until such time as order...
Spare me your lies. I see the serpent coiled here before me.
Trace, you speak too freely.
Zargabath. Do not
Yeah,
tell me
did
you joined
Robot
his
Chicken do a
mama's
Batman
farce.
1% parody? Probably.
Rosaria poised to invade at any moment.
Yeah, forget about the Green Mile. Try walking the Brown Mile. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Batman crawled through like 5 miles of shit in Taco Bell. Yeah.
Solidor is now reduced to myself and my dear brother Larsa.
Surely you would not go so far.
Watched Jackie Brown last night. Really good. Liked it a lot more than his post-Kill Bill movies. It is pretty good.
As Judge Magister and upholder of the law,
What's happening? A lot of political shit's happening in the actual Empire. There are
You
factions.
misunderstand. Vane did not make himself autocrat. It was the very Ministry of Law which you serve. Do you see it now, Drace? When you bared your
Oh,
sword at His
Hitler.
Excellency,
What's going on
you
here?
bared your
Not my
sword at the
problem.
law.
That little Japanese kid ruins his lunch, little America. Now it's my problem.
Mama's motley well, Bergen.
Yeah, I think Batman 1% skit was a dorkly animation. Being judged right 5 from the scene.
Such strength.
As the Fae, I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy crawling through shit in Taco Bell.
Zargabath.
Our faction's winning, right, in the game? Oh, this has nothing to do with us. This is all
You
bad guy
accompany
shit.
Bergen and bring Larsa back to me. Sire.
Basically, some people in the Empire did have good intentions, and they are obviously getting their ass whooped by guys who don't give a fuck.
Oh? Perhaps you mistook your orders then. I can see no other explanation
Yeah,
for
Vane
why
pulled
you
a
were
coup
reporting
d'etat,
and
yeah.
conjecturing on my doings to my late father.
Your Excellency.
A hound begging for scraps at the Emperor's table. Would you serve another master, hound? You may fulfill your duty
Are the
as
bunny
Judge
women winning the
Magister
war?
before us
The
all.
VR are explicitly staying out of it and saying, that's a human matter, fuck off, get out of our woods.
She has been tried and found guilty.
Your Excellency.
Yeah, Joker gets the electric chair, Batman forgets the sponge, yeah. Yeah, Bane constantly showing up to break Batman's back was funny, yeah. Oh, join the Empire, they look cooler. Yeah, he handed power to himself by his own decree and imprisoned political opponents by having the military on his side. Yeah. Wait, is 12 the prequel to 14? No, 14 is in its own timeline. 12 is in the same universe as Tactics.
Not. Live,
Yeah, Arkham Redemption, some of the greatest 2.5 minutes put to television, yeah. Yeah, Two-Face keeps burning his face, yeah. I remember liking the comic book parodies they did with like the DC specials. Those were pretty funny. Oh, you just sat back there and watched Green Lantern, Superman, and Wonder Woman yet? When will you FF Tactics? After we get all the main games done. Then we'll go back and do some of the side ones. Final Fantasy and the Final Fantasy Remake, the classic mode, is the game literally playing itself yet? Bane, I forgot to download Source. Bane! Any last words? I know that Jesus forgives me. Are you sure? No.
With a peaceful resolution.
Around the Second Amendment, is that while good? People are never going to take up arms against government. Yeah. Like I said, I think the era of political violence is pretty much over. It's all managed and controlled. Every frontier will eventually be handed over to the government. Yeah, he stabbed her with a dagger, yeah.
Vayne wants this war.
Put the lotion on skin or it gets the hose again. Wait a minute, this is a nice motion you brought here. Yeah, no, it figures worth it with all seriousness. Put on the fucking
My
lotion.
dreams have told me thus. To reveal yourself would imperil us all. I see war, and Vayne's name writ bold on history's page.
Arcadia's banners fly high. They are
Look at me, I'm the
making
Black
ready for
Falcon.
the coming war.
Man, my costume
According
sucks.
to our latest reports, the Western Armada prepares for war under Vayne's command, no less. The newly formed 12th Fleet has already been deployed. Oh yes, the Imperial First Fleet stands ready. They'll be underway as soon as the Odin's refit is complete.
Well, Tactics in its own universe, like all the other games. No, Tactics in the same universe as 12. But they're so separated, it's like 1,000-year time difference, so it doesn't really matter.
And then, the Nethicite is the coup de grace.
Yeah, Palindrome's monologue from that one Batman parody is generally one of the most impressive things ever written.
Guilty as your grace. I spoke to you of my succession. Let us put that aside. Should I become queen?
Yeah, Evilis is the fallen empire in 14.
I can protect nothing. With a greater power at my disposal, perhaps then.
It is the Nethicite of which you dream?
I require
That's the
something
gayest
far
name I've
greater.
ever fucking heard. I'm the Black Falcon.
To wield power against power. Truly, the words of a human child.
I am descended from the Dynast King himself.
Indeed. Then you have but one choice.
Yeah, Osh wants to go nuclear yet.
Power Wraithwall left.
Girl behind me using a schoolgirl's sailor uniform.
Journey across the Paramana Rift to the still shrine of Miriam.
Started drawing Yuki again, realized why I stopped and concentrated on the background. I hated drawing hands.
Kiltius of his time. Seek it out.
They were handy man. He got deported because Bob the Builder tipped the authorities and Schwarzenegger flying away when asked about his residency. Up and away. Yeah, that one's pretty good.
He would entrust the power to destroy Nethicite, the instrument of his greatness, to another and not to his own progeny, I cannot say.
A reverse Wonder Woman with her invisible jet was funny, yeah.
And take up your sword, or your dream will remain but a dream.
I dream of nuclear fire. I yearn to see cities vaporized. The rest of the party. We're the good guys, right? Yeah, prepare for still trying to Miriam is going to be a pain, yeah. I remember it not being too bad when I went through it the first time. Also, yeah, Larsa leaves. Here we go. The Sailor Moon skit with the henchman kept getting a boner yet. He's got FF game with 16 stone, but definitely be one I get hyped for. There isn't really any Dark East Guy games I can think of. If there are, take recommendations. That's sorta kinda Tactics Advanced because they do acknowledge how what happened kind of fucked up the world. But it still isn't like as dark as 16. Kind of remind me of the wing ears from Xenoblade. This game looks long. It's actually not that long. We're already a pretty decent ways into it. I'm pretty sure it's like maybe 30-40%. Then Queen Meryl gets a boner. Anime sure is weird. Yeah. I know you didn't wash your hands in the invisible sink. Yeah, mid-game, it's quite easy, yeah. My father's dead, so yeah, where can I get my hands on some nuke stones? I wasn't kidding, like, I was talking about 12, you know, earlier in certain streams, and I was like, yeah, the entire story revolves around nuclear weapons, and people were like, no, it's not, it totally is, and it's like, yeah, it is. Here, I'll swap us back on over. But there we go. There we go. We got pretty far into 12 tonight. We got pretty far. Yeah, go to Miriam, then Arcadia, then it's like Vaughn and the Bahamut. Yeah. Like the one sketch where the nerd gets bored meeting Doctor Who because he's never seen the show and thought it was way more exciting. Yeah. Oh, Ni no Kuni's pretty funny. He's a JRPG, still not dark. Yeah, no, that because that's Ni no Kuni 2, if I remember right. Also, Ni no Kuni 1 also kind of had it. But yeah, no, those are a lot more like Studio Ghibli, like very whimsical. Yeah, that was Family Guy, not Robot Chicken. Kick that chatter's ass. After looking at a map, casually crossing out cities while humming happily to herself, the rest of the party watching in horror. How powerful do you think snorting Warpstone would be? I mean, the Skaven do a lot of exciting things with it, and usually they end up with pretty terrifying results. We're pro-nuclear warfare, right? After Arcadia, you go to the Great Lighthouse, yeah. I bring my daughter to work day, and I love her, sir. I respect that. Do you see that rebel scum? Because of you, this man cannot spend time with his daughter, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame they couldn't get Studio Ghibli to do the cutscenes for Ni no Kuni 2, yeah. Yeah, damn, I left my favorite toy back inside the dorm. His favorite toy? Time to improvise. Yeah, Toy Story skit, yeah. Yeah, we got to the Bunny Girl Village. I missed it already. Yeah, Cuddle so rapably soft was kind of fucked but funny, yeah. Yeah, Ni no Kuni 2 is amazing. It is a lot of fun. I didn't like it quite as much as Ni no Kuni 1, but at the same time, Ni no Kuni 1 also had the luxury of, like, Studio Ghibli cutscenes. But yeah, there we go. We did a lot tonight. And then Woody smothers Buzz, yeah. Yeah, because he, like, cuts his brain out to turn Buzz into a bong, yeah. And Ni no Kuni is definitely one of the best-looking JRPGs I've ever seen in terms of style, like a playable Studio Ghibli film, yeah. I haven't played one, but I should. It is really good. Both games are really good. It's like what happened to Nia Torrance, yeah. And poor Buzz had to be put down after Andy customized him, yeah. But yeah, and not gonna lie, it's weird not having any more panels to show. It's strange. How can we go on in a world where there's no more panels? What can we do? What can we do? It's all fucked. It's all fucked. Everything. Torn to pieces. To shreds, you could say. But yeah, no, I'm happy we're you know, I'm super happy we managed to get that done. And make another comic. It's strange and fills me with sadness. And put Yuki's fat ass on screen. It's Jover. It might be a little bit Jover. It might be a tiny bit Jover. Yeah, time for inappropriate fan art. I want to play Ni no Kuni, but I want to play the games I own first. Gone. Reduced to atoms. I just want to say I'm excited for Cyberpop. I ordered a copy and short on Indiegogo the other day. Really looking forward to it. Yeah. We're going to have a closeout stream when it's closer to actual, you know, fulfillment, where we can explain a lot more about, like, how this is going to go. Yeah, chat, Rachel has the fat ass, Yuki has the nice ass. Just have to wait for the second issue. Yeah. I wish that some Japanese game studio would give me the Dark Isekai game I wanted, but understandably, Japan first would be more about self-insert, lighthearted stories. If you ask me how fucked up are the Skaven, all I could say is yes. Maybe they blew up the Death Star. The hell is an aluminum falcon? Yeah, that sketch is pretty good. How many chopsticks can Yuki snap in half of the robo cheeks? Quite a few. Next issue is Cyberpop. All the text is the B movie. You speak with my fan art, otherwise I have to wait for issue 2. But yeah. Yeah, remind people of your GamerSubs code. That is true. You want to use code TAL at checkout. It's right here. It's right here. Got a little reminder up here. Right up here. It saves you money. It saves you a lot of money. They may just rebuild it, yeah. Oh, you look crazy, yeah. Emperor, go fuck yourself. Yeah, that sketch is pretty good. Where's her arm? It got shot off. In the previous fight scene, her arm was shot off. YouTube respond to you yet? No, I was going to put in a ticket with YouTube creator support, not just Google support. You know, Yuki's a living weapon. Every part of her has killed men. I got an ATM in that torso light bright. Yeah. Oh my god, he's crying. I'm happy that I was not crazy to do my rewatch of Robot Chicken. It's been fun. Fun, mindless entertainment. But yeah, there we go. I'm going to call it here. I hope to have even better news this week when the lettering is finished. We can actually announce when we're going to do our closeout stream and kind of discuss our plans, you know, our plans for the future of this and how fulfillment's going to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Did Menino finish the last page Saturday like he thought he would? Yep, pretty much on the dot. Pretty much on the dot. It's like, yeah, it was Saturday. But yeah. So, see you guys.
See me driving down the street. I'm bored with looking good. I got both hands on the wheel. The cops are coming. I'm listening to the music with no fear. You can hear it too if you're sincere. 'Cause I'm a bomb brother, yes I am. Well, I'm a bomb brother, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a bomb brother, yes I am. Well, I'm a bomb brother, yes I am. I see you stagger in the street, and you can't stay on your feet, and you're faking in your sleep. You wish that you were deep. You can't even laughing to myself. If you could, you would be someone else. 'Cause I'm a bomb rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a bomb brother, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a bomb rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a bomb rocker, yes I am. 'Cause I'm a bomb rocker, yes I am. Well, I'm a bomb rocker, yes I am.